Foundation and Safira Guradia from Vijay and Marie Guradia Foundation. Please, let's get the panel started.
Is this on? Yes, it is.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here with us today. My name is Safira Guradia Shah, and I am the executive director of my family's foundation, the Guradia Foundation. I want to give a quick introduction for our panelists here. Karen Ansara is a 2024 senior fellow with the Harvard Advanced Leadership Institute. All of these introductions are very short, and I feel like I could give 5 paragraphs for each person. Karen makes grants addressing global health systems and deep poverty. She has founded the Haiti Development Fund and launched NEED, the network of engaged global donors. She also serves as a board member for MCE Social Capital, Women Moving Millions, Groundswell International, and others. Donald Lobo is the founder of Project Tech for Dev, an open source technology initiative that focuses on enabling NGOs. He is the executive director of the Chintu Goodia Foundation and was also the co-founder and lead developer of Civi CRM and part of Yahoo's founding team. Bhagwan Thakkar is the founder of the Empowerment Foundation, which has made significant strides in improving education and technology access for underprivileged communities. He's had a notable career and is the former founder and CEO of Direct Sourcing Solutions, Inc., a global leader in procurement services with operations in multiple countries. So I really appreciate the 3 of you being here today to share some of your insights and experiences with us around your experience in navigating family philanthropy. Our funders here today have had very different journeys to philanthropy, and their efforts are in different areas. But what they have in common is a desire to give in a way that is strategic, informed, and intentional, to act with thought. And I know what I'm about to say is preaching to the choir, but I do believe that family philanthropy can and does play a critical role in the broader philanthropic landscape. Family funders can often move more nimbly than their institutional counterparts. They can collaborate more easily, more quickly, and they can take greater risks. We as family funders have the privilege of a great amount of autonomy. It gives us freedom to test out new ideas and ways of approaching our giving, such as trust-based philanthropy, or giving to areas that are commonly overlooked. However, family philanthropy can also be daunting. We can feel like we're on our own to learn and navigate new geographies, new systems, new sectors, and we have little to no experience with some of this. For many, that challenge can be particularly intimidating and results in us not fully realizing the potential of our philanthropy. Funding across borders can be particularly intimidating when we're not in proximity to the problems and organizations and leaders doing the work. With all that said, effective family philanthropy is more than possible, as our panelists will show us. So let's dive right in. For each of you, I would love to hear what your take is on the concept of giving with thought in your philanthropy. Karen, let's get started with you.
To give thoughtfully as a philanthropist? Oh, yeah, I project, but not that much. Sorry. To give thoughtfully as a philanthropist requires a balance of both strategy and empathy. In philanthropy, we're often trained to develop a focus for our work because we can't accomplish everything, and to develop a theory of change, essentially an equation. If I deploy my grant dollars like this, then X will result. The result would thus be measurable, observable, tangible. How many lives can I save with the fewest dollars? How many trees can I plant? Well, that's important, but I think even more important is developing and cultivating empathy. Actually, empathy is a precursor to equity, in my opinion. So empathetic giving happens, of course, when there's spontaneous giving after a disaster, when your heart is moved. And in that case, the act of giving is often as important as the outcome you're trying to achieve. There's also trust-based philanthropy, and I'm so glad that this is getting much more attention these days. Trust-based philanthropy is when you invest in, when you believe in your grantee partners' theories of change. You don't presume that you, as the family philanthropist, can figure it all out, but you trust those folks on the ground who are putting their lives on the line to know what they're doing. You try to reduce the procedures they have to go through to acquire your resources. You invest in the quality of your relationships with them, even to the point where you invest in the well-being of the staff themselves, because that will improve their effectiveness in the field. That's the key to sustainability, I believe. Again, empathy is the way to equity.
Thank you. Back when we were in the room, the other room a few minutes ago, you were talking a lot too about your personal experience growing up and that empathy that created for the way that you want to give. Can you speak a little to the way that you give with thought?
I was raised in a remote region of India 75 years ago, in Kutch, Gujarat, and saw extreme poverty. But there were very many smart, qualified people, kids who were just as smart as me, but for lack of few dollars available to help them or give some direction, they were just not making any progress. So that was, part of my empathetic giving was I want to give to Kutch. And certainly that was the good decision, but to elaborate on what Karen was saying, and I generally agree with everything she said, but I also always believe that you can't let your heart alone dictate what you are going to do. You got to use your mind and do the analytical things that Karen mentioned. So I realized through my journey of meeting up with Dasra, that I'll elaborate a little later in my next question. I really found a thoughtful way of giving, in that somebody who is professional in the field, extremely knowledgeable on ground in India, can vet the charities and introduce me to people who are good people who have done good work and have good projects. That just went a long way in terms of my satisfaction with the giving aspect, and that my thoughtful aspect of giving now basically is outsourced to Dasra. They do the vetting of these people, and it has been an incredible journey. I know this is a goofy thing to say, but I might as well say it. I seldom say this, and I know the difference between loving somebody and being in love. I'm in love with Dasra. So thank you.
I think many of us here today would say the same thing. Lobo, you've been working and funding in India for many years. Can you speak a little to the act of giving with thought?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Safira. So I'll just echo what Karen and Tax said, right? So +1 to Dasra. So I was fortunate enough to have run into Devo when both of us were quite young and naive and exploring stuff in India. And so the first 10 years or first 15 years, most of my giving was with Dasra. And then over time, as I started doing more and more work on the ground, I kind of would work with Dasra and try to figure out who to give. So initially it was, as Tax said, outsourced to Dasra. Deval and Neera and the team out there would make all the decisions. We would be what I'd call the marketing funders. We'd go once a year, talk to the NGOs, probably have the same conversation the next year, continue that. So we weren't really involved, right? Means our heart was in it, but we didn't have the time or the capacity to do it. Later on, I switched and tried to do it from a very mathematical perspective. So read a bunch of articles, read a bunch of books, did the master's course and at MIT on deep development economics, etc., and tried to focus on that. Worked with Dasra to do this thing called Big Bets and funded like 3 to 5 organizations in a pretty big way. And then the more I started working, and then I also switched careers and I started working with NGOs in India, and I started figuring out and talking to many NGO leaders, including many of the people in the room. And then ultimately, and this is where I've landed up today, right? Ultimately, it comes down to people. So now what I tell folks is we invest in people, period, right? And that's where all trust-based philosophy comes. I think we always did with trust. It was always unrestricted. But what I've realized is like, just investing in people really makes a really good difference, and giving them the freedom, giving them the flexibility to do what they want and how they want to do it. But I think I think Karen might have mentioned it, but the only one condition, like we always give unrestricted, but now what I've realized is I tell the NGO leader or the person who we are funding is like, we encourage you to use this money on yourself and on your staff. Because what we realized was, like, even though it was unrestricted, most NGOs weren't taking it as unrestricted, right? They felt that spending it on themselves. And I had this conversation even yesterday with someone, because these is my first question to an NGO leader is, how much are you paying yourself? Not because I'm interested in like if they're paying themselves too much. I'm more worried about if they're paying themselves too little. Right? And to encourage them that it's okay to make sure that you're living a decent life, that you can take care of your family. Like you might think you're sacrificing, it's okay for you to sacrifice for your personal stuff, but think of your wife, think of your kids, or think of your husband, think of your kids. And I think that's really important, and giving them the power and giving them the encouragement to do that, I think is super important, and allowing them to take care of their staff. So I mean, means it sounds really obvious, right? But it took me 20 years to figure this out. And that's me. Then I think that's what we need to do, right? We need to support the sector, and I'll come back to many other things over time. Yeah.
You know, we talk a lot in this sector about systems change, and it's something that I hadn't really thought about. But what you're really elucidating here is changing the system within the nonprofit sector itself, of who do we value and how do we show that we're valuing them. Karen, you've engaged with so many international funders through your work with NEED, and personally through your work with cross-border giving. From both experiences, I'm wondering, can you speak to the challenges you have faced personally and that you've seen others face in giving to other countries, and successful solutions you've seen in addressing those problems?
The biggest challenge, I think we'll all agree, is that there's not enough cross-border giving. So I want to put this in context a little bit. Since 2008, giving from foundations, large institutional foundations and family foundations, about a quarter of that went internationally. So that's not too bad. That's pretty good. In 2019, for instance, $8 billion went internationally from the US. That was 4 times more than 15 years earlier. So the trend is going in the right direction. But the sad news is that most of that international giving was from the top 25 foundations in the United States. So the challenge is, how do we get the smaller, how do we get the family foundations to give internationally? Well, another piece of good news is that India was the top country to receive grants from the United States. Between 2016 and 2019, $1.1 billion was given to causes in India, and that was 3.2% of all global grants. But if you put the foundation giving in context with all giving from the US, including giving from individuals who give from donor advised funds, and that giving several years ago was about $483 billion in philanthropy. Only 6% of that goes internationally. So the biggest challenge is how do we propel more international giving? The National Center for Family Philanthropy in the US has identified in a wonderful report 10 psychological barriers to giving at all. And there are 3 of those I want to highlight here that I think are particularly pertinent to international or cross-border giving. One is the lack of focus, another is the lack of proximity, and another is the lack of trust. So an American donor looks at the problems in the world. They're so complex, so overwhelming. They're escalating every day. Where do you start? And particularly if you keep hearing about the need for systems change approaches, how does a family philanthropist tackle those unless you have very well-trained staff? It can lead to choice paralysis, right? I don't know what to do, so I'm just not going to go there at all. I'm going to give in my backyard. There's this fear of making mistakes or wasting your money with your philanthropy. That's one barrier. Another is the lack of proximity, right? The lack of personal connection to the problem that you think needs to be solved, or lack of connection to the leaders or the community on the ground. And of course, we're in a room of many diaspora donors for whom that's less of a problem. But we also know that when you get to the first, the second, and the third generation in a diaspora, there's far less of a sense of personal connection to the problems. And so that giving from the diaspora drops precipitously. And then the third barrier is the lack of trust in NGOs and in nonprofits, and certainly in the governments under which they serve. As it was mentioned, I give primarily to Haiti, so I know this firsthand, how a government can upset the apple cart on whatever you're trying to achieve. You know, it involves fear of corruption, fear of inefficiency. How can we really know what's happening with our grant dollars? But there's ways to overcome these. And this is a commercial. The primary way is to work with an intermediary like Dasra. Dasra and other intermediaries like it, they have that proximity. Their ears are to the ground. They know the landscape of organizations that are taking different approaches. They can sense who the great leaders are and where the sustainability is. And they have trust because they're building the capacity of the staff and of the communities that they're serving. So I experienced this firsthand from Dasra when Supriya and my friend Farida over there and Deval, they led a giving circle for a network of engaged international donors, focusing on the leaders that they fund through the Rebuild India campaign. And we got to meet in our own living rooms, so to speak, because it was mainly online, but one was in Farida's living room. Some of the great leaders from India doing work in communities that most of us will never visit. It was an unforgettable experience, but we also learned from the Dasra staff how they evaluate these organizations, and we learned from each other what moves us. So intermediaries are key, and so are donor networks. Dasra is also a donor network. In donor networks, you hear people's stories, you hear their passions. You say, I want to come along with you. How can I experience? How can I accomplish what you have? It's the personal stories that I believe build the empathy. And also you get to share due diligence with each other. You don't have to do it all because you know other people are also out there working. And you can enter with a beginner's mind. You don't have to be an expert. And of course, you can also work with a philanthropic advisor, which I do. I give out of a donor advised fund that runs like a foundation. And my advisor helps process my grants, but refines my focus, helps me align my grant making with my values. So there's definitely ways that we can overcome some of the barriers to cross-border giving.
Thank you, Karen. You've given us both the broad and the personal, and I appreciate it. That going to your personal journey, your experience, can you speak a little bit about how you navigated the nonprofit sector and eventually how you landed on deciding to work specifically with an on the ground expert, also a commercial for Dasra.
Again, as Karen said, this, whatever I'm saying would be like the Dasra commercial, but it's coming from my heart, so I hate to do this commercial. I started, with my deep desire to help people in Kutch, started about 25, 30 years ago when I created my foundation to meet with civic society leaders, but keep in mind, I've been away from India for 54 years, so a lot of people I knew had passed away, so I was meeting with people and would ask them what projects need to be done, and these are the areas of interest I have. And I'll hear proposals from various people, and they were all conflicting advice, and I couldn't understand. One group will come and criticize the other group because they were concerned that I had limited amount of money to give, and if I gave to the others NGO, then they wouldn't get their funding. So it was pretty depressing, pardon me for saying that, but to trying to do good and people are just bad mouthing each other and selling and contradicting each other. So it was deep frustration. So I was able to do a couple of projects, a blood bank and a school in Anjar, where I was born. But then it was pretty frustrating. So then I came to, okay, if I can't do it in India, I'll do it in US. I'm here on ground and I can vet this NGOs personally and with help from my friend and colleague, Bonnie. And US philanthropy, I knew that, pardon me, if anybody works for United Way, I'm apologize. But giving to something like United Way that takes so much money up top and then gives to other very large thing, you're just giving 10, 20% away for commission for no good reason, because you can give to National Cancer Society. Of course, I assumed they were equally inefficient, because being from India and Kutch, I'm pretty tightwad. As Karen said, I want to get a highest return in anything, whether it's buying products or giving. I want to get the maximum, in this case, maximum benefit to the intended beneficiary who are most disadvantaged. That's a given. I don't want to give to people who are middle class. But the US charities were extremely, one quick example, and I don't want to bore you guys with my life stories, was a organization that was started to help the children of war veterans who fought for US. And I thought that sounds pretty good. I usually am not the guy who thinks about soldiers and stuff. So, but true, they're having a lot of issues. So I meet with the organization. I said, what's your mission and how do you work? And they said, well, we identify children of veterans. That's it. They have to, all they qualify if your father or mom was a veteran. And they give them $5,000 a year, no question asked, just like that. And immediately I thought, and I'm a pretty skeptical person, I said, wait a minute. What if the dad is a drug addict? A lot of Vietnam War veterans and Iraq War veterans have issues that he's going to spend the money on his drug habit. How do you know? And they were not following up. Are the kids doing any better than they did the year before? No, just keep giving 5,000. So, it seems like it's a small amount. What's, you're a well-to-do guy, what's $5,000, giving? So I said, nah, that's, so many of them were very similar story. They just weren't looking at the best return on your money, benefiting and being creative, innovative in terms of doing things. And then I met Dasra during COVID times, and I've died and gone to heaven because they now introduced me to NGOs that they have vetted, and I would say 98% of people they introduced me to, and one was simply slight miscommunication up front about what my objectives were. But they've all been wonderful. I mean, it's been incredible delight. One obviously Dan Lobo's organization is one we support. And I just learned so much from them too. They're all incredibly the NGO leaders that I met. In fact, one I was having breakfast with yesterday morning. I said, I want to be his friend. This guy, not just about nonprofit work, but I wanted, because he had so much wisdom and kindness and so aligned with my own thoughts and views about life. So it's been an incredible journey. And I also, besides Dasra nowadays, I also listen to NGOs I'm giving to, like Don Lobo. I think of him as my advisor in things that are AI and technology. And there are many other NGOs that I now consult with or want to consult with as more and more people I meet, is they're amazing people. And giving through Dashra, tell them your goals and objective, your parameters, and also keep an open mind. I was only wanted to give to women and children who were disadvantaged. And then they brought up the migrant workers. And I was saying, I get the problem. I realized most migrant workers likely are men. But the issue was, and there was such disadvantage they were facing, that I kept my mind open. So even at age 75, I always say, keep an open mind. You will learn so much if you go through this journey, especially if you go through Dasra or similar organization.
Thank you,
So,
Doug.
thank you.
I think what you're bringing up, which is really interesting too, is the navigating, trusting who we're giving to and the leadership and their expertise, and also wanting to know that they are taking in information to constantly improve and pivot and get better. You also mentioned Lobo as an advisor, which I completely understand. You've been working with Dasra for the past 2 decades in India very, very deeply to build out technology and information systems amongst NGOs. We only have a couple minutes left. I'm sorry to give you a tight time frame, but could you talk from that experience and perspective a little bit about the principles that have guided you in this experience?
Yeah, so for people, especially from the diaspora who go to India, right? I think the biggest thing that has really changed our family and influenced our family is the summer trips that we started doing like 6 or 8 years ago. Whereas a family, we'd go and volunteer for 2 to 3 weeks with NGOs across the country. So we did, I think, 3 years in Ladakh and then a couple of years in Mumbai. And very recently, I went to Gachiroli with Search in Maharashtra. And I think those experiences have been incredibly formative, right? And that, I think, has deepened my understanding, experience, and appreciation of the people in the sector, where working with alongside them and trying to learn from them has really influenced the way we interact with them, what we think of their advice. And what I means, I play 2 roles, right? One, both as a funder and as someone who requests funders to fund the work that we are doing. And the way I think of it is, I always want to treat our grantees the same way I expect funders to treat me. So give me enough latitude to do what I think is right. And I also want to give our grantees the same latitude. And I think that mentioned Binoy and your interaction with him. And what I've learned from people like Anshu and Sucheta and Vishal Talreja and Vanessa is the amount of wisdom that they have, and what you can learn just listening to their stories is mind-boggling. So a couple of thoughts, right? When you're giving, right, give ownership, give power, try to reset the power equation between you and the grantees. And the best way of doing it is go watch them at work, right? Work with them if you can afford it. And then the other thing is, and I actually am guilty of that for the first 10 years of my life, where there was this analysis paralysis, right? And Deval can probably has a litany of complaints against me about like trying to get hold of me, and it was just like, I don't want to deal with it, but it's okay. Like at some point in time, just outsource it if you don't have the time to do it. So I'll kind of stop here.
Thank you. I have so many more questions to ask you, but we are out of time, and I know that the audience would have a lot more they would want to hear from all of you. I think I will leave our audience with this through line I've been hearing throughout this conversation: the importance of giving with trust, trusting local leadership, the people doing this work that are closest to the problems, and also work with Dasra. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Safira, for sticking to the time. I know there are wonderful speakers waiting for us outside, and we want to hear from everyone. Thank you so much for the enriching conversation. The next session that we have is called The Ambitious Innovation and Collaboration Driving SDGs Impact at Scale. This will highlight how South Asia is emerging as a key hub for philanthropic innovation. And today we'll explore how organizations are tackling some of the critical development challenges as we look towards 2030. I would like to welcome all our speakers and moderator, Richard Hawkes from British Asian Trust, Nishant Pandey from America India Foundation, Shamina Singh from MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth, and Dr. Vanita Sharma, Reliance Foundation.
Very good. Can I start? Thank you. Just waiting for permission from Dasra before I do anything. So good morning, everyone. So I'm Richard Hawkes. I'm the Chief Executive of the British Asian Trust. I know of a good number of people in the room, and I know that a number of you will know the British Asian Trust as well. We're really proud to be partnering with Dasra. I've been Chief Executive of the British Asian Trust for about 9 years, and I think in my very first week, I went to a Dasra Philanthropy Forum in London, and I was absolutely blown away by it. It was such a brilliant event, and I've watched Dasra ever since with a lot of jealousy and tried to copy a lot of what Dasra do over the years for the British Asian Trust, and they continue to be absolutely brilliant at convening people, doing some great work in India, and getting great sessions and events like this together. So we're delighted to be involved with that. We've British Asian Trust has been partnering with the American Indian Foundation on this particular session, and so we're very pleased to be working with Nishant as well. We've got 30 minutes, and it's going to be far more interesting for you to hear from the other panelists rather than for me to talk for 27 and then give them 1 minute each. But just to frame this session, so it's about ambitious innovation and collaboration and driving the SDG impact, driving SDG impact at scale in South Asia. I think all four of our organizations do different innovative work. We do things using innovative finance, and we do a lot of innovative collaboration work as well. So we're going to really try and focus on that. The importance of all of this has never been greater than it is at the moment. I think there was a report earlier this year that said only 17% of the SDGs are on track to be achieved. Depending on who you listen to, every day the funding gap is up to $4 trillion a year. And we're not going to get that amount of money, clearly. And so we need to innovate. We know this. We need to drive greater efficiency and greater effectiveness and bring other players into the sector. And I think all four of our organizations do that in very different ways. So with that, let's just move straight into the first sort of round of questions. So we're going to do two areas. First of all, on innovative finance, and secondly, on innovative partnerships and collaboration. So Nishant, I'm going to start with you. And we agreed they will all summarize their organizations as well in their first answers. So Nishant, AIF invests $25 million a year, I think. In India, one of your key metrics for impact assessment is about how much leverage is generated from that investment to bring other funders in and so on. Can you just say a little bit more about that and how you're bringing new capital into India?
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. I think the selection criteria for this panel was that you had to be a CEO, and you had to be a CEO for 9 years. So Richard, 9 years. I've also completed 9 years at AIF. AIF is, I think, probably the largest philanthropic organization in the US-India corridor. We've been there for 23 something years, and have raised and deployed about $350 million across high impact interventions on health, education, and livelihoods in India. I think having leverage as a key metric of success and impact, I think makes a lot of sense. We only work in India, so I'm going to use our experience and examples from India. And innovation and collaboration are kind of words that are used a lot, sometimes overused. So I'm going to try and kind of make it concrete and tangible and use examples. But I think there are 2, 3 reasons why it makes a lot of sense, and that's why we do it. One is I think the scale and complexity of the challenges that we're facing is too big. $25 million sounds per year sounds like big for us, but I think in the larger scheme of things, it's about 200 crores in India. It's a very small sum, looking at the scale of the problems we are trying to solve, right? The other thing is that I think India has a very vibrant and creative business sector and a resourceful government, which is unlike many other countries around the world that I have worked in. So it makes sense to kind of use that ecosystem. Also, I feel that in India, the idea of a partnership is, at least in our experience, is highly welcomed by everyone, especially if it is designed as a win-win partnership as against, us versus them. And last but not the least, I think our donors here love it. The fact that we start from the word go with leverage as a key metric. 2 ways in which we use our philanthropic capital to generate leverage. One is structure deals from the very word go, where we are aiming to unlock additional capital from various sources, but increasingly so and more so from public finance using government funding in India. And the second way is using, obviously, philanthropic capital to demonstrate proof of concept and de-risk investment from large scale, adaptations, which a lot of organizations in the room do anyway. So I'm going to use a couple of examples from both these points. The first one is a program that we designed after COVID called Onto Prerna. Prerna is a Hindi word meaning inspiration. This was to rebuild the livelihoods of street vendors of India, the nano entrepreneurs of India, whose businesses had got completely destroyed because of COVID-induced lockdowns. India had one of the longest lockdowns in the world in COVID. But we knew that we wanted to do it at scale, and we did not have the resources to do it at scale. So we had to bring a lot of other players in. It was a complex process, but I'm glad we invested in that process and brought the government of India, digital payment firms, fintech firms, 22 banks, obviously lots and lots of street vendor associations, and so on board. Our goal was to rebuild 1 million businesses of street vendors. We have so far served about 750,000 street vendors across 57 municipal corporations of India. And with only $2.5 million of philanthropic capital investment, we have unlocked about $40 million of working capital loans from all these banks, underwritten by the government of India. So this is like 16 times leverage. But I think the more interesting and exciting thing is that our goal is 1 million street vendors and to generate incremental income enhancement of $1 billion. Now, $1 billion sounds very kind of ambitious and probably unrealistic, but if you break it down, it amounts to only 3,000 rupees, which is less than $40 per month per street vendor over a 24-month period. And it's very, very realistic. So we are talking about investing $3 million of philanthropic capital to generate $1 billion of incremental income enhancement. And all of that is because what is sitting in the middle is the working capital loans, which we're unlocking from the commercial, markets. So that's one. And I also want to say that, MasterCard was one of our thought partners on the digital payment and repayment kind of side of things when we were designing the program. And then we got, folks like HSBC and Bank of America and MacArthur and so on to kind of invest in the program. So I think, again, I should not miss mentioning the philanthropics and the kind of funding side of things, right?
No, sorry to be rude, but we need to keep the pace going because we got to get through everyone and 2 questions.
Right. I would just mention one kind of another example very quickly, which is not on the funding side, but kind of in kind, which is from our COVID experience, where we set up 53 oxygen plants and 38 hospitals across India. Again, we wanted to do at scale. And we wanted to do it quickly because of the crisis. And of course, we got funding from lots of donors and so on. But I think the most important thing here was availability of land. You need land. And we got 16 state governments to donate 550,000 square feet of land within a matter of weeks in India, and about 38 crores worth of civil work that they carried out. None of this would have been possible if we did not have land. And I think many of you work in India. You know how difficult it is to get a single rupee from the government, and we're talking about 16 different governments. The point I'm trying to make is that I think the leverage can come in many different forms, especially in the context of India, where there are lots and lots of resources, and you only need creative ideas and the will to create a win-win partnership with different actors.
That's great, and I could have listened to a lot longer. So sorry about that. Vanita, we'll come to you next. So we're very pleased in the British Asian Trust to have such a good partnership with the Reliance Foundation. But I think the foundation has evolved over the years, and in recent years, you started to embrace and look at innovative finance more. Could you just say why you've gone on that journey, and what other foundations could maybe learn from that or think about?
Sure. Thanks, Richard. So just to introduce myself, my name is Vanita, and I'm part of the Reliance Foundation, which is the philanthropic foundation for Reliance in India. And we work all across India and in a range of different areas, but including education. So, what Richard was referring to is our partnership as part of the Lifted Consortium, which is, comprises of a development impact bond and an EdTech accelerator, which is focusing on improving educational outcomes in foundation literacy and numeracy for 4 million children across India. And, I think this is our first foray into doing a development impact bond. And I think what really appealed to us and why we embarked on the Lifted partnership was, first and foremost for us, honestly, it was about the topic. It was about the issue that, we really believe that a foundation literacy and numeracy is essential for setting children on the right path for their future, education and livelihood opportunities. So I think that was first. Second was the ambition and the scale, bringing together so many different partners. Besides British Asian Trust and Reliance Foundation, there are many different partners. The Michael and Susan Dell Foundation, UBS Optimus Foundation, and many NGOs and other funders, which if I name them all, I'll run out of my few minutes, but who are part of this consortium. And they all bring different strengths to the table in terms of how we can come together and solve this issue together. And so I think those were the first two things. And then the third for us was the approach. So looking at it through a development impact bond, which has such a rigorous focus on how do we ensure we get the right outcomes. So I think those were the sort of the three drivers for us. And I think in terms of, lessons or challenges for others, I think the key thing, if you're having either a development impact bond or even a consortium partnership, the real strength of it is that you bring all of the knowledge, the experience, the different perspectives of these different partners together. But we all have different visions. We all have different ways of working. So whilst we learn from each other during the process, the key to success is how do we bring all of that together, and how do we collaborate, and how do we come to consensus? How do we compromise for the bigger mission together? And that's I think the key to success.
That's great. Thank you. And I know that there will be people here who would like to talk to you later, I'm sure, to find out more about that, which will be incredibly helpful. So, Shamina, you set up the MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth, I think, 10 years ago. And since then, incredible, invested over $430 million in more than 200 organizations across more than 100 countries. We can't talk about innovative finance without recognizing the role and that the private sector plays. So those are incredible numbers. Can you just say a little bit more about that, and also what you see as the role of the private sector in helping to achieve the SDGs?
Sure. And it's my first time here at Dasra, so I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for having me. I think that I sort of listened to everybody and realized that private sector does matter. And that's sort of the foundation of the MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth. Reliance is a business. AIF is funded mostly by businesses or people who made money in businesses. So I think the first pillar of the MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth is that you have to have commercially sustainable social impact and that business belongs. So philanthropy plays a key role in incentivizing and catalyzing upstream, but it's part of a capital stack. It is not the capital stack. In fact, once the philanthropy goes, you have to have a plan for a capital infusion or a business plan or some sort of government injection. Otherwise, as you all know, as big philanthropists, the program falls. So you're constantly in fundraising mode if at the same time you're not developing a business plan to sustain the project and the program going forward. As a matter of fact, when Nishant referenced the hospital program during COVID, we injected $8 million worth of capital to start that program with hospitals and worked on 23 of those hospitals. But our plea to Nishant and to AIF was, don't let this be capital that goes to waste. Use this as capital that builds the health infrastructure of the country. So by combining the land with the influx of capital, but also with the expertise of the academic organizations that we're housing, along with the Minister of Science and Technology in India, that was the way that gave us comfort as funders to say this is worth doing. Without that, we wouldn't have done it. And so I think that as funders and as philanthropy leaders, we have to get much more strategic and thoughtful about what is the extended life of the injection of capital. So commercially sustainable social impact and business belong is a big pillar of the Center for Inclusive Growth. The idea that networks power proximity, and your proximity to a network determines whether or not you succeed or fail in any economy. MasterCard is a network-driven company. We're a payments network. We're in 210 markets with 3 billion cardholders and 100 million businesses on the network. We believe in the power of network. So the center operates in such a way that says we extend the financial inclusion, the financial services, the inclusive growth, the sustainability networks to all the places in the world that need access to that network. That's the way we approach the work. So networks. And then finally, inclusive by design. We're also a technology company and a data company. Those are the two things driving everything in the world right now. So whether it's AI, data, technology, if we're not thinking about those three things right now, then we're not thinking about the right things. That's the piece that says the model for the center is around leveraging our assets for impact in service of people and the planet. So for MasterCard, that means technology, network, data, capital, and people. For other funders and for the other companies, that might mean different things. But for us, that's what it means. But that's our model. And I'll close with an example of a finance program that we did in India that I think was extremely innovative, and we're now doing it all in other different markets. So in India, based on our work around our signature program, which focuses on small business growth in India, basically lending and capacitizing small businesses, we worked with HDFC Bank, and we worked with the USAID and the Development Finance Corporation, both U.S. development agencies, to create a big fund. So they put in $100 million. We put in significantly less than that, but we created a risk pool that allowed that supported HDFC to lend to women because that was the target market that we were trying to lift up in partnership with the government. We created the philanthropy side of the house, created the training, the outreach, the programs that allowed the women business owners to access the funds, but the funds themselves were delivered by the bank, and they had to create the accounts. They did the lending source, and then they were backed by the USAID. I'm proud to say that that fund has been fully utilized. We reached almost 100,000, but of that, about 10,000 have actually produced the accounts, pulled the funding, and started to grow their businesses. Zero default. So now that is an example of a financing and a leveraging model at scale, focused on a segment of the population that can use our assets in a way that helps them grow in servicing in India. So happy to share more, but really excited to be here, and thank you again.
No, that's great. Shamina, thank you very much. And I won't do it now because we haven't got time, but at the British Asian Trust, we've been involved in 3 large development impact bonds in India. And if anybody wants to know more about those, 2 in education, one that Vanita mentioned that we're working on together with Reliance. And then we also are involved in a big skills impact bond, which builds on some of the things that we've just talked about. I've already seen a sign saying that we've got about 8 minutes now left. So just quickly on collaboration. So we've talked about innovative finance, but the importance of collaboration. We're all often a little bit in competition with each other, but we have to collaborate if we're going to bring about the changes that we want to bring about. So Vanita, you touched on it a little bit with the partnerships in Lifted. Could you just say a little bit more about the sort of multi-sector partnerships that you're involved in?
Sure. Thanks, Richard. Yeah, I mean, I think actually working in the philanthropic sector, we can't have competition. We absolutely have to be working together. And that's something that we really believe. As a foundation, we do a lot of programs through direct implementation. So we have our own specialist teams that develop and implement programs across the country. But we have a really strong focus on partnerships as well. And we work with probably over 1,000 different partners, ranging from the smallest of NGOs to other large foundations in India, as well as collaborating with international partners. So just to touch on a couple very quickly, just last week, we announced a new partnership where we're coming on board as a global anchor partner for the Women in the Digital Economy Fund, which was launched with USAID and BMGF, where we'll be investing in and supporting and incubating innovative solutions that are helping to address the gender digital divide in India. And that's an area we've been working on for the last few years, and this will enable us to scale it up significantly. And what we're really interested in as part of that partnership is that we will be supporting, accelerating the really good work that's happening in India on this area, but also sharing insights and best practice from India with other countries in the global south through this partnership. And I think that's one of the things that really appeals to us about how we can work together as part of consortiums where there are international partners. I may maybe leave it there.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Shamina, a few words from you on alliances and collaborations.
Yeah, they're fundamental to the work that we do. So the way that we approach it, our model is to sort of, for our programmatic work, we have a 3-step model: to test, iterate, and scale. In the testing side, we're usually, we have our own theory of the case around some of the things that we're doing. But the iteration side is when we really think about the partners and think about where the collaborative assets that we need to bring together, or where can we plug in, where we have our collaborative assets to bring to the table. And then the scale piece comes obviously when we have tested, iterated, learned the lesson, and are ready to move forward. We have a big partnership actually with AIF, where we're focusing on educating girls around tech. And so that program, if I'm not mistaken, has already reached almost 250,000 girls. But because AIF has the network and the scaling and the connection to the communities in which we're trying to serve, our program and our curriculum and the work that we've done over the last 10 years to build this program makes a lot of sense as a distribution mechanism through AIF's channels, and of course with the funding. The second thing is actually with Dasra, where I talked about inclusive by design earlier and a focus on AI and data. We're working with Dasra on our AI challenge. So again, as MasterCard, we have an opportunity and a responsibility to incentivize the market to race to the top for good rather than race to the bottom for bad. So what we've been doing to leverage our philanthropy in that way is to create an AI for inclusive growth challenge, where Dasra came in and also participated as a funder to say, how are we going to surface and how are we going to elevate solutions around the world that are trying to create AI for impact? And so that was our opportunity to create impact for good with Dasra.
Great, thank you. And then Nishant, a few words on collaboration, and then Nishant is going to close the session as well. So if we overrun, it's you that gets into trouble.
Thank you, Richard. No, very quickly, I think we fundamentally believe that the only way to achieve scale and sustainability is through partnerships. And we do it because we know we don't have all the answers. We certainly don't have the resources. And the good news is that there are lots of resources outside available and available to be, ready to be tapped into. We also work on system strengthening rather than creating our own kind of parallel systems, which I think is helpful in creating partnerships. One thing I do want to kind of quickly capture as a lesson from the partnership that Shamina was talking about, with regards to the hospitals. All these hospitals continue to operate even today as extensions of existing government hospitals. But I think partnerships, especially if you start with the idea of partnerships from the very word go, allow you to be ambitious. There's one word in the topic which is ambitious, right? Which we are not kind of looking at. The fact that MasterCard came to us and says we are willing to invest $8.9 million in this program allowed AIF to go to the office of the principal scientific advisor to the Prime Minister of India and ask them to work with us through the two startups that they had been incubating for a couple of years on an innovation called portable hospitals. It allowed us to go to all these state governments and say, hey, listen, we have the money, but we need land and we need it like within weeks. So I think the idea of partnership allows also us to be ambitious in the work that we do. Couple of examples from our work very quickly. I know we have only 2 minutes left. I think at least in India, what we see is that a lot of exciting work is happening. And as a philanthropy, we see how we can use our scarce, limited resources to kind of plug into the gaps that we see. So just to give you an example, there's something called as PM Daksh, which is a government of India's portal for jobs for persons with disabilities. But there are two gaps in that. One is that it's not very good, as you would imagine, in terms of market connections with employers. And the second one is that it's not suitable from an accessibility point of view for all disabilities that are recognized by law. So what we did is we worked with the government of India and created a portal, which is India's first, and I think the only AAA standard job portal for persons with disabilities. AAA means it's highest in terms of accessibility, which means that lots of people with different kinds of disabilities can access that. And it allows us to tap into the 10 million database that the government of India has of work-ready persons with disabilities, which we did not have. So there's a lot of synergy if you are kind of able to spot those opportunities early on. And then I see Olivia in the room. AIF has just been selected by the US State Department in DC as the anchor partner for what is called as the US-India Alliance on Women's Economic Empowerment. And that it's an alliance, and it allows us to talk to companies, American companies and Indian companies operating in India on how do we integrate rural women-owned businesses in their supply chain. So we're talking to a number of companies, and the response has been very, very encouraging. So again, lots of opportunities in terms of partnerships if we are open and if we are looking at it as a win-win arrangement. So I think with that, we come to the close of the panel. Since I have the mic, I'm not going to try and summarize, but I just want to thank Vanita, Shamina, Richard for joining me in the panel. And thank you to Dasra for hosting us. And thank you to all of you for so patiently listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's so nice to have giggles in the middle. Richard, you were such a good moderator. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for the lovely conversation. Now we have Mr. Sanjeev Joshipura, the Executive Director of Diaspora, who will address the audience.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. And thank you, Dasra. When we use the words Indian diaspora, what comes to mind? Any thoughts? What comes to mind when we say Indian diaspora? Art? Anything else? Sorry? Large, true, absolutely. I'm sure we can work out some other guesses. Sorry? Massive exodus from India. Did someone say smart? Successful. Okay, great. Well, all of those things are true. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint a picture for you about what the Indian diaspora is like in the United States, and then talk about how it relates to the theme of today, which is thrive through equity. I'm going to talk specifically about philanthropy and how the Indian diaspora contributes to making the US-India corridor, philanthropy to India, and life here in the US more equitable. Right? So my name is Sanjeev Joshipur. I'm the executive director of Diaspora. I live in Washington, D.C. And at Diaspora, our mission is to inspire and position the global Indian diaspora to be a force for good and build bridges among diaspora leaders across countries and professions with leaders resident in India. Our vision is to be the, colloquially speaking, Davos, if you will, of the global Indian. Right? Okay, so let's talk about the Indian diaspora here in the US. Let me paint that picture first. I'm going to go through a litany of statistics. Pay careful attention. You'll want to know these. And then we'll talk about how that relates to philanthropy. 5.1 million Indian origin people in America. That's about 1.5% of the population. 78% have a bachelor's degree or higher, as compared to the national average of about 36%. Right? Median income, household income of $145,000, as opposed to about $70,000, which is the national average. 16 Fortune 500 CEOs of Indian origin, and 72 of 648 unicorns. For those that are not steeped in the tech world, a unicorn is a company that has a valuation in the markets, in the private markets, of $1 billion or more. 72 of 648 have an Indian origin founder. This is a staggering statistic. 60% of all hotels in the United States are owned by Indian diaspora. 60%. That creates 4 million jobs directly and indirectly and results in $700 billion of spend. Right? 270,000 Indian students in America. 25% of all international students, directly or indirectly responsible for 93,000 jobs. I mentioned 1.5% of the population, but the Indian diaspora pays 5 to 6% of taxes in America. So already talking about contributing to the public good, this is not philanthropy, it's taxes, but it contributes to the public good. I'll come to philanthropy in a second. Patents, 10% of patents are to an Indian origin inventor. 11% of National Institutes of Health, NIH grants, are to an Indian origin person in the medical sciences. 13% of scientific papers have an Indian origin author. 35 of 50 top universities in America have an Indian diaspora in leadership. 22,000 professors of Indian origin in higher education in America. 6,000 restaurants. 28 spelling bee champions since 2000. You knew this. Can someone spell Indian diaspora for me? Looks like an Indian diaspora here in the US hasn't met a word that he or she doesn't like to spell. 3% of journalists. 150 senior public service jobs in government. That's 4.4% of senior public service jobs in government. 150 of them. 10% of physicians are Indian origin. And even more astoundingly, 30% of patients in America, at some point in time, for some reason, have seen an Indian origin physician. Perhaps that's because Indian origin physicians tend to live in areas that are more densely populated. I haven't done the research behind the research as to why. But these numbers come from the Diaspora Boston Consulting Impact Report that we just released, where we talked about the Indian diaspora's impact in the United States and on the US-India corridor. It was the first time that a quantitative chronicling of the positive societal impact of the Indian diaspora in the US has been done. This is not about bragging about success. It's about talking about what that success leads to in terms of positive influence in society. So now let's talk about philanthropy. $26 billion in remittances. Again, remittances is not exactly philanthropy, but it's a mode of help. $26 billion given from the US to India annually. The highest amount of remittances from any country in the world that go to India is from the US. $26 billion. $1.5 billion of Indian diaspora philanthropy in the United States, right? $1.5 billion annually within the United States. $3 billion to US universities given by Indian origin people since 2008. $830 million in donations to India annually, which is 35% of all donations coming from outside India. And lastly, I'd like to end by talking about a group called the India Philanthropy Alliance. Nishant, the vice chairman of that group, was just on stage. It's a group that in Diaspora incubated. Alex Counts, the executive director, is sitting far to my right. And I'm sure there's several other IPA members here. The India Philanthropy Alliance is a group of organizations that gives $135 million to India annually and impacts 70 million people in India. So that's a clear impact, a clear demonstration of how the Indian diaspora helps people thrive through equity, whether it's here in the US or in the US-India corridor. I'm out of time. Happy to talk to you a little bit more, but if you want to talk more about the impact report or the statistics or numbers, you can talk to me and talk to my senior colleague, Shobha Vishwanathan, who was instrumental in writing this report and lives just outside of New York City. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Our AV person just told me that my mic was turned on. Thank you, Sanjeev. So lively and so lovely. I would like to call upon our speakers are waiting right there to just be called on to the stage. And so the next session that we have is going to be on global givers. And in the interim, as that happens, we would also like to let you know about the release of a knowledge product that Dasra has created. It's right there on the screen. You can look at the QR code and scan that to be able to access that. These are philanthropy flashcards that provide concise, very data-driven insights informed by stakeholder discussions, shedding light on trends, obstacles, largely in the philanthropic sector. This will be available to you across the entire session, and you can go ahead and look at that. As I end this by saying that we would like to now invite our speakers, that is Ankur Vora from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Priti Trivedi from Packard Foundation, and Yasmin Madan from Co-Impact to get us started on the panel that is called Global Givers, Local Impact, How Indian Diaspora Leaders Are Transforming Philanthropy. They will largely tap on the visionary leaders who are at the forefront of philanthropic revolution. And with the unique experiences bridging the cultures, these leaders are championing giving to undeserved communities and regions within India. Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. So as was said, my name is Shivani Garg Patel. I am the Chief Strategy Officer at the Skoll Foundation. Unfortunately, we're not going to have Yasmin from Co-Impact with us here today, but we have a wonderful panel and lineup here for you both, for everybody. As it's been really interesting to hear from some of the data that Dasra pulled together, that the Indian diaspora is actually having increasing levels and significant roles that influence global philanthropy. Based on some of the data that Dasra did, over 24 foundations and collaboratives, they showed that collaboratives have strong representation with 48% of boards and executives comprising Indian diaspora leaders, while foundations see 44% at the executive level and 26% at the board level. Now, this was definitely not the case when many of us have been in philanthropy for the past 10 or 20 years when we first started. So it's been really interesting to see this trend. And you have two amazing leaders here today. I'd ask them each to introduce themselves and also tell us a little bit about your journeys, what your role is, but how you landed in the position that you're in and your path to philanthropy.
Is this on? Yeah, okay. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. It's great to see this convening. You'll just have to excuse me. My voice is hoarse after this crazy week, so I will do my best. So I am the child of two Indian immigrants, one from Bombay. My dad's from Bombay. My mom's from Chennai. And I grew up like many folks going to India every year. It feels like a second home. I think I was put on a plane when I was like 5 months old. So it really feels like when I land, I'm home. My dad came in the 80s. Actually, he was affected by polio when he was really young, leaving him unable to walk. And he came to the US really seeking sort of freedom of movement and mobility. And he wanted to contribute sort of in a way that he was able to be free of discrimination and really be able to create a life. My mom was also affected by polio in a totally different region of India and followed him here for the same reasons. And as soon as they came, the Americans with Disabilities Act was passed in the 80s, 1990. And I grew up really with the benefits of that. So the curb cuts, the protections from discrimination. I didn't have to wait in line at Disneyland when I grew up going there. And so I grew up seeing kind of the interplay of luck and systemic protection, and that's what's driven me to this work. So after college, I worked as a first grade teacher in the community that I grew up in, but really bounced between India and here throughout my career. I worked with teachers in Pune right after I finished teaching in my home community, went to policy school at Berkeley, but spent most of my time at policy school working on issues in India, whether child protection or water quality issues. So it's really been a beautiful sort of marriage for me of the two cultures, both in my life and my professional work. And I'm currently at the Packard Foundation, so I manage our special projects. I work on a range of different issues across the foundation, whether domestic or global. I'm spending a lot of time thinking about climate, which is obviously critical global issue. And so I'm honored to get to work kind of in those two spaces still.
Okay, this is on. Hey, first of all, Shivani, thank you for moderating us. And also thank you to all the organizers for putting together this amazing forum together. We are making progress in the world. We made great progress. The progress is stalling, but we can bend the curve. And I think so it's important for forums like these to appreciate where we are and what we collectively need to do to just sort of bend the curve differently. I am Ankur Vora. I'm Chief Strategy Officer at the Gates Foundation. I have probably one of the coolest jobs on the planet. I do think that's true. My origin story started sort of right across the river in Brooklyn. My parents were here with me and my brother in the 70s. My dad's a physician. They were sort of right at the cusp of taking up on the sort of the American dream. And with a group of friends, made a call to do something unusual at that point in time. And they moved back to India and decided to dedicate their lives to healthcare in Gujarat. They started a health NGO. My mom's 75, my dad's 83. They still work full time. My dad sees 100 patients in outpatient clinics every Tuesday and Thursday. It's kind of ridiculous. But I grew with that as the background. They traded off a life of comfort for constraints, but in the process, they made role models of themselves, and they showed us that actually we need to dedicate our lives to something bigger than ourselves. So I grew up with that in the background. I'm a middle child. So they decided they were going to do healthcare. They're going to say one life at a time. I was like, ooh, if you're going to go that way, I'm going to go this way. I got excited about economic growth. I became an economist and joined the movement of people who sort of helped India exit about 250 million out of the clutches of poverty. So that's what my background is. Wandered around a little bit and then ended up in this sort of coolest job on the planet. My role is we work on polio. I'm kind of excited. We are sort of at the last few cases, and hopefully we'll be at the point where in a few years from now, we can say that this crippling disease is eradicated completely from the face of the planet, and we'd never have to think about that. My job is I get the privilege of helping make sure that our resources and our programs are actually delivering on its promise and potential. And the thing that's really cool is I care about these issues, and I get to bring my heart and my head together to solve sort of the injustices of our time. So.
Thank you both. And hopefully you're hearing There's a lot that goes into bridging cultures when people like us are in positions of hopefully influence within philanthropic institutions. And that's hopefully then leads to more of that equitable giving and giving to places that feel maybe a little bit more proximate to each of us and that we can bring into the organizations we work with. So Ankur, I'm going to come to you. Each of us come from institutions and organizations that aren't based in India, have global footprints in terms of scope of where we work, and have meaningful streams of work in India. Why is that? From your perspective at Gates, why is India a priority as you think about the organization and the institution?
India has this interesting duality. It's where innovation meets heritage. It's where tradition meets tomorrow. It's where sort of you see the greatest burden, but you also see the biggest opportunities. And so I guess at the fundamental level, that's why we are there. That's why everybody is there. But before I go there, can I just contextualize? I do want to make sure that everybody in this world, we're going to talk a little bit about sort of where the world is stuck, but we've made amazing progress in the past. And India has been instrumental in sort of the success story for the world. For me, the two biggest parts of the success story for the development sector has been, one is when I was in college, 1 in 3 people, so either you or one of your neighbors was below the poverty line. And that was when I was in college, so just a generation back. That number is less than 8% in the world. It's still 8%, but it's a dramatic decline. And over the last 20 years, the single largest contributor to that success story was India. And so that's kind of amazing. 11 million children died before the 5th birthday in 2000s. 11 million children died before the 5th birthday. That's larger than probably New York City, or I guess I don't know how you count it. But that number is 4.6 million children now, which is a ridiculously high number. 4.6 million children should not be dying before the 5th birthday. But that number is about 60% less than where it was just 20, 25 years back. And one of the biggest contributors to that success story is immunization. We effectively prevented kids from dying of pneumonia or diarrhea or measles because we immunized them. We prevented them from getting the disease. And 60% of the world's supply of vaccines comes from India. Not only is India the contributor in terms of making it accessible, but it's also affordable and it's high quality. So like India's been at the forefront of the success story. And so it becomes almost a no-brainer to be part of it. And that's a backward-looking piece. Should I go to the forward-looking piece? No.
Let's do it.
The forward-looking piece is, and this is sort of in the middle terrain right now. Over the last 5 years, India has got about 70+% of its population included in the financial system. And everybody knows financial inclusion is probably one of the most important things to get people out of the clutches of poverty and then get them into the virtuous cycle rather than the vicious cycle. And it's been done by like some fundamental things like making sure everybody has an Aadhaar card, everybody has access to a digital banking account through UPI. That was amazingly powerful in times of COVID when we needed to make sure that people who are suffering were getting the resources that they required to just survive and sustain themselves. And that stack of identity and data sharing and banking is sort of the digital public infrastructure. You'll hear a lot. You're hearing a lot about that. And India was sort of at the forefront of that. It's exporting that to the rest of the world, and which means that now we're talking about billions of people having a chance to live a very different life because of innovations that happened and got proven out and got scaled in India. So that's one. What we did for vaccines, I'm seeing on the diagnostic front, TB is one of the largest killers on the planet, the largest killer in the planet. And if you could just diagnose the disease early and put people on treatment, you could bend the curve, but you can't do that today as easily because a TB diagnostic is $8, $10 a pop. That's way too expensive to scale up any program at a meaningful level. We're spending time with sort of scientists and manufacturers and innovators in Hyderabad, and people have a plan to get it down to $2 to $1. And so we're expecting within 4 years, 5 years, that we're going to change the curve on that. I can keep on going on. I'm going to do one more example because it's very exciting to see sort of the forefront of this one. AI. We're right at the cusp of this revolution. And the use cases are enormous. The use case that gets me excited is sort of in education and in healthcare. In education, you have a teacher who's trying to do her best in a classroom, and pick your city or village in Maharashtra or Gujarat, or pick anywhere. And the teacher is faced with almost an impossible task. She's got 50 kids in the classroom, all at completely different learning levels. The motivation, like if a kid can't recognize a number in 3rd grade, the teacher has no hope of teaching that child to do arithmetic. Like there's just no way of doing that. Digital AI enables that teacher to now understand truly where different children are on the learning curve, try to develop customized plans, try to help them to do stuff out of school so that they can actually get on the learning ladder. All of these solutions are sort of being tried and tested. Currently, they're much more focused on a few point solutions. They are much more targeted to the sort of the rich and the affluent, the ones who can afford it. But I love the fact that it's being done in India because very quickly, like I can imagine 5 years' time, this is going to be sort of ready for the masses. In 10 years' time, you can see it in villages in India that some power of this is going to change the game. When the Industrial Revolution happened, we like increased labor productivity by 400%. If we can do that this time, can make one teacher in one school 4 times, 5 times more productive, that's just going to be a game changer. And so I'm just excited about this. So
Yeah, I'm hearing themes of, as we all know, the scale potential that India provides, the diversity of different innovations and solutions being tested and then scaled, and then the opportunity for those solutions to then scale beyond India. And I had the chance to meet with the U.S. ambassador to India earlier this week, Ambassador Eric Garcetti, and he actually spoke to this point. He said this is one of the things that he sees as the most promising contribution that India is going to have is the continued sort of solutions that are being exported and have that reach outside of India. And you spoke about the digital public infrastructure, but that's true even at the nonprofit level when we think about the social innovations that many of the nonprofits here in this room are even working on. Dasra actually looked at 26 nonprofits, and just with those 26 alone, they were already spanning 32 countries across Asia and Africa in terms of where their reach was. So it's happening today, and that's only going to grow. Preeti, I'm going to come to you, and we're going to switch gears. So many of us, we've been in this field for a while, and it's been really interesting to see this increasing presence and representation from the Indian diaspora in the social sector. We're also seeing that, in different mechanisms outside of philanthropy in the United States here, in terms of just the broader field of social justice and social change. Can you share what you're seeing amidst the diaspora here in the United States, and how does that connect to the work that you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think, the headline is it's really exciting kind of across the groups, whether you look at diaspora engagement in Indian social change and social work, US philanthropy working in India, or local Indian philanthropy. I think all of those are sort of in a really exciting moment. I will just say, too, it's hard to not name that we are in the moment where we have the first South Asian candidate for president. We are a nonpartisan foundation, but it is exciting to see sort of the diaspora representation at all levels in our country, in the US. So on the diaspora side, I think it's really, look at the energy in this room and at this event. It's exciting to see folks engaged. I think, when I grew up, there was a lot of desire to contribute to India, even from the US. but it was really ad hoc. There weren't really sort of structured vehicles to do that, or organizations like Dasra didn't exist. The infrastructure wasn't there to really meaningfully engage. And I look at sort of my generation now, my little cousins, my elder family members who are easily sort of plugging in to work in India. My mom is on Zoom calls like every other day doing work with a disability rights organization in India. And I think that's really, it's super exciting to see kind of the contribution not only of volunteer time and connections, but also financial going in. In the US, I think, you mentioned this, Shivani, it's exciting to see also just the representation of South Asians in the philanthropic infrastructure. I've been in philanthropy now for about 10 years. It looked really different when I started. And we all bring who we are and our roots and the bridges we hold to our work, no matter what it is. So I often think about the fact that, I was raised with these sort of communal orientation and how that helps me get to yes in often sort of complicated situations in philanthropy. And so holding sort of the natural way that I think South Asians are able to translate and be in spaces with multiple languages, multiple ways of communicating, practices, ways of being. At the Packard Foundation, we have been longtime funders and donors of India, in particular around sexual reproductive health rights and justice. And that includes an over 8-year-long partnership with Dasra around adolescent health and well-being of girls and women. So that has been really just exciting to see kind of take shape and evolve over the last 8 years or so. And then the last piece around kind of Indian donors and local philanthropy. Before I was or a few jobs ago, I was at the Hewlett Foundation working on the Effective Philanthropy Group. And there we supported kind of infrastructure for philanthropy in the US. We did a little learning tour to see what existed in India. And that was 2018. And what we saw back then was just like the seeds of something that was about to blossom. We met with Dasra. That was the first time I met Dasra and a whole host of different organizations. They're really trying to provide structures for local donors to give more strategically, effectively, in a really complicated, both domestic and global environment. So it's just been really exciting to see both sort of the blossoming of Indian philanthropic infrastructure support, like Dasra and the whole host of local organizations playing that matchmaking role, but also local giving in India. I mean, I think the ability to be proximate, to be engaged with challenges that are outside your doorstep is really incredible. So it feels like it's a moment, I think, in terms of philanthropy in India across the different channels.
Thank you. We're going to open it up to questions in a minute. But I just wanted to build on your point around the diaspora here in the US. I actually heard from the same session with the ambassador to India, the US ambassador, that we make up the Indian diaspora, people of Indian origin, less than 1.5% of the population in the US, but 6% of the tax base. And in terms of, maybe this came up already, but in terms of the giving potential, it's quite significant and growing very rapidly as the wealth in our community grows. And it's slated to be at the magnitude of 2.5 billion by 2030 in terms of philanthropic giving. So I think there's a real opportunity to continue to think about what role the diaspora can play in not only funding, but engaging, as we've heard from other panelists, in different ways and contributing time to things that are happening in India, because it has global impact, not just in India, which is in and of itself significant, but it also has that global impact. So we're going to close with, what is one takeaway or highlight or message you'd like to send to the Indian diaspora that are in this room before we open to questions?
Well, I'll just say, I mean, I think, as I just said, what's been really exciting to see is the development of local vehicles and channels to support engagement. Organizations like Dasra, there's a whole host of infrastructure supports. And I think not only are they channeling and supporting folks to engage with issues in India, but they themselves need support. So support for the infrastructure that enables sort of an effective and vibrant philanthropic sector. So thinking about kind of how do you support the field that you work on and the issue that you work on, but also the enabling channels.
So if there was one thing you took away, I just want to contextualize this for you. Like, progress is possible. Progress has been made. If you compare India to where she was 30 years back, or compare India to any of their peer group, there's actually much more progress that's been made compared to pretty much everybody else or temporarily. So I think sometimes we forget that. And I want to make sure people remember that actually we made a lot of progress. So that's one. Having said that, there is still a lot to be done. I don't think I or you or the country itself thinks we are the place where we need to be. But we're sitting on a lot of potential. Like every example I give you, and there's probably like 3,000 more examples of where India's at the cusp of contributing to itself and the rest of the world. The power of the government right now, the governance has just gotten so much better compared to everywhere else in the world. And so India's sitting on a lot of competitive advantage. So my one piece of, I guess, advice to everybody is that please do not sit on the sidelines waiting for change to happen. Please be the change that you want to see.
Great. Questions from the group. And I think someone has mics, or I can pass a mic.
Does it? Yes.
Thank you very much for those insights. My name is Christian Mehta, and I'm from Canada. Arrived this morning, actually just about half an hour ago. And I have a question. I lead philanthropy at Toronto Metropolitan University. And I have a question regarding the kind of transnational expression of the diaspora. So my family is from East Africa. We're originally from Gujarat, and I'm also a Canadian. And I'm wondering if you can comment on the kind of heterogeneous complexion and nature of the diaspora in perhaps collective action to support India.
I mean, I feel like you just did. I think that is exactly right. And I think it's part of the strength of this community. As I was saying, I think like the beauty of being in philanthropy and seeing what comes from being part of the diaspora is just growing up with diversity in a whole host of different ways. Like, my folks don't speak the same language. They don't eat the same food. Like that's just in my little ecosystem, right? I was raised with that. And when you think about what that looks like globally, it's really part of the strength of what the diaspora can offer. And I think it's not just sort of the range of different perspectives and where we work and how we're engaging with different issues, but it's the soft stuff. It's the intercultural, like all of the stuff that it takes to get work done in this field is like, how do you relate to each other? And I think it's really beautiful.
What you said.
Hi, I'm Rohinton Mehta, and I'm on the board of a couple of nonprofits here in the US, deeply connected with several in India. The problem or the elephant in the room that nobody has talked about yet is since the last 2-3 months, very significant NGOs have been denied the FCRA renewal. And that has a deep impact on getting more contributions and donations from the Indian diaspora. Can you please give a candid comment on that?
Well, let me do that one.
Rohinton, it's a great question. I'm going to answer it slightly differently, and it might be a little bit unsatisfying to you. But I was on a panel a few months back, and there was a gentleman on the panel with me who sort of made me think about this issue slightly differently. And he said, like, do you know how many nonprofits are registered in India? I want people to guess what the number is. There we go, 3.5 million. And he was like, you have no idea how to regulate and what kind of things are going around. So please do not pass judgment on what is going on there till you understand what's happening in the situation. And so I do not know what's happening with the 3.5 million nonprofits and what they are engaged in. And if the government has a regulatory body who's looking at that and making a call that they want to regulate a particular way, I guess that's why they're doing it. So And I know it's not going to be satisfying for you. Oh, we got.
Did you want to add to that?
Just a comment.
Yeah.
3.5 million is the wrong figure. There is no data evidence on that.
Oh,
I just wanted to correct that because we don't have any data with us.
Okay.
So someone said 3 million on some basis, and that's something. So you can imagine that even BCCI, the biggest cricket board, from the best possible schools and colleges, registered in 1860, 1870, 1880, are also in that 3 million data. So that we need to correct. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the note. And did everybody hear that? So the 3.5 million is not a substantiated number. So something that needs to be understood further to understand what the real number is. I do think it's an important point. It is something happening in our ecosystem.
that's
I do think it's an important point, and I know many in this room are struggling with that or have partners who are struggling with this. Funders are as well. And I hope we can have more conversation on how we can learn from each other on how to, manage through and navigate through the challenge that does exist. So thank you for raising it. We have time for one last question.
Katie Smith Milway. I'm also from the Gates Foundation. Nice to meet you, Ankur. And I know Preeta from Hewlett. This question may be for someone in the room, but when you follow the money on the diaspora giving, where are the biggest tranches going in India?
Does someone have an answer? I mean, I think it's probably health and education and increasingly in climate, but anybody have data? Yes? Oh, okay. Do we have time for one more question?
Yeah, go for it.
We have 2 minutes. Okay. Yes, please.
I just wanted to ask, how are we mobilizing the Indian diaspora here to actively participate in philanthropy or these type of giving acts?
Well, I'll just say, I mean, I think that's part of the role of the infrastructure group. So tapping into groups like Dasra in Diaspora, there's a whole host of different ways and organizations that are trying to do exactly that. Now, I think it's hard. It's like relatively new infrastructure. And so again, sort of supporting that both financially and through engagement is critical. So not much more to add. No.
Yeah, no, I see it happening in sort of 2 or 3 different ways. One is definitely this. So today is it. Dasra, you heard Sanjeev speak to us just before that, like Indiaspora is doing an amazing job in terms of trying to pull the diaspora together, have sort of conversations where you get to learn from each other. And that's been one channel which has been great. Please tap into that if you're not part of that. The second one is, I think so, one of the things I love about Indians and the diaspora is like everybody has somebody that they know who's doing something very interesting. And it's been great to see sort of the innovations in terms of 501(c)(3)s in this country that allow you to fund programs that you think are really valuable. And so this was not the case 20 years back. Now you can find a channel to say that you can do that. So, and then there are probably more people in the Indian diaspora who are trying to do good in the world, not just in India, but elsewhere. And so you can probably reach out to one of your friends and at least within 1 degree.
So I have a suggestion. How many people here are running nonprofits in India who are in the room? Okay. Folks who are from the diaspora, find one of these people. Let's have a conversation, get to know what they're working on, and let's start there and see what sparks. So hopefully everyone can make that happen today. And we're over time, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm so happy that they were able to squeeze in time for Q&A. Thank you, Shivani, for facilitating that and also being our mic runner also. Thank you so much. We would like to now move on to the next session, which is going to be celebrating 25 years of Dasra with old friends and the current members of Dasra, speaking also to the philanthropic shifts that it has observed in the last 25 years as it has been in the sector. So I'd like to welcome Boris Simperstein, Global Council member at Dasra, Akriti Desai from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Deval Sangvi from Dasra, and Ananya Chakrabarti from Dasra.
Hello. Hello. Yes. Good morning. How has the day been going? It's a long back-to-back panels, and I know I'm between the next networking break that all of you are probably looking out for, so I'll just be very quick. But I'm Ananya, and I have been with Dasra for more than 8 years now, and almost everything that I know about the development sector comes from my being here. So I'm really excited to be on this panel and in this conversation because it's very close to all of our hearts. I have with me Boris, who is a very tenured Global Council member of Dasra, Akriti, who is at the Philanthropy Partnerships team at the Gates Foundation, and Deval, who I hopefully don't need to introduce in this room, but he's the co-founder of Dasra. And yes, we are 25 years old now. And this year has been a combination of reflections on lessons from the last 25 years, but also a lot of hope for the future and what it stands for us. This milestone year sees Dasra in a deeper commitment to equity. And while it has always been ingrained in what we do, it is now very intentionally placed in our vision and what we plan for. The pursuit of equity can be extremely complex, and it's a long-term endeavor. And we really hope that we'll be able to reflect on this panel on how that journey has been and how equity can help us kind of be the guiding force to drive social change. I think first, Akriti, I'll come to you. There's a very special reason why we have you on this panel. She has been a fellow with Dasra back in the day, and it was lovely to have her. But since then, you have had a wide experience and of the philanthropic shifts and have also worked extensively in diversity, equity, and inclusion. So if you could start us off a little bit with, the perspective and how you have seen shifts from where you started and how things have moved over the last years.
Yeah, it's working. Thank you so much, Ananya, and thank you for the whole Dasra team for putting this together, probably mostly from afar, which is very difficult to do. In 2009, when I joined Dasra as a fellow, I was a disaffected financial consultant. This might sound familiar to Deval and Neera, who was just looking to make some impact. And I found myself in Bombay, found myself connected to Deval and Neera, and that began my career in philanthropy. I think back then, Dasra was a team of about 10 people or so. We worked out of an auntie's bungalow near Car Subway, had to take our shoes off because it was her home. And to see, what Dasra has become is truly special to watch, having been there from the start. So Dasra was my introduction to philanthropy. And I think I might have even been reading Philanthrocapitalism, the book that came out in, I think, 2008 on the plane ride from the US to India. And at that time, there was a lot of conversation about how do we apply business models to philanthropy, a very technocratic approach. That was kind of the mainstream aspects of philanthropy at the time. And what I have seen in 15 years, so from Dasra moving to the Clinton Foundation and now being at the Gates Foundation over the last 8 years, we see this continual shift to now what we're calling trust-based philanthropy, centering equity in our philanthropy, power sharing in philanthropy. And for me, the common thread through all of these different trends in philanthropy is a genuine intent by donors to make impact, and them really trying to figure out what is the best way to do that. So at the Gates Foundation, and I do have to say, before diving into the team I sit on and the Gates Foundation more broadly, there are people and organizations that have been practicing this type of philanthropy for a very long time. It's become more mainstream to talk about it, but there definitely have been leaders. And so this is to say we're all in a journey, and the way that we are thinking about centering equity as one of the largest institutional grant makers is across a few different pillars. So we think about how do we center diversity, equity, inclusion in talent? So in our hiring processes and talent retention, we think about it from leadership accountability perspective, team culture, foundation culture, and last, most important and most relevant, I think, in this conversation is in our partnerships and voice. So how do we show up for our grantee partners? How do we source our grantee partners? How do we ensure that we are finding proximate partners who are closest to the solutions and empower them and provide the support that they need to do the good work?
Thanks. I was so interested that I started taking notes in my very, very Dasra avatar. But Boris, you have been with us for such a very long time. Could you just reflect a little bit on the journey that you have seen us go through?
Yeah, the other way of saying you are a tenured, long-standing board member is just to say it's time for you to go, Boris. And so I recognize that yes. So about a year before the 2009 window, I have a Parsi wife. I am traveling to India constantly doing private equity in that time frame, and my wife, who knows Deval and Neera from the time that Deval and Neera were investment banking analysts at Morgan Stanley, she says, "I know these two that went off and started a nonprofit. You're in India. Go meet them and do something with yourself, save your soul," because I'm doing private equity at the time. So we meet, and we took a very private equity lens to how to do philanthropy. And this is to your point of the maturity that's happened within the organization stemmed from two bright-eyed, bushy-tailed founders coming out of a very elite institution where, and I'm not being insulting to anyone who is in these industries. I was in these industries, but management consulting, banking, private equity, we have the answers, we have the template. All we need to do is go find the organizations and we're just going to apply it. And this is going to work out great. And if you know the statistics of how great these things typically work out in private equity, it's usually one, it's like that unicorn. So the first part of my relationship with Dasra was this belief of Dasra is effectively a private equity manager for goodwill, right? We are looking for people who want to do goodwill. They don't have the resources, capacity, on the ground presence to go do it. We are looking for good organizations that know what they're doing, and we're going to stand in the middle and prescribe the way that this is going to work and match everyone. And that was and is still true. But the maturity that's happened in the organization, and I mean within Dasra, and it's been intentional at the board level, the maturity that has happened is the realization that there isn't a template. There is a vast need for understanding ground realities that no team could ever grasp. And it went from 10 employees to now it's 150 strong. That's the growth of the organization. But the empowerment that we have insisted on within Dasra to make sure that the second tier, the third tier, the fourth tier leadership within the organization is empowered to go make the necessary decisions on the ground at the spots of impact. That is how we have shifted our thinking in what we're looking for in a funding model and in a collaborative model where we are trying to go to the proximate leaders. We are trying to be very intentional about the people we select and what they represent and sort of building this portfolio that represents what we think is the is the fair, the equitable, the right lens through which to see India? And that's where we are today. In brief, that's basically the maturity model. Now, I've stuck around only because when I was done wearing one hat, we needed to send money across to India, and I have some operational and technical background. And so I just plug myself into anywhere that there's work to do just so I can stick around and be inspired by this team. And I don't say that in a patronizing way. I truly, so private equity is part of my background. I also have had two senior leadership roles in actual nonprofits in the US, unrelated to Dasra. And I have said this, I continue to say, I have never ever experienced a nonprofit organization that brings the quality, the diligence, the rigor that Devo and Neera have basically instilled within Dasra as an approach, whether it's to equity or anything else. The quality of the product that's produced, the quantity of the product that's produced, and the thoroughness of it is like anything that I've seen in the for-profit or nonprofit sector. And so, frankly, the reason I have tried to stick around and hang on to his little beard coattails is because every single year we have developed and matured, and it is really an inspiring place to be as a board member, I'm sure as a staff member, in any capacity. So anyway, that's my story with Dasra.
Thank you. And Deval, 25 years back, something happened in the city, right? And you were right here, and then you just decided to go back to India. And you started Dasra with Neera, who's also your wife. What were you thinking? Okay, that's not the question. Maybe it is.
By the way, Deval wasn't a great analyst at the time. His decision-making of going in with his wife.
So, on a serious note, Deval, when you started, what was really your vision, and what were you driving towards? And since then, has the goalpost shifted? How has things moved for you as the founder? How have you seen that?
Yeah, so I think both Neera and I were fortunate to spend time volunteering with NGOs before we met at Morgan Stanley. So Neera worked and volunteered with an organization her mom started, an IIT Kharagpur, working with Adivasi communities, and I had worked with children who lived in and around the streets of Grant Road train station. And so I think both of us had sort of worked briefly with communities. We understood their potential, their inspiration, their resilience, and then just happened to have to pay off college loans and get a job and follow, I guess, what our parents told us to follow, like most immigrant parents tell you to do. But we connected on that front. And so I think, day in and day out when we were working not too far from here, we would talk about, wouldn't it be amazing if we could use some of these skills, but with leaders on the ground in India? And what sort of confused us then and still confuses us now is in the for-profit sector, we fund entrepreneurs, we give them equity, we provide them managerial support, we look at 7 to 10 years for them to achieve some level of success. And in the NGO sector, the same individuals who've created this wealth and invest smartly, they do it dumbly in this sector. And equity is thrown out the window. It's all about, I know the answer, I'm the investor. And so for us, it was like, can we help, in essence, individuals move larger amounts of capital away, but with really focusing on local leaders? And so I'm originally from Houston, Texas, and I know when I was growing up, at least, I was fortunate enough to get exposed to Pratham, which has done amazing work over the years. And I only bring that up is because in my mind, I guess as a high school student volunteering for Pratham activities in Houston, I was like, doesn't India need 1,000 Prathams? And so how do we sort of get there? And so I think that was sort of the basis of our idea of let's just do what, in essence, good banks do, but do it for NGOs, because that was the only skill also we had. I mean, we weren't doctors or lawyers or farmers, so we had actually no other skill but this. But it was always about, to your point, keeping the NGO leader in the community at the center, just like good companies do, and enabling them to grow and scale. So in that sense, I don't think our vision has changed that much. I think the goalpost has changed tremendously. We never imagined we would have the level of people that are here today. We would never imagine that we would have the ability to work with so many inspiring NGO leaders and visit and be part of these communities and to build a Dasra family, which goes well beyond, the hundreds of people who've worked with us, but it's really everyone in this room and outside of this room. So yeah, we keep pinching ourselves and are excited to see what comes next.
Thanks, Deval. And Akruti, you have had the chance to kind of see us from outside. But if you could just reflect on a little bit of that, but more on also what potential does Dasra hold?
Yeah, happy to. And thank you for always keeping me in the Dasra family. We joke that I can't get away even if I tried, right? Yeah, so I will bring it back a little bit to 2009 just to set some context where when I was working as a fellow at Dasra, the kind of primary program they were running was Dasra Social Impacts for the leading social entrepreneurs in the country, capacity building, often providing them with skills so that they could speak in a way that might mimic the business world to make those pitches to those types of donors. That was a part of it. But behind the scenes, I know Neera and a few folks were working very hard on what became essentially the first version of this in March 2010, the first Dasra Philanthropy Forum. And the idea was to bring not just the NGO leaders that have been through the program and alumni together, but also donors. And I remember at the time, Neera being incredibly stressed and wondering, what if no one comes? What if nobody shows up? Which clearly is not the problem today and was not then either. So that was the context of what's this crazy idea, bringing donors and NGOs into the same room, talking about philanthropy was a fairly novel concept. And fast forward to 6 years after I left Dasra in 2016, when I joined the Gates Foundation, I was very pleasantly surprised to hear that Dasra at that point had already become a grantee of the Philanthropic Partnerships team. And the team that I sit on really focuses on how can we help donors be more informed, excuse me, and intentional in their giving journeys. And they saw the work that Dasra had been doing over the past 6 years with donors to play that bridge between knowing exactly what the needs of the social entrepreneurs and the communities are, as well as what the needs of the donors are, and playing that incredibly important role of intermediary between the two. I still think it's fairly unique. I, not making this up, about 2 weeks ago, had a call about a project in China. And my counterpart in China essentially said, the hard thing is there's not like a Dasra type of organization here that could help us implement this. So this is a model that I think other geographies and regions really could utilize and could, I think donors see a huge benefit in it as well.
Thanks, Akruti. And Boris, I was wondering if we could just get into a little bit more into the depths of equity, because we know that's very close to your heart. And if we are fast forwarding, I guess, around the time when we had the pandemic and COVID hit, we had to make some very good decisions. And I call them good because they have come out really very strongly for us as an organization. But if you could just delve a little bit on that and that experience, and that led to us having the Rebuild India Fund, but if you could reflect on that as well.
Yeah, well, again, you've stumbled unknowingly onto something of equity being close to my heart, is because my wife was the director of DEI at a large law firm for 8 years. She is now in that space. There's a word intentional that you just heard, and part of that, the maturity that I talked about, is we as a board, and I'll speak just for a second about Dasra and then Rebuild. As a board, we recognize that there had to be intentionality. And this speaks to Dave and Neera have this great idea. They go get 10 people, that's manageable. When you are growing to a larger size organization, there had to be a moment where at the board level, we put an intentional lens on them to say, you must be empowering the next generation of leaders. If you fall off a cliff, this organization must go on. COVID hits. Everyone can imagine, hopefully, the scale of what that means for a country like India. And there is as audacious and complex a goal as it is simple that comes out of this concept of a Rebuild India Fund. And let me just state, we are blessed to have the Empowerment Foundation, the Target, Tarsadia Foundation as anchors that trusted us to do this. And that's why what I'm about to say was possible. The trust that was placed was we wanted to fund, and we are in the process of funding 500 organizations over the course of 5 years with unrestricted giving to let these organizations be these organizations. And the lens that is placed on that is a very intentional equity lens to make sure that, to your point, there are 10 to 12 organizations in India that might be kind of polished enough to on their own stand up in front of donors. And then there are thousands that aren't, but are doing great, very specific work and would never get the attention of a donor if not for some collective effort to bring them to the table. And so Rebuild was structured to be very proximate, very geographically dispersed, very intentional on marginalized communities, all these specific lenses that we wanted to have an intentional focus on, because we knew that if there wasn't that structure, it would naturally fall back to the playbook of we have all the answers, just do it this way, and we'll kind of figure it out. So we are at 175 now. This is one of the hats I put on as I help steer the Rebuild. But even to that point, structurally, the selection of these organizations is not what we call the Joint Steering Committee that we have as a sort of secondary body. The actual selection is by the leaders that are being funded. So we go to them, we ask them, who are your peers? Who do you respect on the ground? Who should we be looking at? One, it gives us a true answer of here are the players, sort of a pre-screening of, if you will. Two, it by its definition gives these leaders reach and impact beyond just their organization because they are part of something larger and they are helping promote the next generation of these smaller organizations. So, we're intentional internally. We intentionally have structured the funding to reflect that kind of internal lens that we put on Dasra into the funding model that we believe will take it forward. And again, we believe this is a template that any region can do. This approach is the approach that we believe is best. And so that's why we're putting as much of our effort as we have behind it.
Thanks, Boris. And I think I love the fact that you say it has to be intentional in the way we look at it. And as we scale and as we grow, it needs to be much more ingrained in the way and more structurally ingrained. With that, Deval, how do you see the vision for the next 25 years of Dasra? And I think I left the last and the easiest question for Deval, but if you can talk about what you see the next 25 years to be.
I mean, I think to both what Akruti said and Boris said, I think as a sector as a whole, we need to do a far better job focusing on equity and putting the decision back to where it belongs, the communities who are doing the hardest part of lifting themselves out of poverty. And all of us, whether we're intermediaries or NGOs or donors, we're just lucky to be on that ride. But it's really having them have that voice, allowing them to sort of make those decisions. So I guess in a couple of areas, like Akruti said, we had a fellows program for many years. And back then, because like Tak said earlier, being sort of nice Gujarati tightwads, which I also am, from a funding perspective, we're like, we'll do a fellows program and get individuals like Akruti or Nirav Shroff or so many others who are Indian Americans who spent a few years working in banking, coming to India, working for free with us for some time, and then going back. And that was our fellows model. So we had lots of NRIs come, and it was great. And they were very, very critical in our growth. But just this year, a group within Dasra have created a new fellows model where this year we went to minority institutions across Mumbai. We brought on 7 amazing leaders from these communities. And they're in our offices today and really saying, look, we need to now Dasra needs to look more and feel more like the communities we serve. And so it's just a very start in that process. We still have a lot to do at a leadership level to ensure these individuals are not just, for example, driving the impact, the investment committee of Rebuild, but are driving also decisions that are made at a Dasra level. And so I think from the equity perspective, we need to be more representative of the communities we serve. I think number two, I think what we've realized was a lot of the things that we have practiced or preached, like Akruti was saying from the beginning, it hasn't necessarily become a global movement yet. And I think that's why we do these gatherings. That's why we were so fortunate to sponsor 20 NGO leaders from India to be here this full week so they can talk about their experiences. But these voices need to be heard and they need to be at the table, not the Dasra voice. And so I think that's sort of the second piece. And then the third piece, I mean, like you said, 25 years, hopefully Neer and I will retire by then. And we have such a strong leadership team. You all have met with them. They're the ones who do all of the heavy lifting. And so hopefully you all will be taking the reins and then we can sit back, relax and enjoy.
Thank you, Deval. That's absolutely an easy thing to do, taking over what you're doing. Yes, can't even imagine. But I think we have a little bit of time. And so I think miraculously that has happened because you all have been very to the point, and we can open up for a few questions at this point in time.
Hi, Deva. Reaching 25 years, I think, is a huge achievement. If you had to give us a message of, say, two things as nonprofits that we should do, and maybe one or two things that we shouldn't do, which in your journey you have learned, I'd love to hear about that.
Yeah, I think one of our biggest mistakes was it took us a decade to believe in ourselves enough to start building a team. So like Akruti said, when she joined in 2009, we were already 10 years old, but we only had 10 people. And one of the reasons were Neer and I were still not sure if this is going to work out. Are we adding value? It was quite different. The last thing we wanted to do was take money out of the sector. And so it was our board that pushed us to say, look, you're at the helm, take some risks, bring on people, see what you can do. And so I think as NGOs, many times we are burdened by the fact of, should we hire people or not? Should we bet on ourselves? And I think we need to, because honestly, the for-profit sector bets on themselves all the time. And like Boris was saying, maybe one unicorn comes from that. I think we need to be much more sort of not even risk-taking, but just believe in ourselves more, just like the for-profit people do. So I think that's number one. I think number two, like stick with your model and your culture. I think that is the most critical thing you can do. And many times donors or government or other stakeholders will come in and sort of sway you one way or the other. And it's so difficult to pull back from that. And the pain, honestly, it causes your community, yourself, your team. It's just not worth it. And so again, being bold enough to not just believe in yourself and bet on yourself, but also saying, look, I know kind of the answers. And I know the answers because every day I'm speaking to the community and they're telling me what those answers are. So I think those are sort of the two things I would look at. Yeah.
Let me just add one thing. So the board pushed them to do this, but I will put a call to all donors. The only way that happened was we came up with commensurate funding in an unrestricted way, and we said, we trust you. So this trust started long ago, and it was Neer and Deval, don't be penny wise, pound foolish. Go invest in your team. You know what you're doing. You will do well. That can't just be a suggestion. That came with money. And that money enabled them to grow. And that money gave them the confidence to go and power the next leader. So from a funder standpoint, you must, the 15% myth, whatever it is, whatever the number is right now. And again, I've seen this as a governance partner. I have operated at senior leadership levels of two nonprofits. The mentality cannot be, I'm just looking for a ratio. You have to say, I trust this organization. Just like if you're an investor, I trust you and your business model. Go do it right. Here is the funding to do it. Not just I'm investing in that widget maker and it better go to that widget maker, and forget everything else that you have to have alongside the widget maker. So I will put that plug because he sort of glosses over our board pushed us for it. We did. We also had to come up with the cash to do that. And we did.
We have time for one other question. Yeah.
Hi, question to Deval again. The culture that I see in your team has been very encouraging. I've been in the sector for 10 years, but I've known Dasra closely only the last year and a half or 2 years. And what really is endearing to see is the kind of respect that is there in your team for the sector, for the people in the sector. And it is rare. Like I said, a decade and a half in the sector in India, there's a lot of condescending tone, there's a lot of telling that happens. And I've not faced that even once in the team at Dasra. And I really wanted to congratulate you and Neera for that, for what you have built. And it's amazing that it is continuing even when the team is 150. So what did you do right? What do you think went right? And what was that one thing you did, you feel?
Go to the community, see what they deal with, and realize we are nothing. And I think every day one needs to be reminded about that. And we are when we go to the community. And I think that is critical. And I think we're very lucky to have a large team that does that. And so I think it's all of you leaders that allow us to continue that.
And if I could just quickly add to that, I think one thing that I would be remiss not to mention is when we constantly talk about equity and centering equity, it can often be framed as a moral imperative. From my personal perspective, it's an efficiency imperative, right? If you're not close to the communities, you don't know what their solutions are, and you're trying a bunch of things that don't work. So to that point, your team going out to the communities, I'm sure is very, very helpful, and you all being a very culturally wonderful team, but also very efficient team.
Thank you so much. I think that brings us to the end of this wonderful conversation. But if I were to leave just a couple of points that I really stood out to me, is that we need to be closer to the communities that we are and be inspired by what they do day in and day out. And it has to be intentional. It cannot be done any other way. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ananya, Deval, Akruti, and Boris. It was such a lovely conversation. And I've been loving the kind of storytelling that has been happening through the entire day so far. And with this, we open up for a networking break for about 15 minutes and see you all back here at, what is the time? 11:45. Hello. Do I have everyone's attention? Hi, 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 hi. Here at the podium. Do I have everyone's attention? We are about to begin. I don't think anybody's listening to me. You're so engaged in conversations. Can we get like somebody? I have to message them. Yeah, yes. I know. Yeah.
Everyone, we love the fact that there are so many healthy discussions going on. We're going to try to get to the next session. So if we could all find seats, get to whatever venue you're going to be in, and we're going to have we're going to continue the fun for the next session.
We love all our champions coming and trying to be the timekeepers of Dasra Philanthropy Forum. Hello, so we are, I think, ready to get started, and we have a very long-standing partner, data.org of Dasra, that is going to be present here. And I would like to call upon Perry from data.org to address the audience. Do you think that we need 5? I think we, yes. All right.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? I'm fighting against some really delicious trail mix, so I don't think I'm going to draw the room very well. Anyway, good morning, everyone, and thank you to the entire Dasra team for pulling off this amazing event today. Not only the amazing event today, but the 25 years and all the achievements in philanthropy and social impact. I bring a great deal of humility to this stage because given the quality, quantity, and rigor, Boris, I totally stole that from you, of all that Dasra does in India and globally, I also bring my curiosity and my commitment to learning while here and doing better. So this idea of a TED-style talk is really intimidating, right? Because they all start with these giant and surprising ideas like, guess what? In 2 years, we're all going to be living on Mars. Or the secret to eternal life, turns out it's just a raisin. I have nothing like that for you. I come with a less visionary, but really more practical stance and a focus on what we can achieve together today. Data.org lives at the intersection of what is possible and what is practical. As a platform for partnerships building the field of data and AI for social impact, we launch global innovation challenges as what I like to call engines of discovery to surface great ideas and novel approaches. And today I'm going to offer a quick update on our 4th and most recent Global Innovation Challenge, the AI to AI Challenge, sponsored by the MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth, and huge gratitude to our regional partner, Dasra. So if we can just go to the next slide, please. Oh, other side? Yep, good. All right, can you see the one with the map on it? I'm looking for the one with the map on it. Excellent, great, thank you. So what did we do out of this challenge and what were our goals? Our goals were to issue a global call for existing, meaning there was already something in progress. It was not like an idea somebody had in the shower, for innovative AI solutions that were seeking scale, like how do you go from your little pilot to something that can scale, to accelerate inclusion and economic empowerment. We wanted to drive principles of practice of responsible AI with applications focused on inclusive growth that were climate aware, gender equitable, racially sensitive, and locally informed. We want to democratize AI services and solutions for historically underserved populations by mobilizing access to award money, to technical assistance, and to really an enabling environment, which is a lot of what guarantees success. So what have our results been to date? You can see on the map, we got 519 applications from 82 countries, including 46 from India. The following themes were dominant: financial inclusion, no surprise, it's in the name, that was a good guess. Education, a lot of really interesting applications from textbooks to in-class, really fascinating stuff. Gender, which is near and dear to my heart, and a lot of what I hope we can end up investing in. Health and agriculture. There are a ton of farmer chatbots proposed and live in the field, and also a true demand for very hyper-local data. As climate crisis emerges, as these smaller and smaller data sets became available, or data sets offering more and more granular views, I should say, the chatbots that can make that accessible to farmers seem to be a big topic of conversation. So next slide, please. What do we know, right? What do we know today based on these applications in a broader context of what we all work on? What was a ticket to win in 2020 is now a ticket to play in 2024. What was groundbreaking just a few years ago is now table stakes. And I was, reviewing the applications for a $10 million Inclusive Growth and Recovery Challenge in 2020, 2021. And just to see the change in what people are proposing and how they're thinking about technology is really pretty huge. AI is evolving rapidly, no surprise to anyone, and so are the use cases on the ground. Many of these build on existing technologies, and I love to see that. We want to stand on the shoulders of other stuff, not build our own email clients and social networks anymore. But they're building on WhatsApp, and the use cases are impressively diverse. And this is what really fascinates me personally, is that there's something about the perceived intimacy of conversational interfaces that is made possible through generative AI that is shifting the way individuals are using technology, whether that's women in rural India asking very specific questions about sexual and reproductive health in the intimacy of that chat interface, or US veterans who are engaging with an AI around their fear of losing privacy when applying for vet benefits. In the US, the VA did a really interesting chatbot, and it drew completion rates for these veterans who are unwilling or unable to complete the forms by having this feeling that they could talk to a veteran like them, even though it was clearly stated it was a chatbot. It was a chatbot really created by, with, and for veterans. So this is something I'm seeing in the challenge applications. It's something I'm seeing in other social impact organizations. And, I do a little work with private sector enterprise companies, and they are seeing it in their HR chatbot application. So I just think that's something as we all think about both this challenge and how we're thinking about leveraging AI, it's just an interesting observation. It will surprise no one in this room that trust and informed use together are critical for effective community engagement and reliable results. No one will be surprised that, and by that, and the challenge applicants see that as a critical area for investment. If people do not trust you, we wrote something called the Recode Report at data.org back in 21 or 22. And we'd gone to all these underserved communities saying like, hey, let's figure out best ways to use your data. And they were like, we don't even trust you. We don't even know you. Like, we didn't want to give you our data. So that seems to be a real area of emphasis, both in the challenge applications and what we see elsewhere. So what's next? Tempered optimism for the potential opportunity. People see risk and reward. We're all figuring it out together. Rapid advancement of AI technology, complex reasoning and domain-specific expertise like math Olympiads or healthcare. And change is here. I'm wrapping now. And accelerating. So we need adaptation of individuals, organizations, and the government, and it's all inevitable. So last night, I think I saw Purva there, where I spoke at a climate data event where someone said, in the context of that false dichotomy of climate mitigation versus climate adaptation, that adaptation was not about admitting defeat, but it's about ultimately, it's a very hopeful act to adapt. I think we can say the same about data and AI for social impact. An AI-driven world is coming for all of us, and we want to be ready to adapt with innovative approaches, local skills, and capacity investment, and above all, with hope for a brighter future. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Perry. She's also given us a very good segue to our next session that is called the AI and Accessibility Bridging Gaps in Inclusion. For this, I would like to invite Manu Chopra from Karya, Dr. Ui from data.org, and Parnasha from Dasra.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you for also being here for this session. I'm excited about this session because I don't know a lot about AI. So, but I have the job to moderate this session. That's one. Second, I did want to give a huge shout out to Perry for setting the wonderful context that she did. It actually made my job so much more easier to setting the context of what we really wanted to do here. I wanted to actually share by not sharing their bios, but to share a little anecdote. We were in the room and I was going through the entire conversation that we're going to have, and then we'll have Sanjay they come in as well. And they said that, yeah, whatever questions you give us, it's fine. We're going to anyway have a bromance. I was like, great. We all women are very, very always have access to all this bromance going on everywhere. So great. Thank you. But no, so let me start actually by doing very quick round of introductions. We do have Manu. Manu is working on tackling extreme poverty by providing dignified digital work to rural Indias. He's the co-founder and the CEO of Karya, a transformative AI collective that is enabling dignified livelihoods. Dr. Uwe Stewart is actually a stalwart in this space, oversees all of Data.org's programmatic initiatives and capacity building and the development of digital public goods, which include generative AI skills, challenge, inclusive growth, and recovery challenge. And like I said, it's a tough job, but I'm going to see what I can. So I think when we wanted to actually start and thought about this session, we wanted to make sure that we're talking about AI, and it's seeming like the entire world is talking about AI as the next technology, right? And in a world and in this room where we all are, especially in the climate week, it's the UNGA that is going on the sidelines. There is a need for us to talk about this powerful tool in what it can do for the society, what it can do for the community, and what it can do for the voices of the vulnerable communities that we all work with. I know that there are considerations. I know that there are challenges around what it can, but how much detrimental it is, what positive impact it can create. And I wanted to actually have the both of you speak to a lot of that in terms of examples, in terms of how we can actually learn, and the development sector, the NGOs that we work with, the communities that we work with. How can AI as a tool be helpful, be inclusive, and actually allow that voices from the ground, voices that are supposed to be heard, are on the table because of AI, right? And can it actually behave like a tool that can allow for predictions, that can actually allow for solutions in the long term, right? Can it actually be predictive in a way that it can solve the purpose of the complex challenges that we are seeing on ground, right? So I wanted to maybe start with Dr. Uwe first. I know that you have many, many years of experience in actually seeing what this is about, right? And then how can it be actually useful for social good? How can it actually be useful for vulnerable communities? And if you can just break it down for us in terms of what do you see are the use cases of it, right? What are the ways in which the community here can learn? And then that will be very helpful. So I think over to you, and then I'll come to you, Manu.
Anasha, thank you. You're doing great, by the way.
No pressure.
And I did promise that I was going to start by just saying how delightful and such an honor to be on the stage with you, Manu. I admire your work. I admire you as an individual. And it's truly just amazing to be here with you.
I share the same with Dr.
I got it out.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
I said I was going to say that. But Panasha, if you don't mind, Manu is better with use cases. Let me, see this little time we have is to focus on inclusion and access.
Yeah, please do.
I want to just take a breath and say, here we go again. Here we go again. And let me explain. Historians of technology tell us that we have just come out of what is called the third industrial revolution. What is an industrial revolution? Is this change that is triggered by technology that brings benefit to commerce and society around the world. The third industrial revolution was triggered by confluence of a few things. One, the power of the internet, right? Two, the amazing discovery of cloud computing, right? And this concept of big data, and the application of Moore's law that led to compute power, right? That was the third industrial revolution. But that led to the digital divide. What is the digital divide? That a third of the world is left behind. And the excuse for the digital divide, based on the trigger of the third industrial revolution, was about infrastructure, right? That the global south, so-called global south, does not have infrastructure. Let me fast forward. Here's what has happened. Well, the global south has caught up. In Africa alone, there are more mobile phones than adults. And you know what is happening? That is generating tons of data. But here is the contradiction that frustrates me. Today, we are in the fourth industrial revolution that is being powered and triggered by AI. AI is predicated on data. But guess what? The same people that have access to data are being left behind. Where is inclusion? Where is access? I tell you one quick story and I'll pass it on to Manu. There are funders in this room, and I used to be one, who are making investments in global public goods, such as speech data. There is a corpus in Kenya that is called Ken Corpus of speech data. I checked last night just to make sure that I can be factual. There are about 1.6 million downloads. Guess where the downloads are coming from? Nowhere in Kenya, nowhere in Africa. So how is that a public good? What is missing is we do not have capacity on AI on the ground. And we got to talk about that. But I'm going to pass it on to Manu. Then I'll come back and talk about how we work together to build capacity in AI.
Yeah, no, thank you. I know, Manu, your organization does a lot of work around dignified livelihoods, right? Specifically with the focus to actually reduce the digital divide that you were speaking to. If you can actually speak to some of the use cases, the examples of how you've seen it on ground, right? Perhaps there's a lot of NGOs and civil society organizations here. What can we do to actually, and how has that accelerated the impact that you were hoping to achieve, right? So if you can share a little bit of that will be very helpful.
Got it. I mean, I think, Doctor, you did such a phenomenal job. That's a hard task to follow. And I think it is very clear to everyone in the room, like what the problem is, right? Like this is a fundamental problem. We recognize the power of these data sets. And I think we have somehow resigned in the AI for good conversation globally that I keep on attending is that low-income communities globally will be excellent beneficiaries of AI, right? Because they can use these AI models in their farmer chatbots. They can use these AI models to get access to all these amazing government services. All of that is fantastic, and I think all of that should be done. But when I think of use cases, I also think of low-income communities as excellent builders of AI, right? Like as people who need to be in the center of the AI revolution and not just being thought of as like beneficiaries. And again, there's an incredible amount of impact that can be created from delivering these AI-led solutions on the ground. And I'm so glad we are doing that. But it is important that we do not repeat the mistakes of the internet, like Dr. Wei was saying. It's been 30 years since Windsurf wrote this seminal paper that, the age of the internet is the end of information asymmetry. The day of you knowing more than what I know because of where we were born is over. 1999 didn't really happen, right? And we still have more than 2 billion people that have very little to intimate and to no access to the internet. Can we imagine a conversation? I mean, we are 2 years into the AI revolution. Very honestly, AI has already changed my life, right? It has already made me significantly more productive as a privileged person to do my work, right? 30 years down the line, it'll be really scary to have another conversation, which is like, hey, AI changed your life and my life. But there are like these 3 billion people in the world who don't have access to AI. Or even if they have access, AI doesn't serve them because we never actually made it intentional about that, right? So at Karya, we seek to right that wrong. When we think about an AI builder, right, even as someone who is in the ecosystem, even when I close my eyes and I think of an AI builder, I think of someone working in a very swanky office in like San Francisco or Bangalore or, just coding their heart away. The world employs over 5 million data workers who build the AI models we all use, right? A lot more than the engineers that represent the demographic that I come from, right? These 5 million data workers power the AI revolution. And the question for Karya when we started was, can we bring AI-enabled earning opportunities to low-income communities in India and then hopefully across the world, right? We pay our workers 20 times the minimum wage. They sit at their homes on rural India and use their phones to build AI data sets that they own, right? And they get royalties every single time those data sets are resold. And because we employ communities we want to include in the conversation on AI, we end up building inclusive AI. It's not rocket science, right? If you want AI to be less misogynistic, employ women. You want AI to be less homophobic, employ queer communities. It's as simple as that, right? And I think what we've been able to do, and I'll give you my favorite use case. One of our clients wanted to build, I have to word this carefully because I don't have the NDA permission to name this client, but one of our clients wanted to build a financial services AI project, right? So they wanted to build an AI project where financial services, are we being recorded? Yeah.
No.
You're not? So this was Microsoft. They wanted to build they wanted to build a financial services co-pilot in Marathi, which is one of India's incredible regional languages. India has over 19,000 unique dialects. You pick two Indians at random, the chance they speak a different language is 92%. That's beautiful, right? That's what makes us like such an incredible country. And they wanted this financial services co-pilot to exist in Marathi. There is no financial data in Marathi that Microsoft could use, right? So they reached out to us being like, can we do something together where we can build this data set, where we can find members of communities across the state of Maharashtra, employ them to build these data sets. They will own the data set. It'll be a good that is owned by our communities, and Microsoft will be one of the many companies get access to this data set. We can build a thing out of it, and other people can also benefit. It's a great idea. We reached out to a bunch of our community members, worked with them. We designed a curriculum around financial literacy, right? Something that we worked with Parinam Foundation. It's this incredible foundation, which I'm sure is no stranger to so many people here. And we designed this curriculum, brought it to our communities. Our communities read about financial literacy, learned how to make money, right? Learned how to save money. And in that process of speaking to their phone and building this data set, they also made money, right? And it created this double win-win, and it led to a technology that, again, exists to serve them. And because it is literally trained on their voice, understands the unique accents and dialects and unique ways people speak all across Maharashtra, right? And we intentionally worked with communities that were excluded from the financial ecosystem. So I think, look, if you use AI really well, it creates a win-win-win situation. That's right. People learn something just in the process of doing this work. They made money, right? And we did a lot of research on this, because they made money so quickly after learning how to invest money and save money, they invested it really incredibly, right? They started fixed deposits and self-help groups. And when Satya Nadella came to India earlier this year, he met one of the community members, and it was the most incredible thing to see an AI CEO meet with an AI worker on the same stage and discuss how the future of AI should just be more ethical and inclusive. And that to me is one of my favorite things that we've ever done.
Yeah, no, I think thanks, Manu. Very powerful things you bring up, right, from this example. One is that the low-income communities is builders of AI, and that's one of my key takeaways from what you just mentioned, right? I also think that there's an underlying aspect to this, right? The aspect being that give technology and data to the right hands and to the right people who know what to do with that data and technology, so that that's actually useful for their community, right? Anything else from the outside may not be actually helpful for the community, but it's actually the community and technology and data in their hands that's most beneficial to the community themselves, right? And I know if this were to actually become a paradigm, right? If this were to actually scale in the way we are thinking it should scale at the level that you're talking about, I think, Dr. if I could just come back to you, there's a lot. Or do we imagine, or there's a question around that, is that there's a lot of focus on building that capacity and development for digital goods, right? And I think, Manu, what would be helpful is that once Dr. Uy speaks, would be helpful in how you did this with your community, right? What kind of capacity, what kind of development that you will probably have to drive with community field mobilizers and so on. But I think, Dr. Uy, if you can just share a little bit of, do you think that there is a need for that scale capacity to be built? That's number one. And the second thing is, what are the ways in which you can build this capacity?
Absolutely, Anasha. Do I think we need the capacity? Absolutely. So I'm going to focus more now on how do we do it. But there are two things that are, in addition to what you observed from Manu's remarks. One is that we still live with information asymmetry today, right? It's, I would say it's an existential crisis for us, right? And the other thing he said is that we could turn this around to become a win-win.
Yeah.
So I want to take those two and plug it into our work in capacity building. And in fact, I'm going to talk about a grant that we just received together to do this work. If I
Breaking news.
Yeah, breaking news.
First time here at Dasra Philanthropy Forum, everyone.
Okay. So it's about, and Panasha, you got there somewhat too. For AI to work for the last mile, it has to be the right kind of AI.
Yeah.
What is the right kind of AI? It's AI that is accessible and usable in the local language of the community. But therein lies the problem, and which is how I started my opening remarks, that this technology itself right now is being predicated on digitized languages. And there are roughly 7,000 languages in the world. And I would tell you that 98%, 95% of them are not fully digitized. So which means that 5% is powering this technology. What are we going to do with digitization? So that's how I'm going to answer your question. We need to democratize the ability for individuals in the local communities to digitize their languages. That's how we achieve scale. So the work that we're doing with CARIA, led by Manu, is to create a playbook. Technically, there are two components to digitization, and I'll try not to be geeky, so as I can hang up.
This is a safe place, you can be geeky.
Okay. There are two components to digitization. Component number one, which is the horizontal level, is that you strive to build integrated resources within a language set. What does that mean? It means that you look at, give me a language, one language from
Hindi.
Hindi. You look at Hindi, and you look at the phoneme structure, which is the sounds, how sounds are made. You look at the word structure, which is the morphology. You look at the syntax, how words are combined. You ask yourself, what else in the neighboring vicinity of Hindi has the same similarity? If there are, then you use machine learning models to begin to go from a subset to a superset. But then there are steps to go from that subset to the superset. And essentially, they consist of three categories. Number one, you build corpora, what we call linguistic corpora. What does that mean? It means that as you are collecting data, you do the annotation, you do the indexing, you do the standardization, so on and so forth. But essentially, it means that you create a grammar. This is what allows a child to know a language. For those of us in generative syntax, right, we say that humans come into the language environment with an innate predisposition. But that means that we come with a grammar, we come with an LLM, right? That LLM is given as part of our nature. But what is happening right now in the development of LLMs is that we skip that essential step of corporate development because the technology is data hungry, and we'll go for text everywhere we find it on the internet, and we use that to build LLM models. Guess what? They will hallucinate. I'll give you one quick example, and then I'm going to stop. You know, when a child is learning a language and the child makes an error, and mom or dad tries to correct the child, guess what? The child doesn't listen, still gonna do it. Do you know how children correct themselves? Because there's an underlying grammar that is responsible for how they learn. And that comes from the corpus, the corpora. Well, we are skipping that in our LLM development, which means that when LLMs hallucinate, there is no systematic way to recover. Hallucination is arbitrary, whereas error in child language acquisition is systematic. And that's why the work we are doing with Manu, first step number one is to build out that linguistic corpora. And then you can do what everyone else does. You can go into the transcription, annotation, mining, text processing, so on and so forth. In a nutshell, that's the process that we are working on to get digitization and train individuals. So we're working on 10 languages, 10 languages, 2,000 folks in the community to become comfortable and savvy in this process that I just talked about.
Yeah, and I think, Dr. Hui, a couple of things, right? One is the fact that you kind of democratize the digitization piece, right? I think what's wonderful that you spoke about is the underlying grammar that needs to build, which is actually a grammar that needs to be a grammar for the community and by them, right? Exactly. And I think, Manu, if you can speak to, therefore, just taking what from Dr. Uy said, that, give us an example of how this entire process went about in your work. How did you kind of go about this with the communities that you were working with? And then what were some of the challenges, perhaps, if you can actually even speak to that?
Just to reinstate the challenges, so we're doing 10 languages with Dr. A, which is super excited about. These are 10 languages that are spoken by over 100 million people. And our effort is the first effort to digitize those languages, right? Like, fabulous, yes, but also scary because why exactly. Is this why this is 100 million people? This is not these are not low. I find very offensive when people call these low resource languages, right? These are spoken by 100 million people. That's right. And it's really important that we do this. Now to come to how we do this, right? Like, we've been Dasra is a very special space for me personally. I spoke for the very first time about Karya ever in 2018 at the Dasra
Philanthropy Week. DPW.
That's not the forum, right? DPW.
Yeah. All
in Mumbai. And Neera and Deval, I don't know if Deval's here, but Neera and Deval have just been the kindest people to us. It was still a research project in 2018. I remember it was in that same week we did our very first pilot. And we went to tribal Maharashtra and we met young people who wanted to start upskilling to do this work, right? And we had met someone who looked at the phone and said, "Iske andar Surya Dev hai," or "Is the sun god inside this?" Because this was their first time seeing like a sunlit, like a lit phone, right? First time seeing electricity. And I had some brains to not say anything. And within like 15 minutes, I'm not kidding, she came back and she was like, "Yeah, this is not hard. Like, why is this hard, right? I have to open the phone, which is a very easy thing to do. And I have to read out sentences in my mother tongue, which is the entry-level task to build AI models, right? Thanks to India's phenomenal, well, maybe it's not, I don't know where people are working on it, but thanks to India's decent, you tell me wherever we are, primary education system, right? Like, a lot of people are able to read in their mother tongues. And so many of you do that work with your communities, right? And I'm so grateful because in this community, there were 5 nonprofits that were doing incredible work. That's how we found out about this community. And people started just reading out sentences in their mother tongue. This person I was speaking about, her name is Reshma. She made 10,000 rupees in her first week, just reading sentences in her mother tongue on her phone, right? Because she was training an AI model in that process. And then what we do with the communities is they do the first level, we upskill them to do level 2, which is slightly more complicated. And then level 3 is more complicated and level 4 is more complicated. And every level increases the wage rate. So it starts as $5 an hour, $7 an hour, $10 an hour. They work on the platform that pays $40 an hour sitting at home in our communities. And what we've been able to show, and again, it's so simple, right? This is how we learn. If there is an incentive for me to learn something, I will learn it. Right? Like nobody had to teach me how to use Instagram. I love Instagram, right? Like it's so easy. The likes are there, right? So I think building these simple to use skilling modules, working with the ecosystem, our work would be 400 plus nonprofit partners that we work with, which is how we reach out to our communities. This is how every single interaction with a community member is mediated by a nonprofit. And I'm quite confident every single one of those 400 nonprofits like a Dasra partner or is in the Dasra ecosystem. And I think for us, that is the practical ways of how we upskill our communities. What we want to do with Dr. Uy is publish this, is to turn this into a skilling rubric so that you shouldn't, our platform is going to be open source. So you shouldn't need to work with us or Dr. Uy, though we would love it if you do, to bring this to your communities. And I think for us, that would be true democratizing of bringing these AI-based earning and learning opportunities to our people.
And can I just quickly add to that?
Please do.
Sir, one of the greatest innovations that they say changed the world is the innovation of the printing press, right? And what did it do? It basically democratized access to books, to information. My friend, that's the journey we are on here, right?
Yeah, if the bromance has ended,
not really.
I could just maybe ask one more question. I think you brought up about a very important point around ecosystem collaboration, right? Like and that is what would require, I would imagine, to actually create the skilling rubric that you were talking about, right? If you were to actually talk about the number of languages that you spoke and imagine the scale at India, can you speak to, maybe Manu first, you, and then I'll come to you, Dr. Uy, as well. And I know that we're on time, but can you speak to a little bit about the role that ecosystem players and partnerships and collaborations have actually played in your journey, and what is your expectation from this collaboration, right? Like, what is your vision with that, right? If were to actually become the movement that you're hoping it would become, what can we do, right? What can these players do? What can all of us do?
Look, I think there is no expectation. I think organizations like Karya just need to exist in service of these incredible communities that are here today, these nonprofits that are here today, and recognize deeply that that is the only pathway to scale, right? Pathway to scale is through one of the things that Sanjay sir says is Samaj Sarkar Bazaar, right? So I think for Karya, I see very clear collaborations with Sarkar. We're doing a lot of work with the government of India. We're proud to support the Bhashni effort, which is truly transformative. I haven't seen anything like that. I think we take it for granted. Sometimes I've never seen anything like that. And just amazing. We work with Bazaar, with Microsoft and Google as our cherished partners. And of course, Samaj, right? Which are these incredible nonprofits that we have. And I think when we think about how do we scale this further, I think it is deeply important that we go to these communities and think about what larger goals we have here. I think one thing that's stuck in my mind is I was looking at the time use survey that the government of India puts out. There are over 209 million women in India that do not leave their homes even once in a day. Which means there are more women confined in their homes in India than there are people in most countries in the world, right? And these are, again, from the 2019 time use survey data points. And when you ask them, why does this happen? They mention 3 reasons. Time poverty. Indian men do 10 times less domestic work than Indian women. The second is limited mobility. Even if I wanted to go, I don't have a car, I don't have a bike, and the public transport is scarce. And third, of course, which we all know is social restrictions. And one of the things we did is we did this incredible RCT with JPAL, which gave women 2 options in our communities in Mumbai. 2 options. You can be at home and make X amount of dollars, or you can go to an office 5 minutes walking with childcare and make twice the money. And double the women chose the first option, just to point how big these walls are that confine our people. But here's the good news. I'm not trying to depress all of you. Here is the good news. Just a few weeks of experience of just digital work. So of course, this intervention was about Karya, but I believe this will be true for any digital work beyond Karya, which brings high-paying work to our communities on their phones in their homes. What they love the most about it is it's discreet. They can do it wherever they want, whenever they want, without anyone knowing in their communities that they're making a lot of money, right? Within 2 weeks, the majority of women said, we want to go to the office, right? It acts as a gateway to formal economy jobs. It triples the job take-ups among women versus men. And most excitingly, it makes the husband and the male child less traditional in what they think women can do, right? And again, I'm not trying to say, and again, the research doesn't say the men become less patriarchal. I think that's a much longer battle. But the easiest way to make a man a feminist is make his wife make more money than him, right?
Love it.
Men will learn very quickly. And I think to me that is very, very exciting. So look, if the power is this immense of digital work, and not just Karya, of everything. I look at what Binny Bansal is doing in Udaipur's digital work. I think they have Desi Crew here. They're just incredible organizations that are looking at digital work. We have to open source this and take it forward. And I think that is why the skilling rubric is so important, because to Sanjay Purohit sir's point, this will only scale if it's not just Karya doing it or just Karya and Data.org doing it. It will scale if all of us think about digital work as an accelerated pathway out of poverty for our communities.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think I can top that. But Dr. Uy, there is a responsibility, I would imagine, that a lot of with this work and with the scale that we're all imagining this to be, and all that Manu spoke about with the incredible work that they are doing at Karya and the partnerships, there's a role that funding ecosystem must play, right? And I know that you've been with the foundation, in your work, but there are a lot of philanthropists, funders, foundations in the room, right? And if you were to actually tell them that what can guide responsible investments in this ecosystem, right? What can guide good investments in AI for community? What would be those top 3 recommendations from your end? And I know that we're on time, so we'll close with that. So please make it as powerful as you can.
Actually, I'm speaking to myself, note to self. But number one is to all to the funders in the room is that you need to avoid duplication. You cannot achieve scale with duplicates. In the funding world, there is just this pressure to spend money, right? Your primary purpose is to spend money at the end of the year. And oftentimes in that pressure, we don't look sideways and we're not looking about scale. The program officer just wants to get that money out. And what's happening is that we have a lot of bespoke applications out there. That's not helping the NGOs in the room, right? When COVID struck, ministries of health were challenged. They didn't know which tool to use as an example of the chaos that we are creating through our funding investments. One is that we just need to be coordinated and remove all of the duplication. Second is in the spirit of localism. And I think you've heard it in both of our presentation, which is that there is power in the community, right?
Absolutely.
When I first got into philanthropy, the first thing I learned at the foundation was approach this work with humility. But we forget that. And that's the first thing they teach you, but you forget it. And then you start to make decisions. You pick a tool and you think that you know what the questions are. You don't know them. They lie with the community. And that's the spirit of localism. So funders need to really co-create, co-design, and collaborate with the communities. Yeah. And then finally, this should be no surprise. As a result of localism, invest in capacity building. Funders shy away from building capacity. Why? Because they are looking for that quick programmatic outcome. What is measurable and quantifiable? But those don't last. The institution that is going to outlast you and survive your investment is to invest in capacity building.
Yeah, no, I think thank you. Thanks, Dr. Uy. Thanks, Manu. This was a fantastic conversation. And I know that there's a lot for us to actually kind of learn and take away from all of this. Thank you for ending it in that note. And I know that there are many in the room who are starting to think about what they could perhaps do in data, what they could perhaps do with data, AI, etc. And this is, I think, this is a great example of where they could start, right, at the level of the community by democratizing that at a community level and making sure that it's accessible to all and it doesn't create more digital divide where you started us off with, right? With this, I actually wanted to thank both you, Manu and Dr. Uy. Wanted to invite Sanjay Purohit. Sanjay Purohit is a CEO and the Chief Curator for the Center for Exponential Change, and he'll speak about the current landscape of data, AI and technology in India, focusing on the benefits these advancements offer to the CSOs and the role that the center is taking in building these capacities and strengthening the ecosystem. And I think a little bit of where we've kind of benefited from a lot of your guidance in partnering with your center, I think would be lovely to just hear, how has it been going for you in the ecosystem and so on. I'll just hand it over to you. Yes.
Thank you, Pranasha. And I think it'll be unfair for me to say anything before giving a massive round of applause to Uy and Manu. What an amazing conversation. Thank you so much. That was lovely. And I've been wondering, why am I saying anything after all that has to be said has been said, right? But fortunately, the topic we're dealing with, AI, is still emerging, still expanding. So we can always say some wise things which may be completely useless in your context. But so I thought I'll just make a few remarks. And recently, I was reading this book of Ethan Mollick called Co-Intelligence. I hope some of you have had a chance to look at it. And in that, one statement that struck me is, assume this is the worst AI you will ever use. It's a very important and a very profound statement where we are sitting and we're like, oh my goodness, AI is here, generative, this, that, and the other. But it's the worst one that you would ever use because it's really emerging at a very, very high speed, like all exponential technologies do. And today we are talking about bridging the gap in inclusion. I would have loved to say it's inclusion and its sister safety, but that's a topic for another day. We're not going to touch it today because obviously we don't have that on our planet. But in our profession as social change orchestrators, one of the important questions is how do we bridge this gap in inclusion? And that's a default for us. But interestingly, there are three important, and out of the many challenges, three important challenges that I would certainly like to bring into our consciousness. One is dealing with our bias. We always talk about dealing with AI's bias, But I think it's important to understand how do we deal with our bias. We believe that we don't have bias, AI has bias, not true. The second important aspect is overcoming ignorance. We think AI hallucinates, trust me, we hallucinate too, right? And so the question is, how do we overcome our ignorance? And the third important aspect is the curse of our expertise, right? And I think this is an interesting time in history where one could deal with our biases, our ignorance, and the curse of our expertise if we thought about, leveraged, and used AI very differently. And this will also be further amplified if we use AI and the generally available commodity AI in any responsible way, because this will only amplify and multiply. So the question is, can we focus on purpose-led conversation around this, right? So the first conversation is, what is it that we are trying to solve? And what is it that AI can do? Over the years, AI efforts have amplified our ability to synthesize our knowledge and tell people what to do. Look at the conversation we just now had around LLMs and who is so bright and so smart on this whole topic that we are ingesting what we know. And from there, we are building the vectors to saying, what could we think about, right? So we are always dependent on what we have known, what we have synthesized from what we have known. But today, as AI gets better and better, we have an opportunity to listen to people. And I think that is an axis that is a very important axis as we think about AI, is that not learn and tell, but listen and respond. And I think this listening aspect that is currently unfolding allows us to be much more mindful, much more thoughtful, much more current in context and on time. And that's a very important facet. And I'll give you some examples today. So if we invest in building a deep understanding of the current and the emergent role of AI, we may have a very few very interesting opportunities. One is bridging knowledge to wisdom. I think this distinction is something that we don't spend much time on. Knowledge becomes wisdom when we have the ability to interconnect knowledge, right? And interact with it to make thoughtful choices and act with speed. AI affords that. I'll give you a very simple example. Whenever you have time, just log into your browser and see something that's happening in India with India Development Review. Very recently, they launched something called as IDR Answers. IDR Answers is an AI way of thinking and interacting with the knowledge of the sector based on all the work that they have done in the past that you can now interact with. Not search. This is not Google. This is asking a question and getting an intelligent response and interacting with it because of AI. And that was not possible many times ago. We always have used searches, but this is not about searching. Second interesting example that you may want to explore is what's happening in education. Children struggle to read, and we know that happens a lot in India. And one of the reasons we found was that they judged when they are trying to improve in the process of learning. So how do you create a non-judgmental friend who can help you learn how to read? And there are some very interesting things happening with thousands of children where AI becomes your assistant to teach you, who's not judging you, who's not reprimanding you, who's not rapping you on your knuckles, who's not asking you very embarrassing questions, but listening to what you are reading and then suggesting, how about this, how about that? And so we talk about many things that we could do, but AI can be a very interesting and a very friendly way of non-judgmental development of people, right? Because we don't bring that human element of, you also don't know this? How come you don't know this? You should be knowing that. And that's the death of the learning process, right? The second aspect I wanted to bring, and I want to quote Jimi Hendrix, being very fond of music myself. Jimi Hendrix once said, knowledge speaks, wisdom listens, right? I think that's a very profound line. Knowledge speaks and wisdom listens. How do we add real voices of people from where they are in their language, and we touched on it in a very big way, to our synthesized knowledge and generate current insights? And this is a very important question because, like you rightly, we discussed that in detail. I don't need to repeat that most of it, what we have is all built on this. So AI for Bharat initiative, which is what is currently focused on 22 of the Indian languages and making AI work in different languages. I don't know if you've heard of this interesting program being done by Seeds called Akshvi, which is looking at disaster management and disaster-stricken areas and understanding with the voice of people, what is it that they really need? And Anshu is here, and Anshu can validate that most of the time, what we send down in disaster recovery is what people actually don't need because we don't listen to them. How do we listen at scale? because I believe that voice of people is data. We think about data is something that's different from voice of the people, but voice of the people itself is data. So lastly, I would certainly like to conclude with a thought that, Carlo Rovelli, the same famous physicist, once said, time is the space between our memory and our imagination, right? And remember, AI acts on our memory and acts on our imagination. But we have to ensure that AI acts on our present moment. And that is the question that I would leave you with, right? Because the reality of the present moment is listening and responding to people. And today, instrumentation, tooling, WhatsApp, chatbots, there's so many ways to listen to people. But we don't think we focus enough on that. I would certainly like to sort of stress, especially the vulnerable and the most marginalized people. And how do we understand? We are doing a pilot with farmers in Tamil Nadu, trying to understand what are they, by listening to them, not by going and doing surveys, collecting data, creating data sets and doing AI on that. That's history, right? That's the way AI used to be. It doesn't need to be like that. So I hope that some of these thoughts will spark you to think about AI a little differently. Remember, the AI that you use today is the worst AI that you have ever used. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Sanjay. I think what I take away from is the voice of the people is the data. And I think I wanted to just end our entire session with that line, that the voice of people is actually the data that we have. And with this, I think wanted to just thank Sanjay for our incredible partnership. We at Dasra are very excited to actually play that orchestrator role that we've been playing in many different sectors through our collaborative philanthropy work, through our collaboratives, especially getting into data tech and AI, and see how we can bring partners and ecosystem players, NGOs together to be able to look at what can be done meaningfully for the sector and for the sector in India. So thank you for being here. Thank you to all the speakers, Dr. Uy, Manu, Sanjay, and I don't think we have time for questions, but please find them wherever you see outside, and I'll just hand over back to my host, Rebecca. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Parnasha. It was such a lovely conversations and so many stories heard and experience that is communicated to all of you. And I hope that you're enjoying and having a good time here. With this, I would like to call upon Dr. Arunabha Ghosh for the keynote address. He is a climate expert and CEO of Council on Energy, Environment and Water. With this, we will also open up the sessions on climate. Like a mic there, or this is fine? Anything? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dasra, and congratulations for quarter century. It's an incredible journey and incredibly inspiring for many of us who came later into the space. I set up the Council on Energy, Environment and Water in 2010. So we've just become a little older than a teenager, 14 years, but Dasra, you're well into being into adulthood. So thank you for leading the charge. Right. So we are going to talk about climate solutions, locally led climate solutions. So what is it that I can trigger your minds with? Exactly about 2 months ago, I was here in New York, and I was in a similar lunchtime discussion with the ambassadors, the permanent representatives of the UN for some of the most climate vulnerable countries, some from the Caribbean, some others. And the ambassador of one of those countries said something very profound. So she said, we are all different and we need each other. And she said, from the climate perspective, we've not internalized this notion of solidarity. That while our economic circumstances, development circumstances, social circumstances, climate vulnerability might vary, and as a result of it, our responsibilities might vary, what we've not really internalized is solidarity. Now, one of the things about getting to solidarity is, even from a perspective of India, we have not entirely internalized that the nature of our economic development trajectory is also highly varied across the country, but what that means for climate also varies very much. So let's take something like the energy transition. In a city like New York, you'll use that phrase in the singular, the energy transition. In a place like India or Indonesia or Malaysia or Vietnam or Cambodia or Laos or Kenya or Malawi, there are multiple energy transitions. The first is to get energy at all, modern energy, into the home. And that is something where India has made some significant leaps, of course, with kinks. In 2015, when we did the world's largest survey on energy access with millions of data points, we were able to get down to the household level of whether a wire is coming in, but also the current at which, the voltage at which the current was flowing, how many hours of blackouts, etc. Based on data like that, there was rolled out two major programs. One called the Ujjwala scheme for a massive increase in cooking energy access, nearly 100 million women getting access to LPG cylinders, and about 130 million Indians getting access to an electricity wire. That's basically 10,000 human beings getting access to electricity every hour for 1.5 years. The world needs to electrify 13,000 human beings every hour till 2030. So that's the scale of what's happened. But there are other energy transitions. The shift from rural to urban India. Urban India is the world's third largest country by population, and to which we will add maybe 500 million more people. And the kind of energy they need, particularly for mobility, for cooling in a hot country, that's going to be another dimension. Third is, of course, from dirty to clean energy. In 2010, we had less than 20 megawatts of solar. We now have over 200,000 megawatts of non-fossil electricity capacity. But we've got to get to 500,000 megawatts by the end of this decade. So what am I trying to say? That this approach, while it has been dramatic, is still not enough. And it's not enough for two reasons. The reasons are we've not internalized that we have to get comfortable with two paradigmatic shifts. The first is to shift away from centralized systems to decentralized systems. And that's where the role of local solutions comes in. Our mindsets are structured as someone is going to generate the energy, someone's going to supply the water, someone's going to distribute it, and someone's going to use it at the end of the line. And we've got to completely reimagine the system, which is much more distributed, much more decentralized, much more close to the communities. And the second paradigmatic shift is that we have to move from linear thinking to nonlinear thinking. The past is no longer a predictor of the future. 3/4 of India's districts are already hotspots for extreme climate events. And just like the AI conversation we just heard, this is the low bar. It's only going to get worse. In this case, we were saying AI is going to get better. It's only going to get worse. But the nonlinearity is also about it. We are not just going to go from agriculture to manufacturing to services. All of that will happen together. We will have to move from getting stuck in a middle income trap to something further. So this non-linearity is something that only works when we get closer to communities. So let's move away from centralized systems. Let's move away from linear thinking, and then we can truly accelerate the already ambitious energy transition and climate action we've got going in India. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we have now that we've full-blown gotten into climate, we have Kuldeep Dantewadia, who will be here for their TEDx address. He is the founder of Reap Benefit, an organization that is igniting a movement of young change makers. I think it should be working.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. The mandate I have been given is not to talk about my organization, but the work or what I've learned from. But if you're in Unga week for the last 4 days, you're on this narcissistic drive to only talk about yourself or the organization. So I'll make an attempt to, kind of talk about what I have learned. Just before we get started, would request all of you to reflect, when was the last time you just went on your street or in your neighborhood and, built a solution to solve a problem you see every day? Or when was the last time you went and spoke to your neighbor whom you don't agree with, and run a local campaign which is not online? Or when was the last time you walked up to a public official and asked him or her questions about what you deserve, or how you can help him or her in actually solving an issue in the neighborhood? So just reflect, when was the last time you did it? And if you did not do it, then ask yourself, what was stopping you from doing it? And if you did it, then ask yourself, how did you feel about that? Right? And if you did it when you were like 12, 14, 16, 18, then what was the impact of that in your life? So while you're reflecting, I'll just share 2 stories of young people I have worked with. If you could change the slide, please. Yeah. Right. So in Bangalore, there were a bunch of young people. Every day they passed by this garbage spot, right? And they would see this garbage spot and they were used to it. It was a way of life. They felt they cannot do anything about it. And almost like it is a part of our daily environment. But for some reason, these young people came together and decided to solve this problem. They created a WhatsApp group. They got in touch with a great organization in Bangalore called as the India Rising Trust. And they decided to clear this garbage spot. Now, while they were clearing this garbage spot, they realized just to clean one lane in the city of Bangalore, you have anywhere between 12 to 15 government agencies working with each other. Right? While they were clearing this garbage spot, they understood what we today call as design thinking, systems thinking, but at the unit of a street. And while they were cleaning this garbage spot, they then decided that how can we maintain this for 100 days, right? They did this. They used AI, right? They converted everything from their local language into English. And today we have young people in Punjab, in Assam, replicating what they have done, but one street at a time. And just imagine the transformation this young person has gone through from apathy to actual skills and agency through action. Not talking to them, not building their capacity, but just unlocking their capacity to do something, what they see, feel, and experience every single day. The next slide. Hardeep in Punjab kept on hearing about stubble burning. Right? He did not have the macro view of stubble burning, but he experienced this every single day. He started crowdsourcing all the data points in his area where stubble burning was happening. He then crowdsourced about 10,500 acres of land, data from 10,500 acres of land. He put this on a Google map. Through this Google map, he created heat maps. And the last I know, it went to the Punjab Legislative Assembly, okay, to actually attack stubble burning at a hyperlocal level. Now, a young person starting with individual action, but transforming that into systemic and collective action. And that's the power of young people bringing change. Now, some of you would be thinking, yeah, all this is great. We need like top-down change, systemic change, but it's not possible in a country like India. In New York, approximately 9 million citizens. For every 10,000 citizens, you have roughly 700 public officials. In Karnataka, which has about roughly 85 million citizens, okay, you have 83 public officials for 10,000 citizens. So India needs an army of young change makers, okay, who are not spoken to, but who are worked with dignity and with respect, right? And if we can unlock this potential of these young people, imagine the change making one street at a time. The next question I'm always asked is, what is the impact of this? This is cute, young people trying to do something. But if you invest in young people taking action, at an individual level, what we have seen is unlocking of what we today call as 21st century skills or resilience skills. There is enough data and information around it. Young people coming from their own communities solving these problems. At a systemic level, we have been able to crowdsource 500,000 data points on civic and climate issues. And today that is informing policy bottom up, right? But the deeper impact is today we have a high density of change makers who are responsive citizens and who are making local governance more responsive. So I want to end with this note. And I want to tell all of you that whenever you look at young people, either our work is very tokenistic, we talk to them, we say we'll build your capacity, but I think it's high time to look at unlocking this capacity and respecting that they understand their local settings and they have the local solutions. But the bigger message I want to send is action is not petty. Action creates courage, and action is the existential answer And one of the best ways to create agency is allowing young people to act without any judgment and respecting the process of change making and action making. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kuldeep. Now we have our wonderful climate experts who are going to be joining us for a panel on harnessing the power of locally led climate solutions. For this, we have Jayesh Joshi from Vagdhara, Uttara Narayanan from Buzz Women, Tarun Garg from RMI Energy Solutions India Foundation, and Anshu Gupta from Gunj.
Thank you. So I was actually wondering that, we will end up for lunch with the artificial intelligence. Then Kuldeep came, he spoke about, I always say AI to PI. PI is people's intelligence, which is basically the genesis of AI, if you see. And this panel is all about that, fine, because many of us who work in the grassroots, we understand that millions and millions of people across the world, or maybe more, they have no role in creating the disaster with which they suffer. They have no role. I hate to use the word victim, but they become the victim of something which the so-called haves have it, without understanding that they also have it a lot, but we are not valuing that. I remember in our work, just to start with a couple of stories, because that's what we'll do today in the next half an hour. We were in central India. The village took us to a river, which is a monsoon river. So in the 3-4 months, you have a whole lot of water there. We came up, we started talking, what work shall we do here? And they said, we need a well. My question to them was, it's a small village. You have a river. Next to a river, there is a hand pump. Fine. So as per all the theories, it's a water catchment area. It'll never dry. Why do you need a well? And very nicely, they told us that you're absolutely right, that the hand pump never dries. But when the river overflows, the hand pump is not accessible. You see? So all our theories of access to water fail. We say, what do? They say, we need to dig a well. We said, but, we are not expert of digging well. Ever in the last many years, any effort in this village? They said, yes, the government and the agencies did it, but we didn't find water. So we said, now, how come you are asking us for the village when the machinery didn't get water? The very simple thing in Hindi, they said, unhone hamari suni nahi, which means they didn't listen to us. I said, what? They said, I'll tell you where is the water. And then they asked for a coconut. Okay, go to YouTube and see large number of videos today. In those days, there was no video. I'm talking about 2005-06, roughly. One person roams around with the coconut. At a particular position, the coconut changes position. I laugh. I ridicule. Because those people cannot speak Hindi, those people cannot speak English, those people cannot wear good clothes, and I decide what is good cloth in any case. They don't have even that right. I also didn't want to listen to that, but then I thought, no, but the fact remains that 40-50 people of the village are ready to work on it. And this is my arrogance which is stopping me. In 18 feet, we got water. Since then, we have been using coconut and finding water. What is the relationship between that water of inside the coconut and below the earth? Let the AI solve it. But it exists. And a very simple basic question that years back, decades back, when we didn't have technology, when we didn't have machine, in my country, in India, almost every village used to have a well. Some intelligence was there. Some science was there. So if we are not able to prove this coconut technology, it might be our failure. So what I'm trying to say here, and maybe we'll share more stories, but I want to open it up to the people who are really doing a lot of work in the areas where you have. So Jayesh Bhai works in the area where you work with the tribal population. Uttara works largely in the villages, but primarily with the women. And Tarun works with the urban community. We at Goonj work with urban and rural both. So it's a beautiful panel. And my first point here, is I want you to share a story or some solution which you found by the locals. Jayesh Bhai, over to you. And we'll keep it short. I'll not say we are stopping you for lunch.
I saw the stop there, but it will be after the 15 minutes. So, yes, I belong from a tribal area of western part of India, and we are working with the around 0.2 million tribal families in 1,200 villages on the food, farming, and thought sovereignty by them. So, story is 30 years before when I was as an adolescent and I started farming due to some reason. So as usual, like nowadays AI, that time improved agriculture was very high. Someone asked science-based farming, and every year, every season, I was in the depth. So I asked my first teacher, he was the tribal person, what is the problem? Why we are, so he laughing and asked me, it's not science, it's community science. You have to accept it. What we eat in our plate, that has to grow. Why we are trying market-based farming? So that is the one story. And then I asked some climate problem. Some crops came that time, and largely drought or flood, both situation we were struggling. So he asked, the tribal community always trying multiple crops in a single farm. It's called Hangdi Kheti. So many crops in a single farm. If flood is there, you can grow many things. So legumes, staple food, vegetable, even herbs for medicine. So many, entire plate is in the field. So you can solve your problem and you can reduce your risk. So it's climate aligned practice, and it's from, so important thing, how we can again started after the 4-5 year practice, a huge 100,000, around 1,000 kilometer foot march, every village, we ask what is the problem. So every people ask that time. In traditionally, we were not in the problem. The problem is the current days when we started to following the market, when we started following some government programs or some market, that is the problem. So we find solution is the important aspect. We have to establish a dialogue between the community, first in the family, intergenerational, dialogue between the human and nature, dialogue between the market and society, and important dialogue between the sarkar, bazaar, and samudaya, community, state, and market. So that is the solution.
And Uttara, often, in these meetings and conferences, we always say that the women for whom we work never sit here, which is the truth also. But the fact also remains that because of those women, we learn. Whosoever is practicing, whosoever is there in the field, our interaction is much more with the women because men largely migrates in most of the part of the world,
True.
So any story coming from there, any?
Definitely. I hope that the women are here in spirit, and I am a witness to their life, and I am here to be a spokesperson in a way. I'm privileged to be a spokesperson. What I witness in the villages in Karnataka, so we are primarily in Karnataka, we are in 18,000 villages. We work with 600,000 women. And what I witness is that a lot of the knowledge has been suppressed because the markets have taken over. The so-called modern knowledge and practices have given an impression that this is better than what you were doing before. And what we work on is to unlock that thinking of going back to what were you doing before. So if you look at our work, it's very simple. We usually ask them, what were you doing before? And can we just revert back? And it has worked. And one of the stories that I can think of is there is a practice called Ingugundi, which is basically reusing water, the surface water that comes out of the house to recharge the groundwater. Right now, because the government has this, okay, we need to have better drainage systems, everything has to be underground. What has happened is that a lot of the water that is coming out of the household is going into the drainage and not recharging the groundwater. And that's where, when the women started talking about lesser water availability and the groundwater depleting, because of which there is debt, because there is more digging of bore wells and things like that, we went back and asked, so what were you doing before? And everybody spoke about this Ingugundi, and which is a simple practice of not letting your water coming from your kitchen, from your shower area, go into the drainage, but into your backyard through the mud, through the earth that goes into your groundwater. And we know tens of thousands of women who have done that now. And a lot of them have also started, and that connects to food security, where they've started kitchen gardens in their backyard because they were doing it before. But now, because the markets talk differently, they had stopped that practice. So that's what I'd like to share.
And the fact that all the things which are called cash crops, I mean, in my country, most of the farmers commit suicide because of those cash crops, because that's driven by the market. And a friend of mine and some agencies in Karnataka, again, the state from where Uttara is coming, they did a survey and they find that the village people are spending millions and millions of rupees. And now, I mean, if I turn into that in dollars, just to buy vegetables.
Exactly.
So it's completely reverse. Tarun, over to you, because whenever we talk about locally led climate solution, especially in country like India and many other countries, we only think that locally led solutions can come in the villages, right? But you are doing something in the cities.
Yeah. First of all, I think good afternoon, everyone. Congratulations to Dasra for organizing this incredible session on what kind of work is happening on the ground at the grassroots level. So I think I can see a lot of unknown faces, first of all, and a lot of faces from South Asia. So I think if we take a trip down our memory lane, I would say 15 years back, we hardly used to have air conditioners at our home. I remember 15 years back, I used to have one AC at my home in Delhi. I belong to Delhi, India. Now I have, if I have a 4-bedroom apartment, I'm using almost 4 ACs. What we used to do at that point in time, we used to pour water on the roof so that it can cool down and can provide the radiant cooling to the people who are living there. We used to also pour water on the floor as well. It used to provide us radiant cooling, just by pouring water on the roof, pouring water on the floor as well. We used to use a lot of coolers, ceiling fans, but then we started craving about humidity. And we started thinking about what is the solution. So air conditioners came in. And although we are talking about urban India, we are talking about, air conditioning will penetrate. It will penetrate. I'm not denying that. But what is the solution? That has been proven, for decades in a country like India and for most of Southeast Asia. So one of the solutions we were looking at was, simple solution like cool roof. You may have seen at your homes in India or somewhere in other parts of the world, people have installed China mosaic tiles on the roof. There were partly 2 reasons. One of the reasons was aesthetically it will look good. Children can play as well. But I think one of the major reasons which people were not aware of the fact that it can also reduce the temperature, especially for the people who are living just beneath that roof. So that's the solution with which we are working in a lighthouse project done under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. That's PMAY program. It's a flagship program led by Ministry of Housing in India. So we are working in a lighthouse project in Chennai, and we are working with a group of women, largely with an intent of how this solution can impact their lives, especially they're spending most of their time in their dwelling units. So we have done a deployment. And what we have seen, we also have a video. We can share that with you separately. In that video, we got the message loud and clear that this solution actually works. The solution has been able to reduce the temperature of the surface by 6 degrees Celsius. And inside, the temperature reduction is as high as up to 4 degrees Celsius. 4 degrees Celsius looks to be small, but I can give you a context. 1 degree Celsius can increase your power consumption by 3%. So I think from that context perspective, it has a huge impact. Just last point from my side, this solution will also have a huge impact on the urban heat island impact. So we are witnessing heat waves every year. We are witnessing the impact of heat waves on urban population, urban poor largely, who doesn't have access to air conditioners. We have seen a lot of death. We have seen construction workers have to stop their operation during these heat waves. So cool roof could be one of those solutions that can be applied. Cool coatings, I would say, one of those solutions could be applied on pavements, on warehouses, sheds, and especially on the housing as well.
Nice. So, when I'm sitting here, I would say that at least in my country, at least 5-6 states are going through one of the worst floods. Okay? And if you see across the globe, the countries which never thought of cyclones and floods are going through in a tough phase. So we need to understand, all of us, why we thought we'll discuss this issue here, that disaster is no more a subject of a particular geography. It does not affect a particular kind of people. It's like absolutely next door. I remember we were doing a forum in Bangalore. Bangalore is a high-tech city, a lot of rich people, everything is good. And so a couple of years back, we had a lot of floods in the apartment kind of spaces, not in the rural part only. And one person was very sad, and he actually said that, Anshu, why did we suffer most? I said, why? He said, because we didn't have a boat. You see how we are thinking, that in the urban area, you're spending millions of rupees and dollars to buy a flat. You're still thinking that you can survive with a boat instead of finding absolute proper solutions, of that. And the difference, before I ask another question and then open to all of you for maybe just 5 minutes or so, because then lunch needs to happen. When we talk about, say, dams, the community talks about ponds, right? When we talk about walls to stop the impact of tsunami, they talk about mangroves. And those are much better, deeper solution. At least in the life of Goonj, we have seen that in the last 25 years. We were talking about AI and and we were talking about grassroots technology and coconut technology. My question to all three of you, maybe answer in a minute or so, how do we marry this? Where is the point where we understand that these two things need to work together?
So, Anshubai, it's quite difficult only in a minute because
they will come and show the card.
So it will be last. But yes, the real custodian of the nature of the indigenous community who preserve till now for the entire world, soil, seed, water, vegetation, livestock, and culture as well, which help to save us in this climate risk or climate mitigation, adaptation, any model in this scenario. And the fortification, if we talk about goalkeeper event, when I heard a lot different thing, and fortification and market and many things is there. So if you want to fortification in the food, so real fortification is the field-based fortification or community-based fortification or community-based management. If you talk about the seed, so seed is the best way, the community preserve and community, because seed cannot be make in the mill, food cannot be produced in the factory. soil cannot be grind in the any meal or any plant, and water cannot be created in the lab. So all thing can be only saved by the custodian. The thing is important. Definitely, we are welcome the technology which can be help in the inculcating with their traditional knowledge and wisdom. Thank you.
In any case, we often say by creating roti.com, you don't get roti.
Yeah.
There's human all across.
Yeah, but roti required the grain.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying human all across.
Yeah.
Yeah, Uttara.
So I think there is no, I think there's a gray area. It's not to say that all technology is bad or all indigenous knowledge is good, right? There is a middle path that we have to find, and we have to use what is the best that comes out of both. There have been some indigenous practices which still are going on, which are not good, especially for the women. So coming back to the question you had, I feel, by the way, people are creating water out of air now.
Yeah, but it is, I don't want to use this forum. It's only one man.
So what I'm saying is that there is technology available, but the worry is that it's using much more resources than what nature uses for it. The way nature produces water is actually very cost effective. Do we really need to put all our energies into creating a technology that will replace nature, or just get out of the way of nature? So that's what I feel that all of us need to think about whenever technology comes in the way. To say, is technology really supporting what needs to be supported? It's trying to replace things just because, and I feel it's trying to. And why is it doing that? According to me, is because of the ego of human species. We think we are invincible. We think we are above all. And if that thinking can be challenged, I feel then we can easily find solutions. Somebody told me outside, by the way, we were just talking and said, climate change is not so difficult to solve if we all can get out of the way.
Tarun, I think I know we are on time. So how many of you know that concrete is the second most used substance after water in the world? So I'm thinking, why don't we look at using artificial intelligence in concrete? Concrete is a mixture of various materials. And what personally I have seen after working at grassroots level, people are not aware of those mixes. We haven't worked on it, but I think this is one of the solutions we are going to work in future, where it can replace the knowledge of a very experienced engineer or a professional, through which, a common man can get the same quality of concrete to to construct his or her home at the grassroots level.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I see the final card, I'm opening it up for 5 minutes if there is a burning question somewhere. Sorry for this, but it's needed.
Before I say anything, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Anvita, which means bridging the gap, I think, which is why I chose this field. Now, having said that, I have a question. What would you say about including indigenous knowledge base into the conventional education system?
I have to. Yeah, so when I begin my statement, the dialogue has been completely diluted and AI will be the problem. Just now when closing, he asked that time one question in my mind. We have to ask on AI how we can preserve our circularity. So what AI will say, because only dialogue. So our conventional education system was the dialogue. So entire dialogue between the family, society, and nature and human. So when I started farming, my first teacher asked me, after 5 days, the rain will come because the air flows this direction and 2 birds sit on that direction. So that was AI.
I can answer this. I think when we were studying, many of us, the role of the education system was largely to create good human beings. Fine. And that's where all this knowledge, everything was coming. Unfortunately, nowadays, the education system is about creating good professionals. And how do you create good professionals without becoming good human being and valuing what we have? to start with, instead of thinking of what we will have. I mean, that is a gap. Right. One last question. Yeah.
I think the knowledge has increased tremendously, but the wisdom has gone down. So now we need the straw of wisdom to pull out the right knowledge.
Yeah, also, it's a very selective understanding. How many of us have ever typed rich farmer, knowledgeable farmer on the Google? Every time we talk about farmer, we'll say poor farmer, problems in farming. In the COVID phase, only maybe 10% people needed a doctor. 100% people needed a farmer. So we all are sitting here not only because of doctors, but because of the farmers. And in my country, where we have come out, where the farmers have come out with 40, 50,000 different variety of rice itself, right? Farming is still an unskilled profession. So where are we talking about this thing?
Yeah, but I also
We have to value that.
I think that's where you can marry technology and the indigenous knowledge is by you creating those models by the people who are connected to the grassroots. And then bringing that knowledge to the young professionals in farming, for example, and drawing out that wisdom.
Shall we close it? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
just one thing. This is the community session, and some real community stories is here. So want to publish here, and fortunately, this forwarded by the Anshuji, and we are both here.
Thank you, everyone. And, to be honest, if we all want to do something and we are serious about it, I always talk about the fight between mosquito and malaria. So it's in our hand, at least in the hand of these powerful people who are also the decision maker, opinion leaders. We want to kill the mosquito or we want to treat malaria. Killing mosquito is much easier, but for that, we'll have to go to the root. We'll have to go to the people. And instead of telling them, we'll have to listen. And that's where the solutions are. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. I'm certain that everyone is hungry by now, and we are open for lunch. And we also parallelly have a very wonderful video from our Climatrise team that we would like to play right here. Just one reminder for all the people in this room that lunch is open in this area, but it tends to get a little crowded. So please feel free to move to this side and occupy the space more effectively and nicely. Have a good lunch.
Check.
Hello, hello. Has everyone sort of found their places and is ready to get started after the great lunch? I don't see any responses. So nice. Thank you for that. Okay, may I ask people who are standing at the back to occupy some spaces? There are many empty spots here, and maybe you can get a comfortable seat and we can get started. Maybe I'll give this room a minute and then we can go ahead. We have a lovely TED Talk coming right after. All right. I think looks like most of the people have taken up spaces, and I see that a lot of people are pouring in. But in any case, I think we will move forward, and I would like to introduce you to our next speaker. She is Jackie Jones, who is the Director of Gender Norms Portfolio and the Office of the President at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Over to you, Jackie, and we are so happy to have you. Yes. Can we switch it on?
Hello, can you hear me? Oh man, going right after lunch is really hard. Hi, my name's Jackie Jones. How are you doing? Awesome. Okay. I'm really grateful to be here, and I just want to thank you for inviting me into your community today. You are all change makers, and I'm really glad that you're here because we need you now more than ever. I'm going to tell you a story about leadership, about leaders helping other leaders. And in the privileged seat that I sit in at the Gates Foundation, I have the opportunity to lead our portfolio that's focused on women in leadership, which really looks at elevating women, mid-career women, into positions of leadership in the health, law, and economic sectors. And my story actually starts when I joined the foundation in 2019. And we were on a journey to figure out how to best integrate gender equality into our programs. So if you're not familiar with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we are quite large and we have a lot of vertical programs. We work in polio, we work in malaria, we work in maternal health. And I got assigned the task to figure out across all of those verticals, how might we horizontally think about the gender dimensions of how we are trying to solve problems. And I approached one of our leaders, a woman who leads our immunization team, and she said, you know, Jackie, I have to be honest, I work in immunizations, and when you look at vaccination rates, when you look at how many boys versus girls are vaccinated, the numbers are the same. There really isn't a gender disparity between boys and girls getting vaccinated. And I said, fair, thank you for sharing that. She's like, I don't get this. Like, why is this an important problem that I should care about? Help me understand why this matters. And as she went on her own journey, she discovered when she was visiting one of our priority regions, the Kano state in Nigeria, that they actually had low uptake of immunizations for the polio vaccine across both genders. And she sort of did the head scratch of like, why is this happening? And lo and behold, the health clinics, which at that time were led by men, and the healthcare workers, who were women, noticed that the hours of the healthcare clinic, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., were just not convenient for caregivers, who are mostly mothers. That's the time they needed to be at the market to earn income for their family. And so, as it often is, a very entrepreneurial healthcare worker decided that she was going to change the norm. She said, we're going to change the hours. We're going to be open in the evenings and we're going to be open on the weekends. And lo and behold, immunization uptake happened. And I wanted to share that story with you because that's an example for me of how I think about both leadership at the local and community level, all the way to senior leadership decision-making where power and influence and money has a lot of opportunity to change. And nowhere in the world are women fully represented. And we are seeing a major setback in rights. And so I ask of you, this room, this very powerful group of change makers and the various seats and hats that you sit in, the hats that you wear, to think about the gender dimensions of how you approach your problem solving. And I guarantee you, if you looked closely enough, you will find there is an opportunity in that space. So thank you again for the opportunity to be here. And I'm really looking forward to this next panel and wish you the best of the afternoon. Thank you.
Oh, that's just getting over. Thank you so much, Jackie. And this is actually a very, very good segue for us to move into a very wonderful panel that's coming up right next to this, which is going to be exploring rooted power investing in women leaders at the grassroots, largely speaking in terms of proximate leadership. And it emphasizes on the need to support women leaders who are driving change in often overlooked, remote, and vulnerable communities. Please join me, Hechin Haukip from Center for Women and Girls, Manori Das from Institute of Self-Management, Farida Katawala from Circle of Hope, and Maya Patel from Tarsadia Foundation.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to start off with some stats here. Grassroots leaders with lived experiences are at the forefront of impacting their communities, and yet they're often the last to receive philanthropic support. This becomes even more apparent when we're looking at women-led organizations. Establishing and managing women-led organizations can be complex and also deeply transformative. Personal and professional journeys merge and diverge at critical milestones, leaving lasting impact on women leaders and their organizations. Multiple resources, such as the Action Coalition on Building Feminist Movements and Leadership, reported that less than 1% of all the overseas development aid for gender equality is given to women rights organizations. According to the OECD report, only 16% of all philanthropic capital is earmarked for gender equality, which often ends up at the big international organizations. Globally, the funding gap for feminist organizations remains glaring. AWID's 2013 study on feminist financing revealed a median funding of $20,000, with only 0.4% reaching feminist organizations a decade later. This disparity undermines a critical need for sustained investment in women-led NGOs, striving to empower vulnerable women. Through our panel discussion, we'd like to highlight the critical importance of investing in women, leaders, and their grassroots organizations. On our panel today, we have Hechin Haukip, and she's a co-founder of the Center for Women and Girls, is breaking barriers by strengthening access to justice, and her focus on harnessing the resilience for women to drive community-wide change, and has been critical to build equal opportunities for the last mile in hard-to-reach geographies. Hechin is empowering women and through them charting the path of empowerment. Manori Das is a trailblazer, advocating for vulnerable and tribal communities in Tamil Nadu. Leading the Institute of Self-Management, she's built a consortium of 65 women-led NGOs that work to strengthen access for marginalized communities. Her vision is a gender-just world where communities lead their own growth and development. Manori is creating a powerful legacy, ensuring young women can take charge of their futures. And Farida Katwala is a long-term supporter of the nonprofit community and philanthropy. Having lived all over the world with her family, her interest in world cultures, women's rights, and global education became even more important. She's at the forefront of many philanthropic organizations in the region, including New England International Donors, America-India Foundation, World Education, Dining for Women, New World Repertoire Theater, and CARE, amongst others. Wow, Farida. I'm Maya Patel, and I'm with the Tarsadia Foundation. We are really looking at, I'm happy to facilitate this panel today. At Tarsadia, we believe that the people closest to the problems are closest to the solutions. And in the case of gender equity, it's often women leaders who have lived experiences with the system that need to change, as well as the deepest knowledge about their community needs. Yet, year after year, we collectively as a philanthropic community do not do enough to invest in women. That's why I'm excited for us to hear from these 3 inspiring women on our panel today, so we can help close the gendered investment gap and support women-led organizations. That's my spiel. Here we go. To kick off the conversation, I'd like to ask Hechin and then Manohari to share about the biggest challenges they face leading their respective organizations and the kind of impact that they've been able to create. Hechin, should we start with you?
Thank you, Maya, for the wonderful introduction. And thank you, everyone. I'm honored to be here. Just a little bit of my childhood experience as a girl. Like when I was in school, I've been bullied several times just because I'm a girl. So I used to, like, people said, "Oh, you don't talk like a girl. You don't work like a girl." So I said, "Why?" And I often used to confront with my classmates who are a boy. And every time I have a fight with them, they said, "Oh, you're not like us." I said, "Why?" And then they said, "You're carrying a vagina." So that was really, really one thing that why I always ask for myself. So I think that these are some of the incidents that really shaped me to do what I am doing now. So like I work with, I'm from a state called Manipur, which is northeast India, bordering Myanmar. And Manipur is hosting several ethnic communities that are tribal, like I am one. So the tribals have a cultural norms like everyone has, but also we have self-governance systems. So where this customary law is very, very prominent and respected, by the community. And for me, as I start working and thinking a little differently, when people said you don't think like a girl, like a woman. So I have observed that, this any form of gender-based violence or gender-based discrimination is trivialized by the customary court verdicts that settle the disputes by butchering a pig, where women doesn't get any rehabilitative process. So that is where only male, this village authority is judging or giving a verdict to this this judgment. That is where we feel that women access to justice, it's a big challenge and it's almost impossible in this kind of governance. And on the other hand, the judiciary system, which is like corrupt. And so between this complex system, we at Center for Women and Girls is trying to bring a justice to women who are victim survivors of this various forms of violence against women and girls. So having said that, so like our experience, it's always, a challenging. And also as you work for women and children who doesn't have a say in this decision-making platforms, when you talk to politicians who would be, likely going to, a policymaker, so they don't care your issue because when it comes to election, they know that you are not going to decide, and because you are working with women and child. So women and children issues doesn't decide, the political status. So that is how I think one of also the biggest challenge in terms of being women as a leader and also working for women. So that is one big challenge. And again, as I said, when we talk with this men in the customary village court, which we also feel that this village court has a capacity to investigate this cases. They don't have a jail to imprison. They don't have a scientific investigative expertise. So that is how one of our Center for Women and Girls argument that we should also consider taking these cases to the judiciary system. Though, as I said, judiciary system, it's equally corrupt and also a problem. So, so what we are doing to ensure gender equity or promote gender equality within the community is we have two approaches. That is, one is episodic incident. We address these episodic incidents when we take a victim survivor of domestic violence or any other forms of violence against women, taking them, accompanying them to the police, for hospitals, the court, and sometimes we offer them, a temporary shelter. That is one of the episodic approach that we did. On the other hand, to see a long-term change, we work with children, we work with youth, where we talk about how gender disparity begins at home. How your own parents treat you differently as a boys and girls. So we use a lot of like storybooks and picture books, like one Rainbow Boys and Rainbow Girls. So these are some of the approach that we do, and the imagination that after when the youth and children whom we work with, gender sensitization and legal awareness program, come into this village authority, village court, the judgment won't be just butchering a pig. It would be more women friendly, and women will get justice. That is one hope that we have. It's a long-term imagination. And another challenges is, as a women, we have limited access to like technologies, and also being from a very rural community, and my home is experiencing fear and hopelessness because of the ethnic conflict which is happening in the last 18 years, and we were wiped out from the urban areas. We can't access hospitals. I can't even access the only airport that I have in my state. So those are challenges. And in the last 18 months, we set up, a place where at least pregnant and delivery women who will deliver a baby should have a space where they can sleep, not in the relief camp. So in the last 18 months, we were able to facilitate like more than 35 delivery in our the center, where we engage some of the professional nurses. And these are not funded, but with Rebuild India Fund, we were able to do this or unplanned changes that really required an intervention. And so that is one thing. And the challenges is women are not in the decision-making platforms that really, limit our access to funding or progressing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Hechin. Manihari. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to share with you about my experience and the challenges what we have faced in our journey. That first of all, I would like to say about my own individual story. I am born in a family of 5 girls. I am the second one. So there is a proverb in Tamil: if a parent give birth to 5 girls, then they will be pauper. They will be more put into poor condition. That is the proverb. So my parents, they are not like to make us to study. So anyhow, with the great struggle, I entered into school and completed my study. And for graduation, there is very close a rural university. All of you know that in the name of Gandhi, there is a Gandhigram University, rural university. I studied there. That impressed me to more to work to undertake this activity. The main challenge we are facing is when we are organizing the women, our target community is the most marginalized section of the society. As you know, all that Indian society is constructed on caste basis, and gender violence bias structure. So the Dalit women and tribal women, we are working among them is facing 4 types of challenges. That is, as a woman on patriarchal values, they are oppressed, and as a worker, she is marginalized, and as a belong to a minority religion, she is also oppressed. Like that, there are 4 many ways they are oppressing. So to take from that all this social oppression, it is a great challenge for us. For example, they have to struggle within the family also for the familial violence and other things, and also for the dominant forces in the community. The men in the Dalit community also not supporting if any occurrences sexually happened with the dominant caste people. So they are not supporting their women also, because they are exclusively depending on livelihood resources with the dominant landlords like that. So it is not easy to raise their voice against their gender or social violences. That their main root cause is that is gender-based violence, caste-based violence, and also there are 4 ways that what I previously told. They have to encounter with the patriarchal values and also the social discrimination, and that there are social exclusion of Dalit and tribal women from the outside of their community, and also they are facing caste-based, gender-based, various forms of violence. And also they are, like, you know, all about these untouchable practices. So we cannot make the people to enjoy the public resources. They cannot able to walk in the public pathway. They cannot use the public water resources like that. There is some restriction because of untouchability practices. So it is a great challenge for us to encounter all these. So with this also we have promoted grassroots Dalit and tribal women movement, and we are addressing the livelihood needs with the focus of satisfying the fulfilling of livelihood needs and addressing various forms of violence and enhance their standard of living. Our main focus is to make more inclusion of Dalit women in the society and less discrimination on caste basis and gender basis, and make them a great, respectful and dignified life. So we are struggling as an individual organization. So to have this collective effort to address the collective voice, I have facilitated a federation for Dalit and Tribal Women Federation by coordinating 67 Dalit and Tribal Women led a non-profit organization. By collaborating with each other, we would like to minimize the social exclusion. Like that, we are promoting that is the big challenge. That is social construction is a great challenge for us. And the achievement, in between this achievement, we could be able to release the bonded laborers from the dominant caste. Nearly 282 families we have released from the bonded from the landlords. So we, with a relief amount of 20,000, and also we promoted this financial literacy and having the savings habit. So in each organization, association at the grassroots, they are having the savings unit. So we coordinated all the grassroots units and promoted this women laborers bank. Through that, they can create an alternative credit system for women, Dalit women and tribal women. Because the formal bank, they asked for surety to extend loan. So they created their own economic alternative credit system. With that, they are paying their share capital and saving. And with that, they are, alternatively, they are finding their livelihood resources and housing in their name, in the women name. And we also promoting Dalit children for higher education and to stop the school dropout, and also to stop girl children also. Girl children early marriage, because during COVID there is increase of more girl children marriages happened. So we would like to stop that, so that we are after school program we are running for the children. And also one thing I would like to share, that is informal workers also we are coordinating. We are registering them under trade union to promote decent work situation and also enjoyment of their rights. And also we are creating social entitlement to benefit by the government schemes and benefits, and also assisting them to get legal benefits and rehabilitation also. That is the main thing. It is the thing we have experienced. But so we are like to struggle with the people, and we are living it as way of my life. Jai Bhim.
Thank you. Thank you, Hechin and Manohari, for sharing those unique challenges. I'd like to reiterate that less than 1% of all the overseas development aid for gender equality is given to women's rights organizations. And this percentage is even less in low and middle income countries. Additionally, only about 10% of NGOs in India are led by women. However, we have some brilliant examples of philanthropists trying to bridge that gap. And through collaborative efforts, with that, I'd like to turn it over to Farida. Farida, I'm going to ask you a question. Farida, so you've been a huge advocate of grassroots giving. Would love to understand what has enabled you to mobilize givers to support organizations in India through networks such as the NEID.
Thank you, Maya, for the lovely intro, and good afternoon, everyone. I just want to give my panelists a big round of applause because their stories is just compelling. I'm going to start by saying that I really love, and I'm going to say is, here's to strong women, maybe know them, maybe be them, and maybe raise them. Having said that, I'm going to answer that question through my story. I was born in Bombay. I am also one of 4 girls with an empowering mother and having an opportunity to do whatever I wanted. Having said that, I was always told, my parents always inculcated in us that we need to give back. And that has been in my head since I was a little girl. I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but fast forward, this is my second career. I've been in the nonprofit space for the last 14 years. And my focus has always been women and girls. And I totally believe in the grassroots level funding, because I think that is where you really find that's where social justice comes in place, equity comes in place, where you talk about community building comes in place. And because of that, I started a giving circle called Circle of Hope, and I sit under the AIF umbrella. And it's been our 7th year since we've been there. And we've only focused on supporting women and girls at the most grassroots level. And I am very fortunate that I visited both of those sites that we funded. And both of them are so near to my heart. And one was, we funded a project where we actually got a personal trainer to train women with some sort of physical disability, because as you know, they are subject to a lot of vulnerability. And that was incredible because not only it gave them the confidence, but it gave them, they figured out that they could really, in their own realm, protect themselves. And till today, that project is so dear to my heart because it was in India. I think that was one of the first projects that someone actually pitched at the grassroots level, and we funded it. So it's very dear to my heart. And the second one was, we went to a village in India, in a tribal village, and we created a bilingual curriculum so these kids could attend the schools at the local schools because they couldn't because they only spoke tribal language. And had we not intervened and done and created the bilingual dictionary or whatever they call it, these kids were never successful going to school. So again, I totally believe that grassroots level programs need to be funded, need to be addressed for anything else to be, for the larger projects to succeed. And I also am very happy that with Dasra, which I am new to the organization and I'm falling in love with it. I'm not in love with it as yet. We just finished a giving circle and with need, and we funded 2 projects. And one was one of the projects was called READ, where we funded a project where it was for I think Dalit and tribal caste, where we tried to intervene there with education and improve their livelihoods. And the second one was the second was it was a special for special it was for kids with special needs, where we helped them to become mainstream. So that just ended in June, and I'm looking to continue my journey with Dasra and figure out what next. And I just can say that the grassroots level programs is the way I feel that I have been able to be convince my peers or have people support it is through empathy, which my colleague Karen and Sarah spoke this morning, community, and passion. I think if you have passion, these three things, and you kind of convey that, and I think people will follow. It's just you have to believe in yourself, and once that happens, I think it's very easy for the rest to follow. So I think yeah, you always, I'm not saying it's a sure thing, but you got to take a chance, and sometimes you win it and sometimes you don't. And I'm just going to end by my favorite quotation. I know you guys might think I love quotes, but be the change you wish to see. So thanks.
Thank you, Farida, for sharing your perspective. Oops. Thank you to all three of our panelists for sharing such valuable insights with us today. There's so much that we can learn from each other, and I hope that this panel is just the beginning of many more conversations. We at Tersadia are passionate about strengthening women-led organizations by providing them with appropriate financial and capacity building support. They need to realize their vision. And as part of our efforts with the Rebuild India Fund, we've been working closely with Dasra to invest in 100 women-led organizations. And that represent the most promising and inspiring proximate leaders who are changing India from the ground up. We believe that large-scale change from collective impact, and we have an opportunity to come together as a philanthropic community to support women leaders and who are making meaningful change in their communities. I'm hopeful that we can challenge and break gender norms that exist in the philanthropic ecosystem and shift some of the statistics around us. Thank you, everyone, for your time today, and thank you for listening. And we'll have them at the cocktail hour so you can ask questions at a later time. Thank you, everyone.
Hello. Yes. Thank you so much, everyone, for this. This was very engaging and generally also bringing us to the ground and the experiences of people. Connecting all of these things, conversations that we're having today has been very lovely. Up next, we have a knowledge product release that is going to be happening, which is given India's vibrant nonprofit sector, and it's a powerhouse of innovation with homegrown solutions, scaling at its shore, and driving systemic change in a global setting. These philanthropy flashes that are going to be released today. Again, you can look at the QR code, scan this, and have access to the philanthropy flashcards. These flashcards they essentially spotlight patterns across nonprofit organizations that have expanded operations, covering sectoral focus areas, program archetypes, and target communities. You can have access to these in the QR code, and these are also running across the entire session, so you can go on and look at those. Up next, so this is a very good segue for us to the non-profit scaling session that we have right here. So I would like to invite Paul Simpson from Industry Foundation Creative Million, Dr. Shahid Alam from Noora Health, Manushi Yadav from Pratham USA, Vedika Bhandarkar from water.org. Oh my God. Okay. We're going to quickly run and get all our speakers. I think they're on their way from the huddle room. Hello. Paul, in the interim, as I think you could get us started with, I think your piece in the interim as all of them come along. I think they should take only 2 minutes to get here.
Sure. So this is like one of those bad dreams you have. You wake up and you're either not dressed in appropriate attire or you're sitting in a room and first let me just start off by thanking Dasra. I've had the privilege and honor of working with Dasra for probably close to 15 years. Devil actually introduced me to our CEO. And she's usually here. Neelam Chiber, if you don't know her, is one of the most amazing, dynamic people in the world. So our journey really started from that. And obviously we'll get into it, assuming the panel shows up. If not, I'll use my 2 minutes now. So we started from a point of really, really good success because of Neelam and the other groups. And Neelam and her company industry, we've had the opportunity to touch over 600,000 women and touch, train, educate, and teach them a sustainable job and craft. Hi. So you guys are you're walking in. I was all alone, so they made me start. But I'll continue as we go through. But we had a really, really great foundation as we started to scale globally, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we get into the panel.
Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you so much, Paul. And it's so lovely to also know, just small note that I would like to make, these beautiful pencils that are there sitting on each of your tables are also one of the products that was given to us. It's a really nice Creative Million product and Prash products that's there. And you can read a little more about it. There's also a QR code here. And this is something that we have. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was created by one of our artisans and makers. So
Yeah.
that's the very cool thing.
Yes. And I think Manushi, Vedika, and Dr. Shahid, we can get started with the panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry we're late. We were waiting for Paul and the other. So I'm really looking forward to moderating this conversation. While we were waiting, my panelists said, oh, the moderator's job is very hard. I thought the moderator's job is the easiest because I just get to ask questions. So I don't know, we'll find out. So our topic today is how scaling for the majority world, how Indian nonprofits are going places. So, you know, in the business world, and I should have introduced myself. My name is Vedika Bhandarkar. I'm the president and CEO of water.org. And in the and this is my second career, and my first 25 years were in the business world. And in the business world, it's conventional wisdom that if a product or a service works in India, it can work anywhere else in the world, given the size, given the complexity, given the diversity. It's looks like it's also true for government programs, right? So think of Swachh Bharat, think of UPI. I know it's certainly true for traffic. So if you can drive in Mumbai or Delhi, you can drive anywhere in the world, and everywhere else seems really easy. So the question today is that true even in the not-for-profit space? And Dasra did some quick analysis, and they came up with an interesting statistic that they looked at 26 Indian nonprofit solutions, and they found out that these are already present in 32 countries across Asia and Africa. So there's a notable trend of South to South exchange. So I'm delighted to moderate this panel, and I have three very, very interesting people. Manushi Yadav, who heads strategic partnerships for Pratham. Shahid Alam, who's the co-founder and co-CEO of Noura Health. And Paul Simpson, who you know already very well, is the board member and president of Creative Million. So I'm going to start with you, Manushi. I know Pratham has really changed and evolved, and you've been with them for 10 years now, and Pratham has expanded its global footprint. So can you share through this journey, what's the role of strategic partnerships and on-ground collaborators, which have enabled Pratham to scale? And what best practices have you observed along the way?
Sure, thank you. I should really know the answer. I'm doing strategic partnerships, right? So yes, Pratham has changed, Pratham has evolved, but so many things really remain the same. I think from the very beginning as an organization, we were very clear that we are not going to be ones who set up like a parallel system. From day one, it was about working with the government, within the government school system, and partner so we can create something that is, of course, we'll demonstrate, but then it's scalable, it's replicable, it's going to be low cost. And even, when we were expanding in India 30 years ago almost, we were relying on these kind of partnerships. And I know we've been talking about acronyms a lot, and we talk about this Sarkar, Samaj, Bazar. For me, the 3 Ps I actually look at when we talk about these programs, there's people, there is program or a process, and there is paisa, right? These are the 3 Ps with which you have to partner properly should you want to really, scale something well. And when we started looking at expanding beyond India, I think it was the fact that we had certain people who had bought into the efficacy of what Pratham's work is. So teaching at the right level, right? JPAL had evaluated our work through numerous RCTs in India. It was one of the first sort of programs to opt in to an RCT at that point of time. When they were advising governments on different solutions in sub-Saharan Africa, the government happened to ask, oh, by the way, do you have a suggestion for education? And they said, oh, by the way, we've actually evaluated something that Pratham did in India. And then it's like this global south to global south side of a connection. They said, oh, do you want to see it? So that's the people part. The process of working with government systems, which is where you're saying that, how do we do the training and the capacity building? That becomes then the next critical layer. And I know as a sector, we talk about, oh, are you going top down or bottom up? Yes, do both, but also go for the middle layer. Because in so many ways, the top layer, at least for example, in Indian government partnerships, those are elected officials, they move around often. The bottom layer, yes, you can convince them, but there is often not enough incentive for them to buy into this thing. Plus, they are already overburdened. So you need to create a series of change agents that we now call leaders of practice in the middle layer of the system that really build the system's capacity to take this work forward. And that's a strategic partnership with the government stakeholder. And then there is paisa, the money, which is critical because unless you have a partner who is giving with trust in you, letting you sort of be free to even fail, right? Unless you have that, it's very difficult. I think at Pratham, we've been very lucky. Our US entity, Pratham USA, has been able to tap into certain networks which are giving a degree of flexible money that allowed us to innovate a lot in India. When we wanted to expand globally, our partners who funded us in India, Skoll, a couple of other people I know they're in the room, Co-Impact being a critical player, right? They said, okay, we bought into TAL, we think it's scalable. Let's talk about big money and potentially big impact, but more importantly, let's give you 5 years to try, fail, potentially succeed. And I feel like this is the strategic collaboration. It doesn't have to be with one player. It has to happen with every single one of this stakeholder for success. Yeah.
Thank you. I loved a lot of what you said, but one thing which really resonated is when you talked about, when you develop partnerships, it's not enough just to cover the top, and it's not enough just to cover the lower levels. My previous career was investment banking, right? And we used to, I know, I did well, but I used to cover the middle level of my clients because you grew with them. And then they became the CEOs by the time you became. So lots of things to unpack, and thank you for your answer. I want to come to you, Shahid. And Paul, you're also ex-investment banking. No. Yeah, but Shahid, Noura Health works very closely with health systems and family caregivers. And these structures can vary across cultures and across countries. Yet you've been very successful. You're already in 4 countries, I think, and want to go to 15. So can you reflect on your experience and share how organizations can stay true to their mission while adapting their programs to different cultural contexts during this journey? And how can they be agile and responsive to the changing dynamics?
I think my team is probably confused. Where did 15 come from? That was literally in our conversation. Doing some strategy session there. Thank you so much for that question. I'll give maybe a quick background on what we do at Nora, and I think then it'll be clear how we actually have been thinking about our expansion to new countries. At Nora Health, we support family caregivers of patients with the knowledge and the skills that they need to care for their loved ones. This really started by sitting with patients, their loved ones, in one hospital outside of Bangalore, in the hallways, the waiting areas, and seeing how important a family member of a patient is in terms of a patient's recovery and their overall care outcomes. But just seeing how health systems are struggling in terms of supporting those families in actually what to do. So that's why Nora started, and we started to work in India and started to prove out the model, and have shown things like a reduction in complication rates after surgery and even a reduction in things like newborn mortality, just by simply training the family on some basic care practices on what to do at home. So when we started to scale this in India and started to see this early evidence of success, we did start to think, how can we think about really growing this work in a meaningful way? And I would say in terms of contextualization, that's where the first question comes is, what are your goals for scaling? Like, why are you scaling? For us as an organization, there was plenty of scale, plenty of work still to do in growing to new states in India, going deeper within the health systems, even in India. But what we saw was that family caregivers of patients are left out of that process of care delivery, not just in India, but in many parts of the world. And our ultimate goal was to shift the standard of care so that families are involved better. And so we found it important to prove out the model in other contexts. And that really was one of the reasons for pushing us to look outside of India in terms of growing the model. So we had a reason to do it, but of course then needed to figure out exactly how to do it and how do we keep the core value of what we do at the center. And this is, I think, where we went back to the roots of like day one of starting the organization and understanding what is that core value that we are bringing to the health system and to the people that we serve. What is actually missing that Nora Health needs to be additive to, and redefining that and contextualizing that for each new geographical context was important. For example, in Bangladesh, the core idea of supporting families was the same, but we started with critical care because that was a gap that was there in the system, and actually some of the community health processes were a bit stronger in Bangladesh. So we started in that end of the system. In Indonesia, we actually saw a thriving health education and patient education system that already exists. But what we saw is that it was focused on the patient and oftentimes pushed out the family member. So while a mother might get the information on how to care for the newborn and themselves, the rest of the family, the father, the grandmothers, they would be left out of that. So again, the mission was the same, but contextualizing exactly what that first step was really important. And then it was about taking, and actually executing on that. And a huge part of that is figuring out the structure that you want to take in terms of actually growing the work. For us as an organization, what that meant was we created a small but mighty shared team. And the reason why they're called the shared team is because the resources, their work is shared across all of the geographies, but they have the core competencies that are needed for growing a program. So things that are important in our work is the medical, the training, the technology pieces, behavior change. So we have those core competencies on the shared team. But actually, the country teams are where the vast majority of the people at Noura are. That's where the decisions are taken in terms of the strategy, budgets are allocated. That is really where the meat of the work happens. And the shared teams are there to support and begin that journey with the country teams. And I'll say that the biggest thing that's been an important part of building out our country teams has been bringing them to the hospitals, especially the first one that we worked in, for example, outside of Bangalore, but bringing them and bringing them to see the patients and families in India and working alongside our colleagues in India to understand really that core mission and that value that the organization is about. Because once that is centered, then all of that decision making, the day-to-day strategy that needs to be built around the program, that needs to happen in country. And we also work, we do have entities that we've created in some of the larger geographies that are directly linked to Noura, or we work through partners as well, but largely the structure is the same in terms of how we interact. And then maybe the last piece I'll leave is once you have that structure in place, the process that we've used to replicate and continue iterating on the model is co-creation. I think that's at the heart of how we operate. And we've actually evolved this because we've always been an organization that's been centered, for example, around human-centered design. But over the last several years, what we've been realizing is oftentimes even that process, how we applied it before, was designing for and not with. And that process of co-creation, especially in new geographies, really allows us to design a program and the intervention with all of the populations that we're working with, including the doctors and nurses who we work with and the patients and the families who we're there to serve.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Again, such really important lessons, understanding and contextualizing the needs for each market before we go in, being very clear what the goals are. And I love the idea of a shared team across geographies, because I think that really helps bringing mission and cultural alignment across all the teams. Thank you, Shahid. Paul, Creative Millions has very successfully adopted and replicated its model across India and Africa. And I believe you're now exploring markets in Southeast Asia and Latin America. Can you talk a little bit about how you've leveraged the learnings and business models when you go to new countries, and what's been most successful in terms of strategies when you go across diverse markets?
I'll also chuck in what's been not so successful, because it's not always easy. So go back to a few minutes ago when I was all alone, and I literally stayed here because the panel before us was so captivating and awesome. I was not leaving. So, so again, we started with a dynamic CEO who was brilliant, and we were able to touch the lives of 600,000 women. And the core mission was find the women, usually in rural areas, train them and teach them to actually build sustainable livelihoods, all in the artisan craft, and the crafts cut across 4 main verticals, but that's less important. So what do we want to do next? So our core competency was training. Our other core competency was the livelihood sustainability, and core goal and mission was market access for these same people. So we in the middle of COVID, we launched a e-commerce and learning site in India to, again, have market access for all of our artisans. Then we said, okay, let's launch the same type of website learning center in the US. One of my colleagues mentioned, I think you did, on the financial flexibility, same time we launched a 501c3 in the US. And what that allowed us to do was take core competencies, things we were good at, now not applied the same way, and then take them to these other markets. And what's happened for us, so the positives, a lot of positives. Launching during COVID was not positive, but it gave our artisans market access to sell. It gave our artisans market access to sell at a price point 30 to 40% higher than the domestic price point in India at that point. Second thing that it did is it allowed us to actually gain scale by looking at other countries with similar attributes, not same attributes, but similar. Training's not always the same. Training in the US for us has been much more digital and virtual. They don't like to do it in person. Again, a learning. But what we've been able to do now is we have 25 countries that we actually are supporting on that platform. Dasra and others, Empowerment Foundation and others have been phenomenal in supporting us. But we've also learned along the way, things that worked well in India. So if you provided the training, or if Neelam was here, she'd talk about the curation and all of the stuff that I'm really bad at. But all of the artistic aspects that worked well in India, and you could actually do it, and you'd have collaboration. It's a little harder in some of the other countries. The second thing is, in India, it was typically a one-to-one or then one-to-cohort model. In the US, as we're looking at these 25 other countries, we're typically working, like my partners here, with aggregators. So we have one representative for a country in Africa who's bringing 40 or 50 artisans, which, by the way, is a lot easier for us, and it allows us to scale a lot quicker. The other major challenge, I would say, is and we had a meeting this morning, some of the finance teams from different companies that are here, the changing regulations and the lack of flexibility to support some of these jurisdictions. And the changes take place for national elections, let's be honest, right? They take place for some of the different trends and challenges that are caused by some of the wars that are going on. That's probably been our single largest challenge, being dynamic and being flexible. But I would say, we're here to help people that need help. We focused on typically women artisans, 95%, but we're also helping other artisans now. Stay true to what are you good at? Know what you're not good at. And that's really worked well with us. And then the last thing, and if those of you that saw the Dasra discussion about scaling teams, it's interesting because when you've done a good job talent-wise, because you have sustainable aspects. And Neelam, again, those of you that don't know her should meet her. She's one of the most amazing human beings I've ever met. And she's brought in a team that is just awesome. And several of us have worked together for years, a lot of people that are new, but it is a business in an area that will sustain itself.
Thank you, Paul. Lots of things resonated a lot. First of all, congratulations. During COVID to scale and launch, that is amazing. The point which you made about changing regulations, absolutely true, and impacts all of us, I think, in the room. So I've been shown that we have 5 minutes. So doing rapid fire, 2 questions, and I really want everyone to be very rapid. So one thing, and couple of you talked about support from donors. So if you had to give your philanthropic supporters one message which can help your organizations expand across countries much faster, what would that message be? And we'll start with you, Shad.
Well, I would say, I think supporting us to be collaborative, maybe. I mean, there's many of us going through these scaling journeys, and there's oftentimes compliance or other kind of those sorts of issues which we don't need to reinvent the wheel on, and if we're able to both get resources to tackle it, but maybe do it as a community of folks facing those similar challenges, I think donors are positioned to be able to do that in many ways.
That's great.
My funders are in the room. You're going to get me into trouble. But so
no,
everyone's great. Everyone's great. I'm very happy with all my funders. No, I think in so many ways, what I mentioned earlier, and we've been grateful to have some of those funders, which is this trust and flexibility in money is critical. The regulatory framework, the way it's changing, allowing agencies for nonprofits. And I say that not because of Pratham, because I feel like as a nonprofit, we still have, to some extent, a decent amount of bargaining power on the table. A lot of nonprofits don't. So giving agency back to nonprofits and how to use this money is critical. But also, and it may seem counterintuitive to say it right now, but keep us in check in certain things when we are doing international expansion, because it is so easy to fall for the same traps that you hated. I mean, for us, we were very cognizant in India that we're not going to get the Marathi speaking team to go do the training in Bihar because it's not the same context. How are we expecting the India team to come and do the training for all of the sub-Saharan African countries? So making sure that you are constantly cognizant of this changing dynamics, something as simple as one big feature of Tala, and you would have seen photos probably, is that children write on the floor. The first time we did a pilot in Zambia, teachers couldn't sit on the floor because they're wearing dresses, right? So something as simple as that shows how things need to be contextualized. And while you trust your nonprofit partners, make sure that you're constantly pushing them so they don't turn into the exact sort of imposing entities that they hated, to begin with. So that's, I think, is important.
That's a great answer. And I can tell you your funders will not hate you at all for this. Paul.
So you have 2 minutes. I'll give you 1 minute back. So my answer is going to be twofold. So first, for donors, you said it, be direct with us. Make sure we know your objectives and what you're looking to achieve. More importantly than your objectives, things that are like, do not do, because that will help us to be very transparent with you. And then second is really help us leverage skills and experiences out there. And I'm going to use one example because I think it's amazing. So Ninad from Dasra he and several colleagues have brought together a group of CFO, financial, and compliance people from their organizations. And the collective experience on challenges and opportunities in that group is awesome. Use that. Don't create or go through this stuff yourself because it is not easy, and leverage what's out there.
Thank you. Now, I love the messages for the funders. And I hope all of you have enjoyed the conversation as much as I have. I just wanted to put it all together. And, the organization I work for, it's not an India-based organization, but our largest operations are in India. And the main approach that we have, where we partner with financial institutions to make sure affordable financing is in the hands of people who want to build their own water or sanitation solutions, started in India. And we started it in India, and now we work across 16 countries, across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And all of the messages that you spoke about, contextualizing to the country's needs, saying no, because I think that's one of the biggest challenges for not-for-profits. We just want to do so much, but people program Pesa. I love that. And really failing fast, right? Because I think is also sometimes a big problem for us. We keep digging in and saying, no, this is going to work. It's going to work. I know it's going to work. But I think failing fast and learning as we expand across the world and get the world to reach the SDGs much faster is the collective aim here. So thank you so much for your time. And thank you, Dasra, for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you so much. People program Pesa will remain with me. Okay. Okay. With this, we have Divya Verma from Ajivika Bureau to give her TEDx address.
Can you hear me? This is working. Yeah. Thank you, Revika, for having me here, and a very good afternoon to all of you. It's truly an honor to be here and to be able to listen to all these inspiring conversations through the day today. I'm Divya Verma, and I represent Ajivika Bureau and Work Fair and Free Foundation. And we work with a very specific focus on internal labor migrants in India who move within the boundaries of India from villages to cities on a yearly basis and working informally at the very bottom ends of our economy in India today. Many of you might remember very vivid images from the time of the COVID-induced lockdown in 2020, when there were sea of workers, male workers, women workers, and children who were really walking on foot back from the cities to their villages because their work sites and their homes were shut down just barely by a day's notice. And I think for me, those images, if you can some of you can recall them, I think those really kind of underscore the severe marginalities that India's migrant worker population faces today. So it's the climate week that's going on in New York, and it's really triggered by climate variabilities and a very rapid degeneration of agricultural livelihoods that's really forcing about 140 million people to migrate every year from India's villages to cities and live in cities in a very, very deplorable condition that is mired in invisibility and indignity. So they sleep on the pavements, they sleep on the sides of railway tracks, under flyovers, and sometimes they live within their work sites, which are construction sites, which are restaurants, which are small manufacturing units, which double up as their residential areas, in which they were just working in the mornings. So women, of course, face the biggest brunt of some of these movements because they're continuously forced to reproduce their households in very frugal conditions as the families move continuously in search of livelihoods without even basic amenities to, without access to basic amenities to even toilets. And you can imagine how hard that would be in a very dense urban location, having to get up almost at 3:30 a.m. in the morning to relieve yourself before the entire city wakes up. Of course, work conditions are themselves extremely compromised. Work hours are very long, wages are erratic, and minimum wages are seldom paid to these workers. And the biggest issue really is that the employment relationships are highly informal, which means that there is no employment contract that governs the relationship between the contractor and the worker, which means that it's very easy for the worker to get away, to not receive access to wages. That contractor can get away without paying them wages. The work conditions itself is severely precarious. Loss of lives, loss of limbs, amputations, severe exposure to long-term health hazards. These are very common experiences faced by migrant workers in India today. Of course, in all of this, children face the biggest brunt because they are continuously forced to move along with their parents when they move in search of livelihoods. So access to education is a big issue. And being deprived of a sense of rootedness in their own communities, that's a big issue for the children who are growing up in some of these migrant families. At Ajivika Bureau, our endeavor really has been to strengthen the agency and voices of millions of these migrant workers through a multi-pronged approach, through enabling social protection, through facilitating legal aid for some of these workers, as well as building platforms of worker unions and collectives that can foster their solidarity between themselves so that they can really demand better solutions from the state and the industry. At Work Fair and Free Foundation, which is an organization that I've co-founded recently, we undertake systematic knowledge generation and research in order to characterize some of the hardships faced by migrant workers and to make sure that some of these are mainstreamed in the conversations and policy discourses and with industries in India today. India Labor Line is a flagship initiative that we run where we've been able to secure almost $725,000 for migrant workers in favor of them, to protect them against wage thefts and accident compensation. And on some of our skill training initiatives, have also been very impactful in terms of skilling up more than 33,000 youth and giving them access to more remunerative, dignified, and secure employment opportunities up the value chain. So going forward, I think some of our important sort of plans for the future is to be able to seed pilot interventions in the area of dignified housing for migrants in cities, as well as finding solutions to address occupational safety and health. How can we make work sites better for migrant workers? And of course, in partnership with organizations like Dasra, we look to scale up some of the system level interventions where we are able to pull up learnings from the ground and contribute to important kind of policy level discourses, both with the industry as well as with the government. So just to conclude, our vision is for a world where everyone is able to live and work with dignity everywhere. And we hope to contribute to a space where migrant workers are able to experience equity and dignity in access to opportunities for themselves and their communities. Thank you. Should I give a yeah?
We'll get this started without Rebecca doing the MC work, but for this one, just as we get started, lay a little bit of context, introduce the panelists, and I'll get out of the way. I want to hear more from three amazing folks doing really incredible work with three organizations across different sectors and very different journeys. We have organizations which are just starting out, and then we have organizations that have been 25 years plus doing different things with data technology. But today we are going to explore from the lens of learning and experimentation. How are organizations working through learning and experimentation? And how does data and technology help enable that? The other big thing that we really want to talk quite a bit about is the fear of failure and how that's from both an internal perspective of organizations and the culture of organizations itself in the social sector, and where people working in these organizations feel like, oh, we are failing. But it's not a question about that. It is a question about, are we learning and the value of that failure and learning and going beyond that? And again, also, we'll try to see if we can explore on the funding aspect of it. And again, a call to funders to fund more for things to fail. We learn a lot from failures and to understand better from that. With that, we'll go ahead and introduce panelists. We've got Rebecca, our MC of the day, side job. She works with Social Compact. It's a multi-stakeholder collaborative that works towards strengthening business systems to ensure greater dignity and equity of India's industry-engaged informal workers. In the middle, we have Sucheta, who's the CEO of Dream a Dream. It's a 25-year-old organization working to integrate social-emotional learning into public schools in India. Their vision is to redefine success within the education system of India, to focus on inclusion and equity so that all young people growing up in adversity can thrive. And on my right, we have Vanessa, the CEO of Sneha, an organization that has been working for the past 25 years in urban vulnerable communities to improve health, nutrition, and safety, with particular focus on women, adolescents, and children. From that, we'll get started with Vanessa. Sneha is an organization that I'm actually very intimately familiar with. I started actually working with them on a tech advisory level over the last 2 years. And I was very impressed when I got there 2 years back, because I felt like Sneha was actually an organization that was using significant amount of technology and data to help a lot of the urban health work that was going on in Mumbai. From that perspective, Vanessa, if you could talk a little bit about Sneha's journey, walking us through your learning, experimentation on your programs, and then how technology and data has maybe enabled that to scale your impact and also deepen your impact.
Sure, thanks, Vinod. So, just to give you a little background, Sneha is an organization that works to improve the health, nutrition, and safety of women and children. And we work in very vulnerable urban informal settlements. And one of the challenges we have very large community-based programs. So when Sneha started, we were started by a group of doctors. And, doctors believe very strongly in the use of data, evidence, etc. So in many ways, use of data was very much in our DNA. But when we started, we didn't have large interventions. But in about 2011-12, thanks to the Dasra Giving Circle, we started this really large urban malnutrition program where we had 18,000 children aged 0 to 3 years, where we had to maintain data of every child on a monthly basis. And clearly at that time, there was no way we could think of paper-based documentation. So we partnered with Dimagi and started electronic documentation through the Comcare system. Now, while we collected data, the challenge then was to analyze and use that data. And, in 2011-12, it wasn't very easy to get somebody with M&E and background to work in a nonprofit. But again, thanks to Dasra, we were able to get someone. But we did find that it was a very laborious process and very person dependent. So we then introduced a BI system, Tableau, in about 2015. That definitely helped us in data cleaning, data visualization, and definitely better use of data for decision making. But over a period of time, one of the challenges we faced is Tableau, and this is one of the mistakes we make, right, Vinod? And at the time, we didn't think it was a mistake and it served its purpose. But after some time, Tableau began to get redundant for us because we found that our frontline worker wasn't able to get real-time data to intervene. And that's when we actually approached Tech for Dev and said, can you help us relook at our systems and enable every frontline worker to have data on an immediate basis or on an overnight basis so that we could intervene in a protocolized manner and increase outreach. And I have to say, ever since we adopted the Dalgo system with Tech for Dev. And that made such a significant difference to our frontline worker because every morning the frontline worker knew how many pregnant women she had to see, how many malnourished children, which were the high, medium, and low risk. So we could ensure that there was proper protocolized coverage. And more importantly, women and children didn't get missed out because she knew every day, she didn't have to wait till the end of the month. She knew every day how many women and children needed to be covered. So I think that certainly helped to improve our intervention. On the other hand, we had multiple programs working on malnutrition, multiple programs on domestic violence, and we were not able to consolidate. So all the results were project-based wise. We were not able to consolidate it at an organization level. So that was a challenge. And if we had worked, say, for 5 to 6 years on, say, one form of malnutrition, we were never able to see trends. Once we got the Dalgo system, I think few things really worked well. We were able to start consolidating data within the same program, and we were also able to look at trends. So suddenly we found that while we were able to reduce stunting, which is one form of malnutrition, we were plateauing on wasting for 2-3 years. And that helped us then to go deeper and say, what is it that we need to do to now move further down wasting, reduce wasting further? And I think that's where data helped us significantly. The third, very important, is in a family, you intervene with multiple people. You will intervene with the mother, the pregnant woman. It could be the woman for reproductive health, the child. It could also be for domestic violence. But each of our metrics was individual. And we said, we're working with a family. Why can't we have data at a family level? And the problem with most nonprofits is we build systems serially. So, we can never, ever collaborate, triangulate data. So what the Dalgo system enabled us to do was actually triangulate data of maternal and child health and domestic violence. And we actually are able to see associations between women facing domestic violence having worse maternal and child health indicators. So data has really helped us to improve the programming, focus on the highest risk. And the last and more recent intervention we did was we believe that one of the most important things is to provide the woman knowledge and information on health at her convenience and when she needs it and what she needs. And therefore, about a year ago, we started, thanks again to Vinod and the Tech for Dev and Glyphic platforms, we piloted a WhatsApp chatbot program. So here we actually, thanks again to Vinod, we learned how to experiment short term. So we decided, let's just pick up 300 women and let's just focus on their children and immunization and send messages and see how many women are really engaging. And we were actually quite encouraged by the response. So we decided, okay, now let's increase to 700 women. In addition to immunization, let's add breastfeeding, institutional delivery, as well as immunization, and see now how are women responding. And I think these short-term 4 to 6 week experiments have really taught us a lot. We've been able to adapt the questions, the answers, the frequencies. For example, we found that on Friday, we found the best response in the community. And that's because in the area we work, Friday is the weekly holiday and the husbands are at home. And the women tend to have more time, or maybe the husbands are accessing the phones. And then we said, if the husbands are accessing phones, why can't we also pick up the telephone numbers of the husbands and start communicating with them also? So, I think the whole idea was, how do we encourage communities to be able to access this information? What we found interestingly is women then began to ask questions on reproductive health, which were actually not part of our question bank. But we realized then there was a need because they found privacy in asking questions through a WhatsApp chatbot. We also decided that social protection schemes are something that is commonly needed across the community. How can we then introduce social protection schemes? So that's the most recent one we've introduced. And I think the advantage of having this kind of iterative process is it's short, you make mistakes, you learn from your mistakes, and then we iterate in the next phase.
Thanks, Vanessa. Thanks for the humongous amount of plug for myself included. Rebecca, kind of want to get your thoughts and perspective in terms of the journey at SOCO, Social Compact, where you are working with worker rights. And there is a human touch involved along with data, and you work significantly with qualitative and quantitative data. I know you are all doing experiments through AI for transcriptions and things. Could you talk a little bit and expand on your journey, which is very young organization starting out, but you're really like experimenting significantly towards that aspect on data, AI, and tech in general?
Of course, of course. To give you a little bit of context about Social Compact, it's turning 3 now. So it's very, very young. And in these 3 years, it was essentially a response to COVID. And I think Divya has set base. The person who came, Divya Varma from Ajivika Bureau, is one of our partners as well. She set a lot of base in terms of what the context of COVID was and what the kind of response was. And Dasra, along with Ajivika Bureau and Center for Social Justice, was able to incubate something like this. And essentially, our work has been with informally engaged, industry engaged informal workers. Now, this is a population of 200 million people just in India. Now, think of every worker that's probably working in manufacturing, construction, and many other sectors across India. And these are all people who are engaged on a contractual basis with absolutely in peripheral roles with no social security and no even basic requirements of compliance that companies need to meet are not met. So given this and the kind of apathy that we were able to see during COVID, Social Compact was imagined to address that. Now it was a very young organization. We started working out of 6 larger outcomes that were there. We were addressing wages. How do we move forward beyond just minimum wages? The conversation in this century can't just stick to the minimum wages itself. Then we move on to gender, exploring future of work, participation of the workforce safely and securely in any kind of work that they do when we speak of occupational hazard and many other such aspects. And when we move from there, we also realize that it's a 2-pronged sort of approach that we need to take. One is going to be building efficiencies within ourselves, because we are going to be speaking with so many companies, helping so many distinct companies get better at even evaluating what's going on in their own shop floors, factories, whatnot. And the other way was to also make them realize that there are still places where a solution like Social Compact that they can approach and take help from when it comes to addressing a lot of these challenges that they face. It could just mean that they don't know how to do certain things, or it could just mean that they have not been complying and there has not been a realization so far. But however, it comes at the cost of the vulnerability of the person who's probably working, and these are all blue-collar workers within the industries. So our general approach has been that social compact essentially works with companies, and what we try to do is we work with companies on a journey. It's not like, okay, you work with us today and we leave you tomorrow. It's going to be a longer journey. Every different company is going to come with their own approach in terms of, what is the challenge that you're exactly facing and what is the kind of population that you are with. Given that it was a lot of distinct responses that we were building out for all of these, and we needed capacity within ourselves and data and technology to be able to support us to respond to all of those needs. Now we're at a stage where we're exploring so many things. For example, if I am somebody within Social Compact and who's going for site visits that are conducted with so many informal workers, we need transcriptions, as Vinod was mentioning. Now these transcriptions, in the reality of the people, these are the most remotest of places possible, or also very, very urban areas. You will see this is a floating migrant population across the country. You will not see standardization in responses, capturing of languages that are also there. There is so much disconnect. We're still struggling to find spaces where, transcription is going to be easier and efficiencies can be built within our, in our own teams where, it's going to be our site visits have been done today and we're able to triangulate, as Vanessa was mentioning, triangulate everything and churn out what is the analysis ultimately and what are we seeing in those spaces. So to be able to do that is where I think we really want data and technology to advance to. That is something I think I at least personally see as a challenge right here. What we were also able to do, it's also emerged as a realization for us largely, is that companies were not able to measure what is really happening. They didn't even know what is really happening in their shop floors, in their companies, group of companies that are there. Now, we came up with a way where all the site visits that we conducted, the observations that we have over these 3 years, we were able to bring them all together to say that, hey, this is what has been happening so far. And this is how you're performing across different indicators. This was by no means to say that, oh, we certify you to do this, but this was to say, hey, this is a reality check. This is what is happening. And this is what you know. Let's corroborate all of that and see where you are exactly. So with that came out a dashboard that now we have, where each of the companies across the year are able to measure where exactly do they stand on each of these indicators. Now, we work out of 6 outcomes. Those outcomes were culled into about 120 indicators altogether. And across these 120 indicators, let me give you an example. It could be what is maternity benefit for women looking like within this workforce. These are not regular employees that you're talking about, where you'll probably be getting in India at least 6 months of paid leave, or you will be getting that kind of support. These are largely people making $5 to $7 a day. That is the kind of population that we're speaking about. So we were able to tell the company, or at least help the company observe the kind of place that they are in, and at least build that kind of vision through that dashboard to see that, hey, where do you want to get? What do you want to prioritize in the number of things that you may not be performing on at wherever level that you want to be at? And I think it now has got us in a place where we want to advance it further, make it more stronger, where it can really give companies a picture of where are they performing when it comes to worker well-being, and where is it that they need to work on. And it's a little bit of aspiration building as well, and for them to also look within themselves to see that, okay, what is it that they want to do with all of the knowledge that Social Compact has provided to them, and where do we solve for, and what do we exactly solve for. So I believe that's Social Compact.
Thanks, Rebecca. From kind of the tangible things that we have heard from Vanessa and Rebecca, we're going to go a little bit more into the intangible side for Dream a Dream, socio-emotional learning, actually the organization that I'm least familiar with, learning a lot more, learning actually a lot more about Sucheta's food tastes at this point, but would really like to learn how data and learning and experimentation works in Dream a Dream's case, because it's very different from the two that you have heard now.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, Vinod. It is very different. And this is how I want to frame the difference. I know this is what we're all talking about, but to frame this difference differently, I want us to share a few things. So when we say social emotional learning, what does that really mean? And it means Rajeshwari, who we supported her to get a scholarship. She started college. Halfway through, we were doing something about, beautician. Somebody came to teach beautician courses to young people in our center, and she decided she wants to be a beautician. So to negotiate with her family that now she wants to change careers and become a beautician, right? And the negotiation skills that she needs to be able to do that. Or a Shushmita who wants to become a gender reconciliation facilitator, and then giving access to her to build her capacity to do that. A Rajshekhar who wants to become an actor, but his parents need immediate money, so he works as a delivery boy in the day and practices and makes his own movies in the night with a group of friends. Sahil, who is setting up a platform where he feels that young people with success stories get a lot of chances to share their stories. He wants to listen to, he's a young person himself, but wants to listen to stories of young people who are failing so that they can find solidarity in each other. So this is social emotional skills. The ability to negotiate, the ability to care for others, the ability to take decisions, make healthy choices for yourself, self-confidence, self-esteem. And what we are doing at Dream a Dream is working directly with young people to help them build these skills, but also integrate it into the public education system in India so that it can be available to millions of children, especially children who are growing up in adversity and don't have the opportunities to develop these skills. So now connecting it to data, when you talk social emotional skills by its very essence is very intangible. It's hard to understand. We are always developing confidence. We're always negotiating. We are right now building relationships with each other. So how do you quantify something so intangible? And how do you do it so that you don't lose this human element? So one of the ways, for example, we have a life skills assessment scale. It is the only first standardized scale in the world that measures life skills specifically for children from disadvantaged backgrounds, taking into account the psychological impact that adversity is having on them and converting the sociometric measure of life skills into quantifiable data. This scale is today used in almost 19 countries where you're working with children in under-resourced communities or under-resourced regions about how is your social emotional intervention making a difference. You can look at baseline, endline, and understand the difference. Similarly, we are also developing a social emotional well-being scale, only scale in India, in the Indian context, for children going to public schools in India that tells you at an aggregate level, what is the well-being of children studying in the public schools of India. We are also doing a longitudinal study where we are tracking our children over a decade, over a period of 10 years, and seeing how are they thriving. And thriving is not just their social emotional skills, but how are they able to change the environments around them so that they may thrive. So my point, I think, to data and what it means to us at Dream a Dream is that sometimes I feel we have this false dichotomy that either you take the small data that you can scale, you can measure it at scale, what is the minimum indicator? We get always asked, is that the one thing that you can say is life skills? Versus this, we have this other narrative that it's very anecdotal, it's always stories, it's always, you can't really know, it's too qualitative. But my urge around thinking about data is if you go into the complexity of what is really changing when you're creating social change, then you can come up with quantifiable measures that can be done at scale. And that's what we are doing. We're measuring social emotional learning at scale in India. And we have been, we are committed to making sure that as we do this, neither do we lose the human element of it, and we are able to keep the equity and dignity of the young person at the center.
We're starting to run out of time. Thanks, Sucheta, for that. We'll do a little bit of a rapid fire minute or two, please, and then we'll finish up. First one for you, Vanessa, on the funding perspective and your experiences at Sneha in terms of trying to get funding for things that you don't know, you're trying out. And how does that work? And how well have you been able to convince donors, or is that an easier thing?
No, it's never easy. We know when you want funding without some kind of commitment of success. But we found that tech, we've actually had to look for donors, which are like finding a needle in a haystack, finding donors to support you for tech, which we've been able to do. And frankly, if we hadn't found these donors, I don't think we've been able to introduce Tableau or thanks to a Tech for Dev to do a Dalgo system or a Glyphic platform. So I think definitely actively looking for donors for tech is critical. The second is, of course, looking for unrestricted grants. Again, very difficult. But I just want to share that, when you think of tech, I think it's, you're not really, it's difficult to measure. For example, if I introduce a BI system, how is this, what kind of output it's going to give? But when we got this one donor for tech, when we introduced Tableau, they actually asked us to quantify. And when we looked at the cost effectiveness, we found prior to introducing Tableau system, we used to have 2 to 3 people who would sit every day cleaning data. And just by introducing technology, overnight data was cleaned and we were able to release resources. So that's a very simple measure of how one can compute efficiency. And I think that's very important. The second thing is getting people. Even if a donor gives you money, trust me, to get people to work in tech in an NGO is really hard. We really lucked out with Vinod, but it isn't easy to get somebody. Vinod is a fractional CTO, thanks to the Tech for Dev platform. But it is difficult. And the minute you start wanting to work on more complex systems, you need data engineers, you need product development managers. And it is difficult to get these resources. At a price, you can get them. But even to retain them is difficult. So I think the challenge is not just getting them, it's paying them and then motivating them and giving them enough growth opportunity to stay on in the nonprofit. So I think that's the second. And the third, ultimately, we need to build the capacity of the team. And at Sneha, we have invested a lot in building the capacity of the internal team. And it is a little slow. We've made a lot of mistakes along the way. But I think ultimately we have to have systems where we as a nonprofit can eventually take over, because dependence on very high-tech resources or a large number becomes a challenge. So maybe 1 or 2 is fine, but not a very large number. So we have done a lot of capacity building across Sneha just to build tech literacy. But in addition to that, also build out a core team that's able to manage tech at Sneha.
Thanks. Sucheta, would love to hear your thoughts on how Dream a Dream has thought about a learning culture and any particular things that you all have done that has helped grow that.
Yeah, I do want to believe we are a learning organization. And one of the big things, one thing I want to say here of the many things that we have learned is that when we were working directly with young people, we knew how to develop their life skills. And then we said, we'll take it into the education system. And we said, we'll do systems change. I hear systems change a lot. And we tried it and we failed. We are still failing. Because what we realized is that systems change is not just about scale. It's not about working with the government. It's not about, doing it for millions of children across geographies. It's about shifting mindsets. It's about shifting mindsets about what do young people growing up in adversity really need and being able to redefine that for ourselves. So one of the things we do as systems change is, can we redefine success in education systems? Because today's success is defined by the top 10% of the world and in India. And how can we redefine success so that every child is taken along and no one is left behind? So in terms of learning, that is what we are constantly doing, because we understand that only when I as an organization can change our culture around what we think of success, how we measure ourselves, what we think is important, as if we can center equity and dignity in everything that we do, only then can I change an education system, because I am part of the system. I am part of the problem. I, as Sucheta, being a Hindu, able-bodied, heterosexual, married woman, and the privileges that I come with, is part of the problem. So we keep investing in learning how we can shift this power dynamics inside of ourselves, in our teams, and through that then change the education system.
Thanks. We'll finish off with Rebecca's one last question. I've already got the 2-minute sign flashed to me.
Maybe they can give me 2 more minutes. It's okay.
So more on what you all are excited at Social Compact on data and technology and what's on your minds the last few months.
Of course, of course. Yes, we can say a few months. Okay, so within Social Compact, I think it is very understood that it's a very opportune time to be utilizing data and technology the way that we can and dream with it as well. There are so many things that we can do. Something that we recently did with the Brown University was to know that what is it that really workers want. Now, in that, what we had done is, we often go ahead and assume that workers would pick money over social security, but we were proved wrong completely with the kind of technology that we were using just to be able to analyze, okay, what is it that they want to pick between the two, and what is it that they want. We are also learning in this journey where data and the kind of efficiency technologies are able to bring to us that it makes us realize about the kind of barriers in our minds as well, and the sort of, I think, judgments that we might have about the people that we try to work for in general, and they prove you wrong all the time. And that exactly is why I think we are very excited about within Social Compact. And while it does that internally for our team, it allows us to grow, but it's also something that allows people to look at this population very, very distinctly and to see them as very, I think they build our economy the way that they do, and they are very critical stakeholder in building the world that we live in. So I think data that way has generally with technology has been, I think, we see that as an opportunity, of course. And with Social Compact, with so many years for us to go now, I think there's a multitude of things that's coming our way. We also happen to have worker facilitation centers that we run in Maharashtra and Gujarat, two big states in India. And in both of these states, there are about 7 of those places that are we running these. And we've seen the impact of data where it's merely just data collection of so many of our about 16 to 17 people across all of these teams are just sitting and doing data collection. All that they do is see what facilitation has been given to a worker. Have they been tied to a insurance scheme, or is it a benefit that they were able to avail within the worker facilitation center? What is it that they were able to do? And with that, we were able to actually measure that how many people have actually received this. Because if you look at the kind of statistics that we have, this population that we speak of, the industry engaged informal workers, they fall in the category where there's such a little percentage of people who actually have access to social security outside, and this is entirely outside of the employment. Let's not even go there. So it's when you do that kind of data collection, I know I can already see the opportunity in it, and I think that makes me very excited. And we look forward to I think technology and data being integrated in a manner where it doesn't lose the quality that human beings are able to bring with it, and allows people to be in their reality and then measure and see how are you able to advance lives, and worker well-being can be measured that way. So I think that excites us.
Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, Vanessa, Sucheta, and Rebecca, for your thoughts and words. It's been an exciting panel for me, so knowing all of you so well. Thank you again. Thanks, everyone, for.
Thank you. Thank you, Rina.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. With this, we open up for the next and the last networking break for the day. And maybe we can also regroup after 15 minutes. And yes, please enjoy some coffee and small bites.
Thank you.
I need a mic. Hi, may I have everyone's attention? We back on. Okay, and if you know friends who are outside, and I know there are many lovely conversations that probably I am coming in the middle of, but there's also a lineup there after the networking session is done, now that you're all back in. With this, I would like to call upon Binoy Acharya, who is the founding director of Unnati, to come and address all of us.
Yeah, podium. Yeah, it's better. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you. Happy to be here. First of all, 25 years, not a small time. It's called Silver Jubilee. Huh? Congratulations, Dasra, for completing very successful, impactful 25 years. And let you have another 25 years till Golden Jubilee. And it's a very good partnership. In fact, it's a beautiful day. We are towards the end, and during the entire session, it was a lot of learning for me. In fact, I was writing what we all learned. We started with equity throughout the day. And besides that, we talked about partnership, collaboration, social inclusion, including Jai Bhim, diversity, humility, empathy, solidarity, credibility, and on top of it, leveraging. There are two kinds of resources. Leveraging, when you talk about last thing, I'm going to talk about that. We have philanthropists, and entire day, what we talked about is our philanthropists are providing us resources, meaningful resources, and it's a rare resource to do us what we are doing. And as you all know, all governments, they have plenty of resources for project, programs, welfare, and these are big resources. I look at both the resource in terms of its heat, in terms of temperature. The government resource is cold money. It comes with conditionality. But government money, despite all the programs they have, how best it's designed, it doesn't reach the last mile. When you see no one leave behind, our states, sorry to say, across the country, across the globe, we are always failing our last mile. And here the philanthropy comes in. And the philanthropy money is hot money. But as human beings, how can you manage both hot money and cold money? Those who know physics, both temperature cannot be managed together. So that's why for civil society institutions, it's a very strategical trading to manage both the resources. But we cannot reach the last mile without the philanthropic support. The institution I come from, 35-year-old institution. First 25 years, we were a capacity building institution. And last 10 years, we are in the field. But we realized that while we are in the field, the learning is in such a way that it can amplify its impact. How big you might be, you cannot be comparable to the states, with the government, national governments. So we need to be very strategic about it. And we try to find out where are these last mileys. In fact, on general work, these people are invisible and often stigmatized. So one need to be very, very careful in identifying these groups, where they are. And we have realized, in fact, yesterday somebody mentioned also in one of the workshops, the participatory principles. Today, we didn't hear about participatory principle. But I come from a time when participatory principle guide our action. And it's with people. And people's testimony, how much of data we might generate, but if you do not capture the human voice, the testimony of people, we cannot understand the reality. So data is important. I fully understand, even though from my participatory background, I always say that both quantitative and qualitative are important. Both need to go together. And I have seen one session we're talking about learning. I think learning happens when you are participatory, listen to people, remain humble, and from the people's capacity, provide that solidarity. Solidarity is very important. In fact, I was very impressed when the Harvard graduate speech, the young girl, Shruti Kumar, she says that she's the first generation college-going girl. Huh? And in her Harvard speech, she said that power of not knowing. Not power of knowing, power of not knowing. In fact, that is the way to deal with the community. They know, we don't know. If that humbleness is there, then we're able to understand the reality. I'll tell you one example where I have learned. I come from Gujarat, western part of India, and in a tribal village, one old man, I'm old, older than me, said that, look, I get an old age pension, and my friend doesn't get the old age pension. Because the eligibility for old age pension in Gujarat earlier was, we have a 13 into 4, 52. 52.16 is the cut point. Those who are below 16, 16 and below, they get the pension. Other people don't get. So they said his cut point is 18. But we both look similar. Our household is same, but he doesn't get the pension. So it struck me. I came back, went to the chief minister office, talked to the principal secretaries. They were also surprised. And I said, what to do? So the principal secretary mentions that, why don't you do a little research, find out what the other states are doing. I did that little research and came back. Then they had the meeting with the minister. And in a month's time, they came to the conclusion that from 16, we went to 20. And when I looked at the data, the number of beneficiaries increased by double. So this is the beauty of listening to people. In fact, they are my teachers. And I have so many examples. Because it's 5 minutes time, I cannot talk about it. But in our work, we see that we build people's leadership. We call it civic leaders, citizen leaders. Because many a times we make people get fixated into certain schemes, health leaders, education leaders. And but if we need to engage with the state, which is the biggest power to do development, we need to have citizen-state relationship. It's a political concept, but we found out that political linkage is very difficult because in our engagement, we find the citizen are mostly engaged during voting. After that, there is hardly any engagement with the state. So engagement with the state on daily level, holding them accountable can bring many benefits. And I believe that the philanthropies must provide the resources to build those civic leadership. And every cluster level, you need to have citizen support cell so that citizen leaders can provide support to others. We CSOs can be transitory in nature. We are here, we will be not there. But building community level, people's level leadership is sustainable and go a long way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Binoy-ji. It's always so lovely to speak to you and listen to you, and very inspiring as well. Up next, we have a bit of an interactive session that we're doing. So you won't be sitting exactly the way you are. There are going to be people speaking with you, coming to your respective tables, and then, there is opportunity of interaction that will happen. So this year, we have amongst very, very exceptional leaders and change makers working on critical sectors like education, women empowerment, environment, healthcare, among others. They lead organizations that work across 24 Indian states and union territories and have reached more than 60 million lives. We have them here, all 14 people, civil society organization leaders with us, and we all have an engaging small group discussion with them. And you will get to know two of these wonderful leaders in 30 minutes, and they are going to be close to your tables and addressing the group. And for the people who are sitting in the theater style seating, if I request you to come towards the round tables, that is also going to help us get the session started. So I request all the 14 CSO leaders to please occupy these spaces. I think they're already. Oh, yeah, wonderful. I followed all of you. That's great. They're already there. Would you like to raise your hand and just say that where you are so people can come join you? Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, so the folks sitting in the theater style seating, you can come ahead and occupy these round tables.
Just to say, we are at the halfway point for this discussion.
Relationship of charity. And that's India's population is under the largest is 3.5.
Hi, I'm sure everyone is engaged in very deep conversation. Shall I give you all 2 more minutes and then we wrap it up? Okay. 2 minutes.
Volunteers change every year. Yes, but a volunteer stays for the whole course. When we recruit the volunteers, we mostly look for already even for volunteers, we have experience and the children that we work with, just like we just see it every year. They know every year this is way to take this new system and every child, 75 children, we have to work every day, and we take three sessions a year. So it's almost comes up one way for every child. That medicine starts and so this will be basically when the child even really the how much. Then got 50 maximum got unable graph of the child. Did you bring the whole of this? You just providing us that finally the family was for a few lakhs. We didn't have the
I feel like the worst person in the room to be stopping all of you from conversation, but I also know that you're going to carry a lot of these outside the room too when we break for the session right after it's done. May I request everyone to. Nobody's listening to me. Okay. Yeah, we're actually running out of time a little bit, and our lovely speakers for the next session are also here, and there's a hard stop for them as well. So is it okay if we close out these groups now and then we carry these conversations outside the room? Because these are also never ending conversations and it won't stop in even 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. Okay, 5 minutes are up. And shall we move on to the next session? All right. I think we are good to get started. And for the next session, we are going to be speaking about are people listening to me? You're all so deep into conversations. Oh my God. It's a success for us at Dasra Philanthropy Forum to see people conversing with and networking this way that they are. All right. So I'm going to be introducing our next session. It is essentially investing in youth leadership that can truly ignite transformative change and across South Asia. For this, I would like to invite Manat Anand from Make a Difference, Charing Bhutia from Salam Bombay Foundation, and Riju Dhakal from Arrow. Yeah, we're getting you the mic.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Drawing your attention to some young people here. Finally, right? Last but not the least panel. So, hi, everyone. This is Rizu Dakal. And no, I'm not from India. I'm from Nepal. And I'm affiliated with the Asian Pacific Resource and Research Center for Women, which also stands for ARROW. And I'm an intersectional young feminist who's been working for sexual and reproductive health and rights for past 8 years now. And I hope you don't ask me my age. So for me personally, it has been a long, demanding, and tiring journey of a week that I've been here at the United Nations General Assembly. And I myself never have seen such a huge mass of young people collectivizing at the UN space ever. So this is my first time witnessing around 7,000 young people at the UN space this time. And it definitely adds on to the conversation that we are going to have next and gives me a lot of hope to talk about young people's leadership and also investing on young people. So I want your ears and eyes to us because we are going to demand a lot of money, attention, and of course, your energy as well. Let me introduce you to our panel here. We have an amazing panel of two strong women. We have with us Shiring, who's the Vice President of Salam Bombay Foundation, which is a leading NGO dedicated to adolescent well-being and skill development. We also have with us Manat, who's the Senior Director for Growth and Operations at Make a Difference and has been mobilizing over 3,000 volunteers to mentor 3,500 children annually. Wow. Those are quite numbers. Not keeping you wait and delving straight into the conversation, I would want to ask our panelists to talk to us about a story, tell us about a story which has stayed with you and that is of young people and has brought you into this conversation today. Maybe passing it on to Shiring first.
So we already had a pre-discussion before this panel, and I had already said that you talk first and then I will follow you. But now they have passed on the mic to me. And then you can also see that I am the oldie here, okay? Because I work with young people and these are young people, okay? So they are leading, correct? And we can see here. And that is why I think it is necessary to invest in youth. Yeah, sorry, what was your question now?
I mean, that's a great start already, right? I'm just asking you for a story that has stayed with you, which has made you work for young people's leadership.
Okay, fine. See, they also, see, that's what I said. They're leading because they also wanted it to be very different than what other panels had in the entire day. Okay, but interestingly, yeah. So I can't remember a story right now, but definitely I would like to share a platform that Salam Bombay Foundation has created specially for youth. And when I say youth, we work with young children. Salam Bombay Foundation starts working with the children, and especially we work with under-resourced children, underprivileged ones, and we start working with them when they are in age of like 12, and then we start like 12, 14, 15, and that is how it goes ahead. And when I say underprivileged or under-resourced, definitely you must have understood that they don't get such kind of opportunities which other privileged children get, correct? And so I don't have a story, but I'm amazed. We have created a platform which is called a Bal Parishad. So you must have heard in all those high-fight schools, correct? They have a UN mock sessions, UN mock things. These students who come from underprivileged background, they don't have that kind of platform. And therefore, we have created this kind of a platform, which is called Bal Parishad. So for those who don't understand Hindi, Bal Parishad is something like child cabinet. And then we have Bal Panchayats there. So it's like student leaders. So when they come and then talk at that platform, what we do is we invite students from all these underprivileged schools, and then we also invite relevant stakeholders for them so they can have one-to-one interaction with them, correct? And then they are like, we call police commissioners so that kids can ask them questions about, the policies or the laws in the city that they are working. We also call education officers, we call media people, we call officers from health department so that these kids can ask questions. And then I'm amazed to see these leaders. They sometimes may have some kind of a language barrier too, but then they do not have any dearth of confidence. And I think, I'm sorry, sir, I don't remember your name, but the gentleman was just saying that, there's a power of not knowing things. So maybe that is also good because then these kids don't know that they are very important stakeholders. And tomorrow we as an organization might go back to them to get our works done. So we don't question them on certain things, right? But these kids are not afraid of that. So that is a power of unknowing. They will ask whatever they want to ask. So this is where I was. And then I saw that the police should have followed this rule, but they did not. They allowed us. So how come they can do that? The questions, they are not afraid of it. In our school, our teachers are smoking. You say we need to have a tobacco-free school, but they are smoking or they are consuming tobacco, correct? So what is the action that you have taken? Or maybe there are other kind of questions which they ask to some municipal officer, municipality officer who is there, that in our community, there are sewages, and I have been going and complaining. Our community leader is going and complaining, and you guys have not done anything. And of course, we organize that kind of a platform for them. So, and we are providing them the opportunity, right? But then we are like behind the scene, we are like, oh, beta, oh boy, what have you asked? Tomorrow that officer may feel very offended. And when we go, then he might not entertain us, right? But then these leaders, they are fearless. They want to ask what they want to ask, and they want to raise the questions. And I'm especially ought to see those kids, because then we feel they come from underprivileged background. They don't have voice, they can't think. But then when we work with them, we hone their skills, we hone their life skills, we give them that kind of confidence. They understand the issue and they raise voices. So I think this is one of the platform which really, I don't have a story kind of thing, but these are the kind of platforms which we have provided and we have created. And when you are there, that particular moment or that experience is very different.
Thank you, Shiring. I mean, I cannot agree more to the fact that, fear is something that is instilled with the rigidity of languages, with the rigidity of norms, rigidity of different practices that are brought about for young people in practice. Moving to Mannat, I'm sure you must have hundreds of stories to share, but please stick to one so that we can also not be running over time as well.
Absolutely. Thank you for the subtle cue.
I have worked with Make a Difference since 2012. So it's been 12 years. And every year we work with thousands of children and young volunteers. So if I talk about how many young people I come across every year, I don't think I can even count on my fingertips. And finding one story is definitely very difficult. But I think I'll talk a little bit more about our volunteers. And this is not a story of an individual, but a story of the organization. Make a Difference today is about 80% of the organization full-time staff were volunteers themselves who have taught children, mentored children. The DNA of this organization is in the spirit of volunteering, enabling young people, giving young people a choice. And in MAD, we believe when you mentor young children, what is it, the two indicators that get met? It's freedom from exploitation and freedom of choice. And I think having that front and center allows us to have that culture and that ethos of continuing to mentor, as well as have an organization which comes directly from the grassroots, who felt what does it mean to mentor, what does it mean to see impact every day. And I think that is why most of the organization culture stories are very grounded to reality.
Thank you so much, Manat, for that. I mean, I definitely feel that, the intergenerational collaboration and the mentorship takes a long way into defining what youth leadership could be, because I myself have been in the sector for so long, and it feels like the meaning of youth leadership changes every other day. And it could be something as basic as equipping young people with knowledge and skills sometimes, but at most other times it is much more than that. And it takes, it actually gives that redistribution of power, resources to young people, and then believing that they can bring in the transformative changes, they can shift norms around the autonomy, choices that they're going to decide for themselves. And I would now like to move on to something more, in terms of youth leadership in particular, and bring in floor some real life examples and perspectives on why youth leadership actually matters. And I think I'll go with Manat on this.
All right, thank you. While I can go on and on about this, because I think this is an everyday conversation we have in the organization, but I'll keep it really, really short because our moderator has given strict instructions to stay on time before the panel started. So this is not an uncommon or unheard of narrative. So Samaj Sarkar Bazaar, but it has come back in limelight thanks to Rohini Nilankani's book. Samaj is the society, Sarkar is the government, and Bazaar is the markets. Many a times the society is referred to as the third sector, not the first sector. The markets and the government takes the first, second, the debate can go on. But if we really want to make fundamental shift, we need to empower the society first. And today, the society, there's a large composition formed by young people. And to just talk about some stats, Gen Z, which is the current generation, is the biggest youth generation in history of humans. The next generation is going to be Gen Alpha. And if we don't invest in the leadership of young people, they are the people who are going to take, over most of our jobs in this room. Investing in their leadership, their growth, the culture, the ethos, what is the values that young people are going to have in the future lies in our hands. And there are 40 million plus young people, especially in India, who are right now looking for opportunities, while the markets and the governments are sometimes unable to create the job opportunities that is needed to take in all the young people. And it's not just in India, actually. A lot of Asian countries, including Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, we're all dealing with similar problems of youth unemployment. So investing in young people and empowering them to solve problems locally, it could be through entrepreneurial routes, having startups, innovations, it could be through the social impact route, it could be through building their own community-based organizations. But solving large-scale problems is not going to be possible with just building tech or infrastructure. We need to invest in youth to be able to reach every part of that problem. And problems at scale would only be solved if we currently start investing in the youth today.
Thank you so much, Manat. I think that really brings us to the next important thing that we're going to talk about, which is challenges. I mean, like Manat said, the region, South Asian region itself is quite, has a lot of commonalities in terms of its history, culture, and of course, the contemporary issues that it's ongoing as well. And while there are interventions, strategies, and trajectories that have shaped youth movement, and especially if we take an example of the recent example in Bangladesh, and and in the other parts of the region, there still remains a myriad of challenges. And young people, specifically in my country, which is Nepal, they continue to face a large number of challenges, which include unequal power dynamics, especially in decision-making processes, tokenistic representation in policymaking and partisan politics as well, and also disregard of their opinions and lack of trust as well. Talking about India, I'm sure the context might not be very different, but I would also want you to highlight some of the challenges cheering for us, for young people, and for youth leadership in specific.
No, I think there are certain things which is, of course, similar in India as Nepal has. Definitely, there need to be more voices in the forums which is created for youth, correct? We are sitting here and then make policies for the youth, but then youth has to be on the board while making policies for them, right? I think that is something. And then, of course, India is, I think there are a lot of organizations and a lot of committees where, of course, they are being involved now. But when we talk about the challenges, you know what, when we talk about youth leadership investment, we talk when youth is already molded, right? We talk when they are 29 years old or 26-year old. I think this is one of the biggest challenge. I think we need to invest in youth when they are very young. So start young, invest in a young NGOs, invest in a young people, correct? When they are very young, don't invest in them when they are already 25, 26. Invest when we are trying to mold them. So when they are like 14, 15 years and old. So I think starting young is very, very important. Second thing is, if I talk about philanthropists or, the funding issues. So what happens is they want impact, correct? And then as Rome was not built in a day, similarly, the leadership or the leaders can't be built in a day, correct? So then you will also have to consider that while you are funding any organization which works toward youth leadership, correct? That is a second thing that I can think of. And the third very important thing that I can think of is, I think it was also discussed earlier, and then because we are an NGO who works for youth leadership, there's one more thing is that generally when philanthropists come on board, they want to invest on the impact. They really want to invest in the beneficiary, but there are a lot of things which goes behind it to invest in the youth, and that is where the philanthropists do not want to fund. So I think that is also one of the very, very important challenge that we are facing right now.
Yeah, I sometimes feel like the loop of challenges never end for young people. So yes,
I want to just add on one more point of challenge. I think one disclaimer, I am not Make a Difference's founder. I joined MAD as a volunteer myself when I was 20. Through the many years of working with Make a Difference and abundant opportunities. Today, I have the privilege and the honor to lead the organization and thousands of young people. But there's a challenge, continuity challenge in especially youth-based organization. Many founders start with a lot of energy when they're young. And it's tend to be said that they age sooner than founders who start late. But there is a challenge that more than 40% of organizations don't focus on continuity, especially in youth-based organizations. And I think that challenge is as much a reason to invest so that other leaders can be grown and shown how to take the organization forward. We can't just depend on people who just started the organization, and they need all the support as well. So while I love my founder, we took a long time to figure out how do we do this as an organization ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, can't agree to that more, Manat. Yeah, I mean, I understand that these are some barriers that young people are facing in exercising their leadership, at decision-making roles or at the table itself. But I would also want to know what philanthropy can do in fostering innovations and also scaling youth leadership efforts. If any, urgent call to actions that you want to raise in this room right now?
See, one, I already said that they have to invest when youths are very young, correct? So start early, correct? Start young, that's what I say. But at the same time, one more thing that I would like to add is, I forgot actually, because then I am not young anymore. But these girls are very young. Yes, I think I was talking about collaboration and partnership. Whenever we think about scaling, collaboration and partnership is very, very important. I think there are numerous NGOs who are working for adolescent, for youth leadership, right? But everybody is working in silo. Can you imagine if everybody comes together and collaborate? What kind of impact can be made? So that is something which is very, very important.
Yes. Do you want to
go first? I'll go after.
I mean, yeah, as a young person myself, I feel like, as young people can and actually already have also been playing different roles in building and changing narratives that can shape the socioeconomic future of their countries based on their age, amongst different other factors that add on to this as well. But for us to continue integrating and leading the spheres of social justice, and especially gender justice, where I advocate a lot working out around. So that is, we need trust. That is what I believe, that we need trust, we need financing, we need resources, we need supportive environments as well. And we also need facilitators sometimes, but most of the times we need meaningful spaces. We need to be at the table. We need to, inform our decisions. We need to inform our own policies. That is what I feel is the requirement of today for me. And, anything, Manat, that you want to add on to that?
Yeah, I think when MAT started in 2006, we were one of the only organizations in India that really brought volunteering as a big thing in the Indian context. And it's been 18 years, and we still today get asked questions like, does volunteering work? Does it truly create an impact? Today, we've been able to mentor several children for more than about 10 years, 15 years, and 18 years. Our first batch of children that Matt started mentoring in 2006, we still are in touch with those children. They're now adults, 27 and 28-year-olds. They have been able, 3 of them have been able to build their own houses, fully escaping the cycle of poverty. And we still get asked the question, can young people make a difference? Do volunteers make an impact? And I don't know what else to say without showing you that this is possible. And I think it does require some trust. It does require agency, allowing to let go of power. I think, even including me now, I am not as young as I used to be. And in my organization, I am the elder. But it does require us to share power as well, right? Just does require us to listen with a keen ear, which is with an open heart, with an open mind, and an open will to collaborate. So I think that's it. That's what I would ask, as if there was something you could change the power struggle on the table, try to listen to the young people to see what is possible. And that's it.
Yeah, I'm shown the 2 minutes card already. So just a few quick remarks before we leave the dash. If we invest in youth leadership, what is the possibility?
So in MAD, we believe in giving young leaders, who we call community organizers, an opportunity. We support them, mentor them through every quarter. We meet together, invest in their skills. But what they're able to do with that is build self-organizing, self-sustaining, and regenerative communities. And I think that's a possibility for every young person to build a community to solve any problem. We work towards mentoring of children in poverty, but it could be towards climate action, it could be towards rivers, it could be towards plantation, it could be any challenge in that community that can be solved in a self-organizing, self-sustaining, and regenerative way.
Thank you, Manat. Any possibility if we invest in youth leadership, Chering?
Yeah, possibilities like you. So I think, are not, isn't it? Don't you think that, they are impressive, isn't it? Then So we need to invest in youth, right? But we need to invest in them on time, right? So that is very, very important. Once we equip them, we empower them. I think we do not need to sit here after 15 years, correct? And maybe we do not need to discuss on certain things that we are discussing right now, because then we are already empowered and equipped them. We might have a very different kind of world. We are creating change agents. We should invest in, we should keep on investing and then creating such kind of changes. So after 15 years, maybe the world will be very different, which we envisage right now, right? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Iring. Thank you so much, Mannat. And on behalf of everybody, we are very flattered to be here as the young panelists for the day and handing it over back to the host. Thank you so much.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. I think this is a high note end for us for Dasra Philanthropy Forum. And to close us all out, I would like to invite Ninad Ankleshwarya, Director at Dasra, for a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Rebecca. Hello, everyone. I'm Ninad Ankleshwarya, CFO for Dasra. I know it has been a long day and in fact, a long week for a lot of us here, tiring. So I have a privilege of doing the closure, which we are now, I think, desperately waiting for. As a part of closure, quick 3 things that I want to talk about. One is energy. Second is so what, and some gratitude. Thank you for being here and bringing all the energy here, the energy in the room, in the discussion, on the panel. And though you might feel that the noise outside was chaos, but if you would have walked around the people, there was a lot of energy in terms of the interaction that people were having. And I'm so happy that we got a venue where as much as place that we have inside, we had as much place outside, because Dasra is all about helping us collaborate, connect, and it was so nice. Like from far, it may have sounded like chaos, but actually it was a lot of energy if you just eavesdrop into what people were chatting about. So thank you so much for all the energy that you all have brought here. Thank you very much. Second thing that I wanted to talk about is so what? And I'm going to say sorry to Simon Sinek, because I'm a big fan of why. But recently I had attended a session by neuroscientist who influenced me that so what is far more critical than why, as per the neuroscience. And I would like to say that, so what if today was about learning? It's what we do with these insights, what truly matters. So what if you made some connections, but how you nurture these connections and how we create this as a lasting impact is what matters. So what if you shared some perspectives, but it's the actions that you will take will really shape the future. So what if you reminded yourself of your own purpose, but it's really purpose-driven work ahead, which will change lives. And so what if you had a good time here? Now, let's have that energy move into something more transformative. So, well, I think that's a good learning for me, and that's the leaving message that I wanted to share with you all, that it was amazing to have all of us here, a lot of discussions, a lot of learning, and I think that so what becomes far more important as we take ahead. Thank you. And the last thing is about gratitude. Thank you so much to all our partners, speakers, participants for being here, because of course this was impossible to make it meaningful without all of you being here. Big thank you to our venue partners, MetLife, AV partners, then F&B partners, great performance. Yeah, good food, right? We ensured there is enough vegan as well. Yeah. Yeah, and Maze, our photographer here around. Are you here? Has. And special thanks and applaud to Rebecca, please. Don't you think she did an amazing job? And we had over 40 plus Dasra team members from Mumbai working for this over the last several months. A lot of them are awake up watching the live stream online. So thank you so much to the entire Dasra team working on this. Yeah, if all of y'all can wave for them, they are going to watch this. Thank you. Yeah, so I think that's about it. And the last so what is so what if we are closing now? We'll head out for cocktails. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so cocktails are organized right outside. Just we'll need 10 minutes to kind of just settle and assemble. Okay, cocktails start at 6 p.m. and look forward to meet all of you there. Thank you.